Now, today, we're going to see what if Harry Potter married with shy fourth-year Luna Lovegood. Join Patreon for early access of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. A 7-year-old Harry Potter sat in the back seat of his uncle's brand new 1988 Audi 4000. He sat next to his cousin Dudley, who was taking great pleasure between jabbing Harry in the side of his ribs with his meaty fingers or flicking Harry's ears. Harry knew it would be useless to tell his aunt and uncle that Dudley was hurting him. They would only turn it around on him and accuse him of instigating the whole thing, and he would just wind up getting locked in his cupboard or worse. Harry had quickly learned his place in the Dursley household, which was to say he had no place at all. He was little more than a servant to his family and a punching bag to Dudley and occasionally Vernon. His days were filled with chores and cooking for his relatives. Of course, he was never allowed to eat at the table, and rare were the occasions where he got to actually eat for then a meager-sized portion of the meal. When he wasn't working on chores or cooking meals, he had to stay in his cupboard underneath the stairs. Many nights he would lie back on his moth-eaten blanket and listen as the Dursleys watched television or played board games. He heard them talk and laugh with one another, but never was a kind word ever spoken to him. Harry was brought out of his musings by a hard punch to his left leg. Charlie horse freak. Dudley laughed, scrunching up his face in a mock pout. Gonna cry now, freak? Let's see some tears then. Harry winced as he rubbed the quickly bruising leg, but uttered no word in protest or defense. Harry hoped by ignoring Dudley, he might get bored with him and give up his bullying. After a few minutes of getting no response, Dudley finally turned away and started listening to his Walkman cassette player. He returned his gaze out the window and noticed that they had left the noisy and busy streets of the city and were somewhere in more rural areas. If he were to guess, they were headed southwest, perhaps to one of the coastal towns. He had overheard Uncle Vernon talking to Aunt Petunia about a forest and something about finally getting rid of something. Harry was actually surprised that his aunt and uncle were taking him anywhere, especially after what had happened last week. Harry had been drawing in his sketch pad one evening out in the backyard, when Dudley had looked over his shoulder to see what he had been drawing. Dudley immediately grabbed the pad and ran back into the house, yelling to his parents to look and see what Harry had drawn. Vernon and Petunia took the sketch pad from Dudley and began to look at the many drawings that were in the book. Harry was becoming terrified at the looks on the faces of his aunt and uncle as they looked at the many drawings. Harry had developed early on a love of drawing. It was one of the few things that the Dursleys allowed him to do, and he found that it helped him forget his troubles and let him escape into his own world of fantasy. One of his grade school teachers saw the obvious talent he possessed and had given him several sketch pads and a wide assortment of drawing paraphernalia, colored pencils, pastels, etc. Harry knew he had a wild, if not strange, imagination and saw things in his dreams and flashes of images in his mind of people, places, and animals of every kind, especially mythological ones. He saw giants and witches, elves and dwarves. He was able to sketch onto paper in amazing detail all these images. Two of his favorite animals to draw were a majestic stag and a pure white snowy owl. For some reason, those images seemed to call to him. Among his other drawings were images of castles and dragons, of people dressed in funny clothes like long colored bathrobes. However, for the last 2 weeks, he had been drawing many variations of the same two things. The first was of a strange-looking house in a meadow surrounded by thick groves of trees. The house looked almost like the castle or rook of a chess set. It was brilliantly colored with a large garden. There was a rather large oak tree behind the house that had a rope swing attached to one of the large overhanging branches. And always with the house, he had drawn this little girl who Harry decided looked about his age and was very pretty. For a girl anyway. She had become the sole focus of his last 3 drawings. She had long blonde hair that looked almost white. She had large, expressive, silvery gray eyes that seemed to hold the mysteries of life. She had a smile that emphasized the innocence of her heart-shaped face. He had drawn her sitting side saddle on a flying broom with a look of complete tranquility on her face. A witch's hat on her head cocked to one side, almost covering one of her eyes. Another of his drawings of her had her dancing in a small meadow as fairies flew about her and unicorns were grazing nearby. The last picture he drew of her had her again in a small meadow, seemingly twirling in midair as tree blossoms and flower petals swirled all around her. Her arms outstretched and head tilted back, her legs straight but crossed at the ankles. She seemed to be in a state of childlike bliss. Harry had never met the girl before, but somehow he knew that she was real. He also knew deep down that they would somehow meet. He had dreamed of her for ages. They had never actually spoken in his dreams. They would just seem to stare at each other and smile. They had only ever touched each other once. She had reached out and grabbed his hand and smiled widely at him. As his dream faded, he could have sworn she mouthed the word soon to him. What she meant he did not know, but felt that soon he would. Vernon and Petunia looked up from the sketch pad and glared at Harry. Vernon's face had started to turn red when he began to yell at Harry. "What is this freakishness you've been drawing?" Vernon stood up, abruptly knocking over the chair he had been sitting in. "I will not allow this unnaturalness to be in my house." Vernon began tearing the pages from the notepad, ripping them to shreds as he pulled them out. "No, no, Uncle Vernon, please no." Harry cried as he saw the image of his mystery girl being shred to pieces, and then anger raged through him and seemed to explode outwards. Harry didn't know how, but all of a sudden his uncle was lifted into mid-air and bodily thrown into the far wall with a loud thud as pieces of drywall fell down on him. Harry quickly snatched up the sketch pad and the torn pieces of paper and made a dash for his cupboard, only to be backhanded by a recovered Vernon before he got there. The hit came right across his jaw and dropped the 7-year-old to the floor. Vernon then grabbed Harry by the hair and threw him into the cramped cupboard that had been his room for the past 6 years. "No dinner for a week, boy, and you're bloody well going to work to earn the money to repair my wall," Vernon bellowed as he threw the bolt on the cupboard door, effectively locking Harry inside. That had been 5 days ago, and now he was in his uncle's car heading for a mini-holiday. The car suddenly came to a stop, causing Harry to arouse from his daydreaming. Looking around, he saw that they were somewhere in a heavily wooded area. "All right, everybody out," Vernon called. Harry and the Dursleys stepped out of the car into a warm spring day. Petunia had opened the boot of the car and removed a small cooler that had 3 sodas and a bottle of water in it. Petunia handed Vernon and Dudley a soda each and handed Harry the only bottle of water, while she took the remaining diet soda for herself. "Now drink up, everyone. We need to keep ourselves hydrated on such a warm day," Petunia said with a slightly nervous chuckle. Harry opened up his bottled water, which had seemed to be opened before. "I can't even get a new bottle of water. It's one they probably filled up at the house," Harry mumbled to himself. Harry quickly downed the 20-ounce bottle of water and turned to his aunt and uncle and asked what they had planned to do on the outing. As he tried to ask his question, he noticed he began to slur his words a bit. He turned a questioning look at his uncle, who had asked him in a condescending voice, "How you feeling, boy? Tired? Sleepy, perhaps? You did give him enough, Petunia?" "Of course I did. I put 3 tranquilizers in the water before we left," Petunia stated matter-of-factly. Harry felt the world begin to spin around him. He tried to take a step, but found that his foot missed the ground entirely, and he fell flat on his face. He managed to roll over onto his back, only to be looking straight into the eyes of a smirking Vernon. "We've given you enough tranquilizers to kill a horse, boy." Vernon smirked. "Pretty soon your breathing will become very difficult. Your heart will begin to beat slower and slower. You'll pass out before it completely stops, but you won't wake up again anyway," Vernon said with a maniacal laugh. "The best part, boy, is people will believe it is suicide or an accidental overdose. I placed the rest of the pills in your pocket. When the police do come around to investigate, we'll tell them what a troubled boy you were and how you ran off, and we couldn't find you. I told you once that I would either beat the freakishness out of you or kill you in the attempt. Well, here you go, freaks. Say hello to Mom and Dad in hell." With that, Vernon smiled and gathered up his wife and son and headed back to Surrey. Harry lay motionless on the ground. He was horror-struck that his own family could do this to him. Harry's mind struggled to remain conscious. He knew he needed to find help soon, or he would die. Harry willed himself to roll onto his stomach and pushed himself up to his hands and knees. He slowly crawled his way through the trees, hoping to find someone or a road at least that would lead to someone that could help him. He had been crawling just a minute or two when he felt like he had just crawled through a thin wall of electricity. It wasn't exactly like electricity, but it had been some sort of energy to it, although he couldn't identify it. It made his insides quiver a bit. Harry's head had cleared a bit, but he was still having difficulties breathing. It felt like he couldn't get enough air, and he was beginning to gasp like a fish out of water. He was trying to decide what to do next when he heard it. It sounded like singing or humming. It was beautiful. He looked around and noticed he had leaned against a tree on the edge of a small clearing. He looked across the way and saw a small girl in a knee-length yellow sun dress skipping no dancing through the trees. She entered the clearing and began to spin around with her arms outstretched. He tried to call to her, but there was not enough air in his lungs to vocalize a word. He looked at the girl and noticed a breeze had picked up around her. It began to blow tree blossoms and flower petals around her. They seemed to gather at her feet and then wind their way up her body. Harry's eyes widened as the small girl seemed to be lifted into midair, twirling around as blossom and flower petals continued to encircle her. Her hair began blowing wildly around her face. Her giggling was musical to Harry's ears. She was at least 6 feet off the ground. Harry suddenly realized that he had seen all this in a dream and had drawn it in his sketch pad. This was the girl he had dreamed of for the last 2 years. She was real. But then the cruelness of the situation dawned on him. He had found her, but he was losing his battle to stay alive. Harry's vision began to blur again. He felt heavy, so heavy. His body slid from the tree he was propped against and fell prone to the ground. His eyes began to slowly close when he saw a pair of silvery gray eyes look down on him full of mirth and happiness. "Well, now that you're here, Harry, I can't very well have you dying. That would be quite rude," a giggling voice said. Harry closed his eyes and thought, well, that was an odd thing to say, and then drifted off into the darkness. Please read and review. Chapter 2. Disclaimer. This is a work of fan fiction, so I earn nothing. The Harry Potter world belongs to the great J.K. Rowling. /n. Sorry about the long delay in posting Chapter 2. My health has not been that great over the last 3 weeks, and it has slowed me down a bit. I should begin to post more often now that I'm feeling a little better. Thanks, and I hope you enjoy the chapter. This chapter is unbettered, so please be kind. Chapter 2. Luna had run the short distance to her house and called for her mother. Celine Lovegood was a wonderful mother who doted on her young daughter constantly. When Luna was born, there had been some complications in childbirth, and Celine had nearly died. She was told that she would not be able to have any more children because of the risks involved. She was saddened at the thought of not having any more children. She had always wanted a house full. But she contented herself with the knowledge that at least she had her little Luna. Her best friend Lily Potter, who had a 3-month son of her own, had come to Celine's home often with little Harry to visit and talk about work. Lily and Celine both worked as unspeakable in the Department of Mysteries, but their friendship had started back in their first year of Hogwarts. Both had been sorted into Ravenclaw and had become fast friends despite their personalities. Lily had always been a force of nature and was quite outspoken. Celine was far more reserved and introspective. The two girls complemented the other, each bringing out the best in each other. Celine had been Lily's maiden of honor, and Lily had been hers. Celine was asked to be Harry's godmother, and Lily had been asked to be Luna's. The two friends were inseparable, much to the playful consternation of their respective husbands. Soon after Luna was born, Lily had brought Harry over to see the new baby. When Harry saw Luna, he began to smile and gurgle and bounce in his mother's arms and try to reach out for Luna. Luna, only being 3 days old, seemed to smile serenely at the exuberant little boy and made happy, cooing noises that had Lily and Celine smiling and the interaction between the two babies. On Harry's first birthday, James Potter and Xenophilius Lovegood signed a marriage contract for Harry and Luna. At first, Lily was opposed to the idea that Harry's future wife would be determined for him. But after an escape clause was put in that should either Harry or Luna decide that they did not want to marry the other, they would be allowed to cancel the contract. The contract, as it was explained to Lily, was how the ancient and noble houses protected their lines. It mostly was a way to protect the heirs apparent from being targeted by unscrupulous families. It mostly protected a female heir from unwanted advances from other suitors who were either undesirable or trying to advance their own family station by impregnating the girl to force a marriage. Both Lily and Celine had then agreed to the contract, knowing that if their children did fall in love and decide to marry, there was something in place to help and protect them from other outside influences. Luna and Harry were inseparable as babies. Whenever Lily visited Celine, or when Celine visited Lily, the two babies would always sit close together and were always touching each other. Either Harry would hold her hand or Luna would lean against him as they played side by side. When Harry was 16 months old, Lily told Celine that Harry and her had to go into hiding. She told Celine that Voldemort had targeted them. Lily gave Celine a copy of her and James' wills and told her that either she or James' best friend Sirius Black were to raise Harry if something happened to her and James. A teary-eyed Celine nodded and promised Lily that should the worst happen, that she would raise Harry as her own. Harry and Luna were sitting on the floor together as their respective mothers talked. The two infants seemed to know that something was wrong. They held on to each other tightly until their mothers tried to separate them. Harry cried and reached out for Luna. "No, Mummy, no. My Luna, my Luna," Harry cried. Luna was also reaching for Harry and called his name over and over again. The two mothers had tears in their eyes and allowed the two babies one final hug. Little Harry gave a wet kiss to Luna, who returned one back. Tears filled Harry's little green eyes as little Luna's silvery eyes changed to a tear-filled blue. "Mama!" A 7-year-old Luna came running and skidding into the kitchen. "What is it, Luna dear?" The older version of Luna looked at her daughter's anxious face. "It's Harry. He came into the meadow where I was playing. But he's sick, Mum. I think he is dying," the now panicking girl told her mother. Celine looked into her daughter's silver orbs and found no hint of playfulness in them. Celine grabbed her wand and grabbed Luna's hand and hurried to the meadow. "There, Mummy, just under that large tree." Luna pointed. Celine saw a small boy slumped on the ground. He looked very pale. His lips were turning blue and his eyes were completely glazed over and dilated. There was no mistaking the son of James and Lily Potter. Harry's breaths were labored and ragged. Celine scooped up the small boy and ran as fast as she could back to the house. She laid Harry down on the couch in the family room and then grabbed a handful of flu powder and tossed into the fireplace, causing green flames to appear. "Medical wing Hogwarts," Celine called out and then stuck her head into the flames. "Poppy! Poppy, are you there?" A worry-stricken Celine yelled. "Hello, Celine," a familiar voice answered. "Poppy is not here at the moment. Is there something I can help you with?" "Severus, thank Merlin you're there. I have a small boy here at the house. He looks to be poisoned and is fading fast. Can you come over quickly and see if you can help him?" The distraught blonde urgently spoke. "I'll be right there. Let me just grab a few things." The Hogwarts potions master called out. Less than 2 minutes later, Severus Snape stepped out of the fireplace at the rookery, the home of the Lovegoods. Celine grabbed his arm and brought him to the barely alive body of her godson. Severus looked at the prone boy and immediately recognized him as the son of his school days nemesis. Severus stiffened and turned toward Celine. "Do you know who this boy is?" sneered Severus. Celine knew of the animosity that Snape held toward James Potter. There was years of bad blood between the two most important men in Lily Potter's, nay, Evan's life. Lily had been Severus' best friend until that fateful day at the end of their 6th year, when he called her a no-good mudblood after she tried to defend him after one of James and Sirius' pranks. Severus wanted to take back the words as soon as he uttered them, but was frozen speechless as he saw the once caring eyes of Lily immediately turn to shock, hurt, and betrayal. Lily had run off, and Severus never got his chance to apologize or make amends. The other Slytherins standing around him were patting him on the back and congratulating him for putting the mudblood in her place. Of course, this got back to Lily moments after it occurred. The Hogwarts rumor mill was nothing if not speedy. Lily was devastated that her once best friend had turned on her in such a vile manner. Celine had stayed up with her all night trying to comfort her friend. The next day, which was the last day before students went home for the summer, Severus received a letter from Lily. His heart broke as he read the very beautiful script. "Severus, It is with much sadness and pain of heart and soul that I write this letter. You have been my best friend since we were 10 years old, and I will always cherish those memories and remember you as the sweet boy that you were. But over the last couple of years, I've noticed the changes within you. I've tried to rationalize them away as you just trying to fit in with your housemates. But I see that the changes are more than skin deep now. My dear Severus, I cannot follow the path you seem to have chosen. Not that a mudblood like me would even be allowed to associate with the group that you call friends. And if the rumors are true and you follow your housemates to join you-know-who, I would become enemy number one. My heart is breaking, but I must ask you to not contact me anymore if you choose to follow your friends. It would be too painful, and eventually you would be forced to make a choice, and I don't want to continue a friendship that is doomed to be destroyed. Love always, Lily. Severus Snape had memorized every word of Lily's letter. He had reread it hundreds of times and still kept it with him even to this day in his cloak pocket. It was his biggest regret, and he hated himself for not being strong enough to remain Lily's friend and turn his back on those who were leading him away from the only true friend he ever had. Severus had joined the ranks of Voldemort that summer between his 6th and 7th year, and became infuriated when he learned that before the start of 7th year, his blood enemy James Potter had asked Lily to marry him, and she had agreed. They were to be married the month after they graduated. Severus threw himself wholeheartedly into serving the Dark Lord after learning of Lily's engagement. He became cold and ruthless, taking his anger at himself out on all those who were unfortunate to cross his path. Then came the day he overheard the prophecy and the eventual decision of the Dark Lord to kill the Potters and their new son. Severus felt like his heart had been gripped by an icy hand. His love for Lily rushed to the surface of his thoughts. He worked up all his courage to plead for the life of Lily Potter, which to Severus' amazement, the Dark Lord agreed to. He also found courage in the love he had for Lily to go to Dumbledore and turn spy for the headmaster's Order of the Phoenix. However, fate did not smile on Severus as Lily was killed, and the Dark Lord had vanished, supposedly killed by his own rebounded curse on that Halloween night all those years ago. Severus was crushed. He blamed everyone for Lily's death. He blamed Dumbledore, who failed to protect her. He blamed Sirius Black for betraying their location to the Dark Lord. He blamed Voldemort for casting the curse that ended her life. He even blamed James Potter for marrying her and spawning the child who was the focus of the prophecy. But mostly he blamed himself because it was he who brought the prophecy to the Dark Lord to begin with. Yes, I know who this child is, Severus. Celine gave him a hard and dangerous look. This is Lily's son. If you ever truly felt anything for Lily, you won't let anything happen to the last part of her here in this life. Severus looked at the small, frail boy lying there. He noticed the same almond-shaped green eyes of Lily on this little boy. He decided finally he could get past that part of Harry that looked so much like his father and instead focus on that part of the boy that was Lily. Severus went into action and placed a bezoar in Harry's mouth and gently massaged his throat until the small stone had been completely swallowed. This would prevent any further effects of the poison. But the poison had already done significant damage. Harry was almost catatonic, and his breathing was uneven and shallow. Celine stood by and watched as Severus began administering several potions to the raven-haired boy. She tried to keep Luna back, but she insisted on being next to Harry. Finally, Celine gave up on restraining the young girl, who immediately ran to Harry's side when her mother had released her grip on her. Luna took Harry's limp left hand and held it between the two of hers. She noticed that they were ice cold, so she began to tenderly rub his hand with her own in an attempt to warm them. 15 minutes passed by with Severus using all of his skills to save Lily's son. Finally, Harry's lips went from blue to a pasty white and then slowly began to pink. His face began to color as well, and Luna could feel warmth slowly return to Harry's hands. I've done everything I can, Celine. He is out of danger, but he will probably suffer some side effects from the poison. You will need to watch him carefully over the next few days. If he is not getting better after 3 or 4 days, let me know, or if he suddenly gets worse. Do you have a bed where you can lay him? Severus asked in a kinder voice than he had when he first arrived. For the moment, we can lay him on Luna's bed until I can fix up our guest room. Celine offered. Severus picked up the boy, who was much lighter than he should have been for someone his age. He followed Celine and Luna to the young witch's bedroom. Severus lay him down on the soft bed. Celine went and got one of her husband's shirts and transfigured it into a pair of pajamas. Severus lifted up Harry's torso and removed the dirty shirt that was covered with dirt and grime from crawling along the forest floor. Severus paused as he heard a sharp intake of breath from Luna. Luna was just staring at Harry's back with a look of horror. Severus and Celine glanced at Harry's back, and both were angered and disgusted at what they found. There were several scars and raised welts that crisscrossed over Harry's back. They found small circular burns on his neck and back, as well caused from what appeared to be from cigarettes. On further investigation, they found more welt marks on the backs of his thighs. Severus pulled out his wand and performed a diagnostic spell over Harry. What he found disturbed him greatly. Harry had suffered several breaks to his ribs, arms, and legs. For all intents and purposes, Harry had been tortured and was suffering from malnutrition to boot. Severus felt a rage he had not felt in years well up in his chest. As he looked over at Celine, he could tell that she was feeling the same thing. What monsters could have done this, Severus? Celine asked as tears rolled down her face. I promised Lily I would raise Harry as my own if anything happened to her. Celine sobbed. I was never told what happened to him after that night in Godric's Hollow. I tried everything I could to find him. All Dumbledore would say was that he was safe. I tried to argue and showed him in Lily's will that he was supposed to come to me. He just merely stated that he would be safer away from our world. I must admit, Celine, that I did not and do not know of the headmaster's plans for the boy, or where he had placed him, only that it was with relatives. Snape trying to offer some sort of information. Harry is the last of the Potters, and the only living relative Lily had was her sister. But she expressly forbid that Harry should ever go there. Lily's sister and her husband hate everything about the magical world. It was stated in her will as well. Dear God, you don't think that's where he put him, do you? Celine asked. I do not know, but I do remember her sister Petunia when we were younger. Petunia was always jealous of Lily and would say cruel things to her as a child and call her a freak. I won't give him back to those people, Severus. If they are the ones who have done this to Harry, it will be a cold day in hell before they pry him away from me, Celine said with fierce determination. Now that I have my godson back, I will not let him go. Severus nodded and knew that Celine would defend Harry with her life. I should return back to Hogwarts. I'll stop by again tomorrow to check up on Harry. I'll bring a few other healing potions and see if we can't heal up the scars and welts on Harry's back and legs. I'll bring some nutritional potions as well. He is extremely underweight for his age. Severus offered. Thank you, Severus. Celine warmly stated. Severus, may I ask a favor? Celine asked tentatively. Snape nodded for her to continue. Unless Dumbledore asks you directly, I would like to keep secret Harry being here, at least until he's completely healed and alert. I don't want Albus to try and take him away before then. Would you do that for me, Severus? Severus looked at her for a moment and then nodded his head. I understand, Severus stated. Luna was sitting cross-legged on her bed next to Harry. She had his hand in hers, and she was talking to him as if he were awake. Did you know, Harry, that we were each other's first kiss? Luna told him with a large grin on her face. I was only a little over a year old, but that memory has always stuck with me. I was so sad when you left that day. Luna reflected on that moment with fondness touched with a little melancholy. But then, she continued with a dreamy look on her face. You came to me in my dreams. I think it was on your 5th birthday, if I remember right. I was so excited. I knew it was you, of course, but you seemed so sad. I wanted to give you a hug like Mummy gives me whenever I'm sad. But I didn't know if you like hugs or not. Luna continued. I love hugs. They warm up your whole body, just like hot chocolate on a cold day. Celine looked at her daughter and smiled. Luna was talking to Harry as if they were old friends, even though they had not seen each other since they were babies. Luna had told her many times over the last 2 years that she and Harry had been visiting each other in their dreams. She thought it had just been Luna fantasying. But when she described the boy in her dreams, Celine was startled that her description of Harry was exactly what James had looked like when he was a boy. Luna had even described Harry almond-shaped green eyes that were an exact copy of his mother's. Now as she stared at the young boy lying on the bed, she knew that Luna had actually seen him in her dreams. There was no way that Luna could have just gotten lucky on the way Harry looked. Luna had always been special and had exhibited some unique abilities even at her young age. Luna reminded her of her own grandmother in her ability to commune with nature and see things that others couldn't. Luna was connected to the magic that was in and of the earth. It had been a family myth of sorts that Luna's great-grandmother was of the Fae or the fairy folk. But it was a widely held belief that the Fae had all but disappeared from Britain centuries ago and that they no longer existed. Many more believe now that the Fae never really existed at all and that they were just myths and legends to tell children at bedtime. But it was whispered in Celine's family that Luna's great-grandmother Aoife was indeed of the Fae. The story told was that she had fallen in love with a wizard and decided to live a mortal life, and so became his wife. But none of the powers or abilities of the Fae had ever manifested itself in any of her descendants until Luna. Luna had a connection to the magical earth that had not been seen by her family or anyone else for that matter since Aoife. Luna could call any animal to her. She could communicate with the trees and bushes. They would whisper to her as a friend would to another. Fairies, sprites, and other supposedly mythological beings were her constant companions. Because of her unique ability to see things others couldn't, she was ridiculed by the children in Ottery St. Catchpole as being weird or loony. Eventually, everyone saw her as that odd Lovegood girl. But Luna paid them no mind, at least outwardly. She showed no sign of being hurt or offended by the community's comments. To Celine, she was her little princess, and although she couldn't see what Luna did, she encouraged her daughter to develop her unique abilities. So it was not any stretch of the imagination that Luna had communicated with Harry through her dreams. And then there was this time that Tilly, she's a wood sprite by the way, kept throwing pine cones at Ronald Weasley, who had been teasing me and kept pulling my pigtails. He's a rather rude boy. Anyway, he couldn't figure out how the pine cones get falling out of the trees and hitting him on top of the head all the way back to the burrow. Lunagil. Celine smiled warmly at her daughter and then gently closed the door as she went downstairs. She had a letter to write to the Goblins about rightful guardianship over Harry. She would have Harry one way or another. She would not let Lily down again. /N. Okay, Chapter 2 down. Again, I'm sorry for the long delay. I will try and update at least once every other week, if not more. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. Please read and review and let me know what you think. Chapter 3. Disclaimer. Harry Potter does not belong to me, but to J.K. Rowling. Chapter 3. A groggy and confused Harry Potter opened his eyes only to notice that his vision was obscured by something soft, blonde, and smelled of honey and wild flowers. He tried to move, but found that there was something on his chest as well as something that had his arms pinned to his sides. Celine had allowed Luna to stay with Harry through the night, not that she had much choice. The little blonde had defiantly refused to leave Harry's side. During the night, Luna had snuggled up against Harry, her head and upper body laid across Harry's chest, her left arm draped over him, pulling him into her tightly. It was 4:30 in the morning, and Celine had checked on them periodically through the night and chuckled silently at the scene before her now. Luna had a large, contented smile on her face as she used Harry as a pillow. Celine allowed her mind to wander and think about the future of the two small children in front of her. Would Luna's obvious affection for the boy develop into just friendship or something of a more romantic nature as the years went by? And what of Harry? He had not woken since he had arrived. What would be his reaction to being here be? Will he be frightened, confused, distrustful, relieved, all of the above? Luna had told her that Harry and she had been seeing each other in dreams for at least 2 years now. Would Harry recognize her from his dreams? Would he feel at ease with Luna and not immediately panic at being in a strange place? Then there was the obvious question. How did the two children ever connect in their dreams? Was it Luna's doing, or was it Harry's, or both? Celine knew that the Fae had the ability to manipulate a person's dream, but to personally interact within the dream, she had never heard of. There were a lot of questions she wanted to find the answers to. Thinking more on Harry, she was extremely concerned about his physical state. He was so thin and smaller than Luna. Both James and Lily had been tall and athletically built, so she knew that Harry should be a lot taller than what he was. She and Severus had come to the same conclusion that Harry had been methodically abused and his body showed signs of severe malnutrition. It was going to take years of proper care to get him up to where he needed to be, and this did not include all the psychological scars that were bound to be there as well. On a whim, Celine had checked Harry for any charms or spells. She found several tracking charms on Harry, which she dispelled immediately. She knew that they were most likely placed there by Dumbledore, but at the moment, he wasn't her favorite person in the world, so she felt no guilt in removing them. From the doorway, Celine noticed subtle movement from Luna's bed. She smiled as she saw Harry slowly wake and had to stifle a chuckle as she watched the boy try and get free from Luna's grasp. Celine cleared her throat softly to alert Harry that someone was there. She didn't want to walk right up and possibly scare the poor boy. Immediately, Harry's body froze at the sound. Celine slowly walked to Harry's side of the bed and sat down on the rocking chair next to him. "Hello, Harry," Celine softly whispered. "My name is Celine, and that little bundle attached to you is my daughter Luna. Welcome to my home, Harry," Celine warmly told him. Harry lay there for a moment, not sure what to say or do. He was not sure who these people were or where he was. Were they going to hurt him? Were they nice? He didn't know. Panic began to rise in his chest, and his breathing became faster. His eyes were wide and began to tear up. Celine recognized the signs of fear and panic and knew she needed to calm the boy quickly. "Harry," she began again. "You are safe, sweetheart. No one here will harm you. We found you in the woods, Harry. You were very ill. We brought you here to make you better. I promise you are safe," Celine said, trying to convince the 7-year-old boy. Luna woke as she felt her heart beating wildly against her chest. This was odd because she felt relaxed and comfortable. Why would her heart be racing? Luna then remembered the night before and laying next to Harry. Then it came to her it wasn't her heart racing, she was laying on top of Harry, and it was his heart racing. Luna lifted her head from Harry's chest, which caught his attention. As soon as green eyes met gray, a sense of warmth filled Harry's soul and calmed him almost immediately. He recognized the face staring back at him. How could he not? He had seen that face almost every night for the last 2 years. She had been the closet thing that he could call a friend in his short life. Harry stared at the face mesmerized. He slowly lifted his hand and gently touched Luna's face, not entirely believing she was real. He gasped as his hand came into contact with the side of his dream girl's face. Luna in return gave him a rather large smile and giggled at his reaction. "Good morning, Harry. I'm so pleased that you're awake." Luna beamed, and the raven-haired boy who still appeared to be in a state of shock. "It's you." Harry finally spoke. "Of course it is," Luna responded. "Who else would I be?" Luna said, looking inquisitively at him. "I didn't know if you were real. I wanted you to be real, but I didn't think dreams. I saw you in my—" Luna giggled again at his stuttering. She then reached out and grabbed both of his hands in hers and then squeezed. "See, I'm very real," Luna said, not releasing his hands and staring deeply into his eyes. It was then Harry realized his predicament. He was laying on a bed propped up by pillows. The girl from his dreams had been the one cuddled up with him and was now holding his hands. The color in Harry's face seemed to explode in varying shades of red as embarrassment from his situation manifested itself. Luna's eyes widened at the sight in front of her, and Celine, who seemed to understand Harry's plight, began to chuckle. "Wow, that's a lovely color, Harry. Are you a metamorph?" Luna asked curiously, leaning forward, closing the distance between her and Harry's face to get a better look. What?" Harry asked confusedly. "Luna, dear, you need to give Harry a little space. I don't think he is used to someone being so close to him," Celine stated, trying not to further embarrass the boy. Luna gave a playful scowl to her mother. "Oh, pooh. And I was so comfortable, too," Luna bemoaned as she lifted herself off of Harry. However, she had not moved too far when Harry quickly reached out and took her hand in his. Luna looked back at a blushing and embarrassed Harry, but gave him a large grin, and with his hand in hers, she sat next to him shoulder to shoulder. Neither realized that they both were having the same thought, that this act was somehow familiar, like they had done this before. Celine allowed a smile to grace her face as she fondly recalled the two children in front of her always touching each other as they played together as babies. Harry would always hold Luna's hand and Luna would lean into him. She wondered if she was seeing glimpses of a future between the two small children. Harry didn't know why he reached for Luna's hand exactly. It was almost instinctual somehow. He had never held anyone's hand before. In fact, the Dursleys refused to touch or hold him at all. Well, that is if you didn't count the beatings as touching. Affection of any kind had always been denied to the orphan boy. But with Luna, Harry felt a warm familiarity, although they had just met. But that wasn't true either. He didn't know Luna. He knew her from his dreams and drawings. He had drawn in great detail her eyes, nose, and mouth. Indeed, her entire face was known to him. And yet there was still something more about this connection. He felt something deeper but elusive. Luna could barely contain her happiness. Her best friend had reached for her hand and stopped her from moving away. She considered Harry her best friend, although their friendship was based on shared dreams, since she doubted Harry remembered her from when they were infants. But she always felt that there was some kind of higher power at work bringing her Harry back into her life. It was just over 4 years ago when Luna lost her father. It had been reported by the Daily Prophet that he had been killed by a random act of violence just outside of the Ministry of Magic. Celine had told Luna that her father was getting ready to present overwhelming evidence to the Ministry on several prominent families who claimed coercion or the Imperious Curse. He had found that they had actually been hardcore supporters of the Dark Lord and had financed his war on the Wizarding World. Since his death, Luna had always felt a sense of emptiness, that is until about 2 years ago when she first felt the connection to Harry. It had been a strange occurrence. She had been thinking about the absence of her father when her thoughts turned to the absence of her first friend Harry. Of course, her mother had told her all about her and Harry as babies, but Luna had an amazing ability of memory recall, and she could see, and even to a certain extent relive the memories of her early childhood. It was on this occasion, as she lay in bed on a warm July evening, that she drifted off into her memories of her first playmate, that things happened that would change her life and fill the emptiness. As sleep overtook her, she suddenly found herself surrounded by a light mist that seemed to gently swirl around her. It seemed to be guiding her somewhere, and being an inquisitive girl by nature, she let it guide her. She had only been walking for a few minutes when she noticed a soft light up ahead. It was a pale light, very much like moonlight on a clear summer's eve. As she came closer to the light, she noticed a small silhouette coming toward her. The silhouette solidified into a small boy with dark hair and dull green eyes. Although her surroundings were blurred and out of focus, the image of the boy was much sharper. One look at the messy-haired boy, and she instantly knew who he was. She smiled at the boy in front of her, who returned a cautious and confused smile back. She had tried to speak to him, but found that sound would not leave her mouth. As suddenly as she found herself in this dream world, she was pulled out. Over the next 2 years, she would meet Harry in their dreams. Over time, this new ability became easier for them to initiate. They began to see each other in vivid color. Even their surroundings became clearer. More often than not, they would find themselves in a representation of the woods near Luna's home. Although they never spoke, they enjoyed the company and sense of peace that the other brought. It was these scenes and images that Harry began to draw in his sketch pad, and that serendipitously was the cause of his current situation. At first, he believed it to be all his imagination, but after time, he dared to let himself believe that they may be real. But a small part of him, the oppressed and downtrodden part, the part that was a result of his relatives' tender mercies, would not allow him to believe it completely. That is until the moment he saw Luna dancing amongst the trees the day his relatives left him for dead. Seeing that Harry was finally relaxing a bit, Celine asked her godson if he was hungry. As if answering her question, Harry's stomach growled loudly, causing the boy to blush with embarrassment. "Well, I guess that answers my question." Celine smiled warmly at Harry. "I'll just kip off to the kitchen and make you and Luna some breakfast then. Luna, why don't you keep Harry company while I prepare things? I'll let you know when to come down and eat," Celine said, smiling at her daughter, who was still holding Harry's hand. As Selena left the room, she could already hear Luna chatting away to Harry. If she knew Luna, she would not allow Harry to be shy and withdrawn for long. Luna did not like long silences, and would do her best to bring Harry out of his shell. A half hour later, Harry's head was spinning from the information overload Luna was giving him. Amazingly, it only took Luna about 5 minutes before she had opened Harry up and had him telling her his life story and in turn her story to him. Luna had been horrified at hearing how Harry's family had treated him. She had launched herself at him and wrapped him in a tight hug. Harry was surprised to find out from Luna that Celine was actually his godmother and how she had tried to find him for years. She had told him how their parents were good friends and that she and him had been best friends as babies. This tidbit of information brought Harry's first genuine smile since he awoke. Harry was hopeful but hesitant to believe that he may have found a loving family to take him in. So he decided to take a wait-and-see attitude. He really liked Luna, and her mother seemed nice too, and if they did take him, he did not think it a bad thing at all. Soon Celine was calling the two down for breakfast. Luna jumped off the bed and pulled Harry along with her. They descended the stairs and entered the kitchen. It was bigger than the Dursleys, but didn't appear to have any of the modern conveniences. In fact, he did not see one electrical appliance anywhere in the house. Harry was brought out of his musings as the smell of bacon and eggs assaulted his nose. Luna dragged him over to a bench and pulled him down next to her. Celine brought over several plates full of eggs, bacon, toast, and vine-ripened sliced tomatoes and a pitcher of juice. Celine then sat down opposite of Harry and Luna. "Well, tucking then?" Celine said, smiling at the pair. Luna needed no more encouragement and quickly dug into her eggs. Harry was a bit hesitant, but eventually began to eat. After the first couple of bites, and not being scolded, he began to eat like he had not eaten for days. Celine noticed this and internally frowned as she took in Harry's emaciated-looking face and body. How could any civilized person allow a child to suffer almost starvation? She raged silently. Breakfast was a quiet affair. Harry had eaten 3 full plates and now looked like he was going to be sick. His body was obviously not used to eating such quantities. "Harry, are you all right?" Celine asked in a kind, motherly way. "Yes, ma'am. I think I ate a little too much is all," the small boy stated as he held his stomach and grimaced a bit. Celine stood up and walked over to a cabinet near the stove and pulled out a small blue vial. "Here, drink this, Harry. It will make your stomach feel much better," Celine said, handing Harry the vial. He looked at it for a moment, as if deciding if it was safe or not. "It's perfectly safe, Harry. It will just ease the pain you're feeling," Celine said as she knelt in front of him. "I dare say that you're not used to eating so much." Celine gave a half smile. Harry lowered his eyes and nodded. "No, Mom. I usually only get a piece of dry toast and water for breakfast. Sometimes if there is any food left over on the plates, I'll eat that when I clean up the dishes," Harry said, embarrassedly lowering his head further. Celine was beyond angry. She had never wished ill on anyone before, but she believed this would be a case for justifiable homicide. "Harry, who were you living with, dear?" Celine asked concernedly. "My aunt, uncle, and my cousin Dudley," answered Harry. "Please don't send me back," Harry suddenly cried with real fear etching his face. Celine pulled Harry into a tight, motherly hug. His first from an adult. "I promise you, Harry, you will never have to return to that place. I'll make sure of it." Harry gave her a tight, watery smile and hoped that she would keep her word. "Luna, why don't you take Harry upstairs and show him where he can take a shower and clean up? His clothes will be waiting for him on the bed. Afterwards, we can all sit down and perhaps answer some of the questions I'm sure Harry is bound to have." Celine told her daughter. "Sure, Mum," Luna said merrily, and then grabbed Harry's hand again and pulled him back upstairs. Celine was finishing picking up the connection when she heard a voice calling to her from the fireplace in the family room. "Celine, are you there?" the voice called out. "Yes, Severus, I'm here. May I step through?" "Of course, Severus, please come through," Celine told him. Severus Snape stepped through the fireplace and into the family room. He was carrying a medium-sized carpet bag that clanged when he set it down to remove his cloak. "How is Lily's boy this morning?" the sallow-faced potions professor asked. He was understandably a little frightened when he woke up this morning, but Luna managed to calm him down and get him to open up. "He is so frail, Severus. Those relatives of his must have abused him, something terrible." Celine stated, her voice cracking as she spoke. "I thought as much when I was here yesterday. That is why I have brought some nutritional potions." They should undo most of the damage of malnutrition. He is still in those critical years of growth, so I would expect the potions to help him reach his optimum weight and height. He will need to drink the potions 3 times a day for the first month, then 1 potion a day for the next 3. By the end of the 4th month, the damage should be reversed. Severus said, pulling out a long rectangular box. The inside of the box was lined with soft blue felt and contained 90 small vials, each placed in their own individual slot. There were enough potions for the first month of treatments. When you get to the last week of vials, send word, and I will make more for the next 3 months. Severus said, Thank you, Severus. Celine stated, grateful for Severus' help. Would you care for some tea? That would be most kind of you, Celine. Thank you. Has Dumbledore discovered Harry's absence yet? Celine asked nervously. Fortunately, the headmaster is on holiday at the moment and will not be back for another 2 weeks. That should give you time enough to figure out a way to keep the boy. Severus stated flatly. He has a name, Severus. Celine scowled. I would have you use it if you please. She glared at him. Very well, Snape said silkily. I assume you do plan on keeping Harry. Snape almost sneered until he saw the stern look in Celine's eyes. Yes, I do, as a matter of fact. I'm waiting on word back from the Goblins. They're looking into the legality of my claim of guardianship. If the copy of the will I have is authenticated by the Wills and Inheritances Office, then I should receive uncontested guardianship over Harry. She declared. I don't believe Dumbledore will be very happy about this when he hears of it. Severus added, well, if everything goes as planned, this will all happen today, and then there will be nothing he can do about it. Once it is verified and approved, not even an act of the Wisengamot can overturn it. Celine stated with confidence. Plus, the Goblins are very interested in as to why the Potter will was not followed. To ignore the will of an ancient and noble family is a serious crime. So I think Albus may be getting a visit from the Potter lawyers sometime soon. As Celine and Severus continued their conversation, Harry had finished a shower and had dressed. He was now just waiting for Luna to have her shower and dress. He was waiting in a study of some sort. There was a desk and bookshelves, old-looking paper, and bird feathers and bottles of ink. He figured out that the feathers were actually used to write with after noticing ink on the tips. He sat down at the desk and pulled out a couple sheets of the old paper. He then took a feather and dipped it in the ink. An image of a young boy and girl formed in his mind, and he began to draw. The boy and girl were in a park or garden somewhere. The girl had long flowing hair and was holding a flower in the palm of her hand that seemed to be in a state between full bloom and wilted. She had an expression of excitement on her face and was showing the boy. The boy had dark hair that fell around his face. His nose was odd-shaped and hooked a little. He was looking at the girl with a knowing smile. Behind the 2 children, Harry had drawn a low hedge. Behind the hedge, he drew another girl. This one was a little older, her hair pulled back into a tight ponytail. Her face was rather longish, and she had a look of loathing that was directed at the other 2 children. Harry finished the drawing and looked carefully at it. He thought that the girl behind the hedge looked a little like his Aunt Petunia, but the other 2 children he did not recognize, but they somehow seemed familiar. Harry sighed heavily and wondered why he had these random images pop into his head. There you are, Harry, Luna said as she walked into the room, her hair still damp from her shower. Oh, that's a nice drawing of your mum and Mr. Snape, Luna remarked, looking at Harry's drawing. That's my mum, Harry asked in surprise. Luna nodded. Aha, my mum has a lot of photos of herself and your mum together when they were in school. Are you sure, Luna? Are you sure that's my mum? Harry asked excitedly. Positive. You can ask Mum to show you her photos if you want, Luna said happily. What's wrong, Harry? Luna asked, seeing her friend staring at his drawing and noticing tears beginning to form. I've never seen a picture of my mom, Harry whispered. Do you know what her name was? Harry asked hopefully. My aunt would never tell me and would get furious when I asked, Harry said mournfully. Luna was stunned. She sat down sideways on Harry's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her mom would always give her hugs when she was sad, and they always made her feel better, so she thought it would work for Harry as well. Luna looked at Harry with sympathetic eyes and said, her name was Lily. Luna said softly and with a hint of reverence. She was also my godmother. Luna added. Lily, Harry softly repeated, saying her name for the first time. brought a feeling of warmth to his heart that he had never felt before. Just saying the name filled an emptiness that had been in his heart as long as he could remember. He repeated the name several more times as he let the feeling of warmth surround him. Luna could see a new softness in Harry's face that hadn't been there just moments ago, and knew he had felt something special. Harry looked up at Luna, who was still sitting on his lap, and began to blush. Luna, seeing his discomfort, hopped up and amusedly thought to herself, "Boys. So, what was my father's name?" Harry asked excitedly. Luna smiled at his quick change of behavior before responding. "James. Ah, here they are," Celine said as Luna and Harry walked into the kitchen. Harry stopped as soon as he saw the man that was seated at the table. Immediately, he recognized the older version of the boy he had drawn just moments ago, sitting in front of him. Harry stared at the man, looking at every detail of his face. Again, he had the feeling that he knew this person somehow, but he could not recall ever meeting him before. "It's rude to stare, Mr. Potter," Snape slowly drawled. Harry was snapped out of his thoughts and quickly apologized to the older man. "Forgive me, sir, it's just what?" "Mr. Potter," Severus snarled. "Severus, behave," Celine scolded. "I'm sorry, sir, here." Harry handed Severus the drawing he had made upstairs. Severus Snape was rarely ever at a loss for words, but as he stared at the drawing in front of him, he was rendered completely speechless. He devoured the drawing. The detail was incredible. Every freckle on Lily's face was in its proper place. The scar just below his own left ear was there. It was like looking at a snapshot in time. He remembered this day as if it happened yesterday. It was the first time that he and Lily met and had begun their friendship. "Where did you get this from?" Severus asked, just above a whisper, never taking his eyes off the drawing. "Harry drew it just a few moments ago," Luna replied, looking dreamily at Harry. "You drew this pot, Harry?" Severus asked disbelievingly. I get these pictures and dreams in my head, and I just draw what I see. I didn't even know that that was my mother until Luna told me," Harry responded meekly. Severus then turned his eyes onto Harry, looking at him as if for the first time. "You've never seen a picture of your mother?" Snape asked incredulously. "No, sir. I was not ever allowed to ask or speak about my parents," Harry replied. "What?" Celine shrieked. "You mean to tell me that those foul relatives of yours never allowed you to see a picture of your parents?" "Harry didn't even know their names until I told him," Luna mentioned shyly. This time it was Severus who let out a barrage of expletives, as he described in great detail the horrible things he would do to these muggles. It took Celine grabbing Severus by the shoulders and motioning her head toward the children, who looked terrified, before he calmed down and apologized. Once everyone had calmed back down, Severus returned a more civil eye to Harry. "Harry, have you drawn any other pictures like this one?" Severus asked. "Well, not exactly like that one, but of other things. People in strange robes, a large castle, a giant with a bushy beard, things like that," Harry said. "Do you have those drawings with you?" Severus asked the son of Lily. Harry's face dropped, and his eyes sought the floor. "No, sir. My uncle destroyed my sketch pad and all my pictures." Harry sniffed back a tear. "It's all right, Harry, not to worry," Severus reassured the boy. "Tell me about these dreams. What do they look like? Are they vivid or are they hazy and undefined?" "Well, mostly they feel real, like I'm actually there. I can see and hear everything going on around me. Sometimes I think that I'm seeing someone else's memories because I don't feel like myself. I'm sorry if that doesn't sound right. And then there are times I think I'm seeing the future. I had a dream once that my uncle would crash his car into a tree, and 3 days later he did. Also, a week ago, I had a dream that I saw Luna dancing in the woods and then floating in air, and then yesterday, it came true." Harry said, frustrated that he couldn't be more specific. Severus and Celine looked at each other, both seeming to have the same thought. "Do you think Harry might be a seer or a clairvoyant, Severus?" Celine voicing what they had both been thinking. "I don't know. It is possible. Do you ever recall Lily possessing these abilities?" Severus asked. "If she did, she never told me." "Harry, can you see these things whenever you want, or do they just happen randomly?" "I don't know what randomly means, but I don't see them when I want to. They just seem to come at different times." "Well, except for Luna." "Oh, and why not with Luna?" Celine asked. "Well, I could think of Luna, and then when I close my eyes, I can see her. At least I see her in my dreams. Harry said. Will you do me a favor, Harry? Severus asked. Harry shrugged his shoulders and replied. Depends on the favor. Severus gave a half smile. At least the boy is careful about what he's being asked for, he thought. If I get you some new sketch pads and pencils, will you draw the things that you see in your dreams or visions? Sure. I guess I could do that. It's what I like to do anyway. Harry replied. Harry has Mrs. Lovegood. Celine here told you about what your parents were, and what you are, and what all of us here are. Harry looked at Severus with confusion. What do you mean, sir? Harry, your parents and Celine, and I and Luna too are magical. To be more specific, your mother and Celine and Luna are and were witches, and I and your father, and you I suspect are wizards. Harry looked at Severus, then to a nodding Celine, and then to a smiling Luna. There is no magic, Harry said flatly. My uncle and aunt told me there was no such thing, and I assure you, Harry, that magic is quite real. Snape stated, then looked over to Celine for a demonstration. Celine smiled warmly at Harry. She then removed a long, thin stick from her sleeve and waved it in the air. Avis, she spoke. 3 hummingbirds seemed to come out of her wand and fly around the kitchen, and then circled Harry's head a few times before flying out an open window. Harry sat and stared at his godmother, with his eyes wide open. Snape then produced his wand, and then turned his teacup into a ferret and into an orange, and then back to a teacup. Are you convinced now, Harry? Snape half grinned, looking at the shocked face of the small boy. For the next hour, Celine and Severus told Harry about the magical world and his family heritage. They intentionally left out any discussion of Voldemort, that they would save for another day. /N. Thanks for all the reviews on the last chapter. They have all been, for the most part, very positive. This chapter and the next will move a little slow as I lay the foundation of the story, and then it will pick up. I hope you all enjoy this chapter of Dancing with Trees. Please read and review. Chapter 4. Disclaimer. The world of Harry Potter belongs to J.K. Rowling. Chapter 4. Harry and Luna had gone outside to play on the tree swing near the house, while Celine and Severus continued discussing Harry. Luna sat in the swing, twisting the rope in knots until it couldn't twist anymore. Then picking her feet off the ground, the swing would spin around as the rope righted itself, the young witch giggling as she spun around. Harry sat Indian style on the grass in front of his blonde friend. He would smile at her antics, but beneath the smiling face, Harry was thinking about all that had happened to him and all that had been revealed to him by his godmother and Mr. Snape. He was a wizard. Magic was real. His mom and dad were magical as well and had died during a wizarding war. To the average 7-year-old, all of this would have been overwhelming. But Harry was anything but normal. His life up to this point had been one of fear and open hostility. His so-called relatives had never shown the young boy a single ounce of kindness or affection. It had been only 2 years ago that he had learned he had a name other than Freak. And now he found himself with people who treated him like a human being. Any other 7-year-old might feel some separation anxiety from everything he knew of his life up to this point. But Harry felt a sense of freedom and excitement that he had never dared to dream of before. He vowed to himself that he would never return to the Dursleys and would do everything he could to make this new family like him and want to keep him. He knew how to work hard. The Dursleys made sure of that. He could cook and clean and work in the garden. He could do a lot of things to earn his keep here at the Lovegoods. He felt if they saw how hard he could work, they would want to keep him. Learning he was a wizard was also a welcome surprise. It explained a lot about the freakishness that happened around him. Celine and Mr. Snape had made it clear that magic was a wonderful gift, not freakish or evil like his Aunt Petunia had inculcated. Learning his parents had the same ability only increased Harry's acceptance of magic. Celine had told him how close her and his mother had been and what a warm and wonderful woman she was. This had made Harry very happy to hear that his parents weren't drunken layabouts, but that his father's family was considered nobles in this world, and that the Potter name was a name that was respected in the magical world. Celine had pulled out some old photographs of his parents, including many of him and Luna when they were babies. His thoughts being brought to Luna had him wondering about the connection between him and the young witch. Neither Celine nor Mr. Snape could answer how the two became mentally connected. Celine had mentioned something called a marriage or soul bond, whatever that was could form a mental connection between people, but it took years to develop, and the two people would have to have been in close contact with each other for it to form. And Harry and Luna hadn't seen each other in a little over 5 years. No matter how it had formed, Harry was content to have it. Seeing Luna's smiling face in his dreams over the years had been a comfort to him during his times of loneliness and despair. He felt safe and warm whenever she was in his thoughts. Harry started as he felt a small hand interlacing fingers with his. He turned to see a smiling Luna looking back at him, sitting next to him on the ground. Luna had been watching Harry as he seemed to be deep in thought and looking blankly into the nothingness. She saw, or rather sensed, the mix of emotions that was racing through her friend, and wondered not for the first time how hard and lonely his life had truly been. When they touched each other's minds over the last 2 years, she could see the sadness in his green eyes and wondered what had happened in his life for that look to be placed there. After hearing from Harry exactly how his home life had been, she felt a burning deep within herself that she had never felt before. Luna had never truly felt anger or rage before. These were foreign emotions, and she had no reference to understand them. All she did know was that she did not like the way they made her feel. Luna was a loving and forgiving person by nature. Even the teasing she endured from the other children from the village never bothered her. So she was somewhat confused why she felt such a strong dislike for Harry's relatives and wanted bad things to happen to them. She felt an almost uncontrollable need to defend and protect Harry. Sitting next to him now and holding his hand seemed to intensify her feelings of protectiveness. Although not quite 7, she seemed to have an old soul and a unique intelligence that gave her insight into people and the world around her. And her insight into Harry had told her that he needed to feel loved and safe, and she felt that she and her mother could more than fulfill those two needs. Harry felt a warmth travel from his intertwined fingers that seemed to travel up his arm and then quickly enveloped his whole body. He stared at Luna, who was staring right back with a pleased look on her face. He smiled back at her and gave her a lopsided grin. "Harry," Luna began, "would you like a tour around the grounds? There's a lovely small lake close by and some neat caves. I've heard that boys like caves and exploring things," Luna stated, looking hopefully at the raven-haired boy. Sure, Luna. Do we need to tell your mom before we go?" asked Harry. Luna beamed at him. "Brilliant. We'll just run in real quick and let her know where we will be at," Luna said as she tightened her grip on Harry's hand and drug him running back to the kitchen of the modest home. "Mom," Luna called as she entered the home. "I'm taking Harry to the lake, okay?" Luna asked her mother. Celine looked at her daughter in surprise. "The lake, dear? Are you sure you want to take him there so soon?" Celine asked the bouncing young girl. "Very much so, Mum," Luna replied, her eyes sparkling. "Very well, dear. Don't be gone for too long," she replied, looking at her daughter's joyful face. "We'll be back before dinner," Luna called back over her shoulder as she was already dragging Harry back out the door. Celine stood watching out the kitchen window as she watched the children just passing into the tree line and then disappearing into the thick foliage. She was about to return to her conversation with Severus when she noticed an owl begin to descend. She stepped away from the window as the large barn owl flew in and hovered a bit over the table before it landed. Celine noticed the Gringotts medallion around the owl's neck. Immediately, the owl hopped over to Celine, who had taken her seat, and offered his left leg that had an official-looking letter tied to it. She carefully untied the letter and then offered the owl a bowl of water and some leftover bacon from breakfast, which it ate gratefully. Once fed and watered, the owl took back to the air and flew out the same window it had entered and began his long journey back to London. Celine took a deep breath as she turned the letter over and over in her hands, nervous about the goblin's reply to her inquiry into Harry's guardianship. Severus smirked at Celine's obvious hesitation to learn of the goblin's findings. "The letter isn't going to read itself, Celine." Severus smirked. Celine sent him a withering glare and then turned back to the letter. She slowly opened the envelope and slid the parchment out and unfolded it and began to read. "Mrs. Lovegood, in response to your inquiry as to the authenticity of the Potter will that was in your possession and sent to us, we find that the will in your possession is an authentic copy of the will filed by Lord and Lady Potter to this office prior to their deaths on October 31st, 1981. And Herbie certified that you were named primary guardian magical and mundane over one Hadrian James Potter. As guardian, it has been allocated by the Potter Trust that you receive 3,000 galleons a month for the care and upbringing of Hadrian James Potter, heir apparent of the noble and ancient House of Potter. This amount will increase to 5,000 a month upon said youth entering Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to cover schooling and personal expenses. Mrs. Lovegood, it has been discovered that the last will and testament of Lord and Lady Potter was never executed. Someone from your Wisingamot was able to block the will reading and its execution. We have not been able to learn who the responsible party was, but we will continue to search for answers. The Potter account is a very old account and has a most favorable status with Gringotts, and as such we shall do all within our power to learn those behind this illegal act. We have sent the proper documents and paperwork to the Inheritance and Guardianship Department in your ministry. We have used backdoor contacts to have your claim to guardianship filed. This was done at no extra cost to you to make sure that the papers were not intercepted by anyone monitoring the Potter name. You should be receiving from your ministry sometime this afternoon the official guardianship papers that proclaims you the legal guardian both in the magical and mundane world over Hadrian James Potter. You will also begin to receive quarterly financial statements for House Potter. You have also been given proxy status for all seats controlled by House Potter within the Wisingamot. House Potter currently controls 6 seats within said legislative body. Should you have any further questions or inquiries, please feel free to contact me here at the London Gringotts branch. See attached letter in regards to your rights and responsibilities as guardian and in locus parentis over the Potter heir and all Potter accounts. May your coffers grow and the blood of your enemy flow. Snaggletooth, Director, Wills and Inheritance Department, Gringotts Bank. Celine looked up from the letter with a huge grin on her face. She was about to speak when another owl landed in front of her. This time, it had a medallion with the seal of the Ministry for Magic on it. It hopped its way over to Celine and offered its leg, which had an official-looking envelope attached to its leg. Celine carefully removed the letter and immediately opened it up, ignoring the small owl, who flew out the window, ignoring the annoyed bark it made as it left. Mrs. Lovegood, congratulations on your legal guardianship status of one Hadrian James Potter. Attached to this letter is your official copy of legal guardianship. The original will be filed here at the Ministry Department of Inheritance and Guardianship, and another copy has been sent to the account manager over the Potter estate at Gringotts Bank. A list of your rights and responsibilities is attached to this letter. You are heretofore responsible for all care, schooling, monetary, political, in the case of a noble and ancient house, and legal issues in regards to your new ward until he reaches his majority or becomes an emancipated minor, at which time he will take overstated responsibilities. Once again, we offer our congratulations, Victoria Davis, Director, Inheritance and Guardianship Department, Ministry for Magic. Celine's smile only grew bigger as she stared at the official guardianship papers for Harry. He was now legally her responsibility and would never have to go back to those relatives ever again. She lifted her gaze and looked at Severus, who had been watching her read the letters. I take it that you received good news, Celine. Severus Snape smirked in a half-smile. The best, Celine stated happily. He's mine, Severus. He'll finally be where Lily wanted him to be. Her eyes misting a bit as she thought of her best friend. Well, if he is anything like his father, he is bound to be true. Severus sneered before being cut off. Finish that sentence, Severus, and I'll hex you into next week. That boy has suffered enough in his life. He is not James, Severus. He will be his own person. And so help me if you continue this childish grudge against Harry for something that was between you and James the First will make your life a living hell. Do I make myself clear, Severus Snape? Celine spat as she glared at him, daring him to speak. Severus Snape raised his hands up in surrender as he stared into the icy blue eyes of Celine Lovegood. Before the falling out with Lily occurred, Severus had become friends with Celine through her friendship with Lily. The three of them often studied together, being the top potion student in their year. Lily and Celine had both been Ravenclaws, and Severus were always competing for the #1 spot within Professor Slughorn's class. She had also turned her back on Severus that fateful day when he had insulted her and his best friend Lily. It had taken several years before she had forgiven Severus, who had sent letter after letter apologizing for his unforgivable mistake. To say they were good friends now was a stretch, but they had become friendlier to each other as the years went by. It seems I keep finding myself in the humbling position of apologizing to you, Celine. I know that holding on to this grudge is self-destructive and that Harry is not his father, although he looks just like him, except for those eyes. Lily's eyes. Severus exhaled deeply and sat back in his chair, rubbing his face in exasperation at his own selfishness. He had begged forgiveness from Celine, which was given, but he would not forgive James Potter for his trespasses against him. Maybe it was time to leave the past in the past. He realized he had an opportunity to get to know the son of Lily, the kindest and warmest soul he had ever met. If her son inherited even a measure of her personality, he would be someone worth getting to know. Celine was watching Severus closely and observed the inner fight that he was having and gave a half but sincere smile as she saw that he had come to some epiphany about Harry. I know you have no reason to allow this, Celine, but I would like to get to know Lily's son and maybe be a part of his life as much as you'll let me. Severus tentatively asked the blonde, which seated across from him. Celine stared at him for quite some time without saying a word. Severus felt that Celine was weighing and measuring his worthiness of such a request. Finally, Celine seemed to come to a decision, and Severus waited patiently for her response. Severus, if you are truly sincere about being a part of Harry's life. She paused. I think I would be okay with it. Harry will need a male figure to look up and turn to, especially as he gets older. If you're going to do this, Severus, it can't be half-heartedly. If you want to be a part of his life, then be there. Celine stated seriously, leaving no room for compromises. Will a wizard's oath be acceptable, or would my word be enough? Severus asked sincerely. Celine again stared at the potion's master. Allowing a smile to cross her lips, she offered her hand. Your word will be enough, Severus. In a rare show of emotion, Severus Snape actually smiled, and Celine noticed a few unshed tears in his black eyes. Severus reached out and shook Celine's hand, sealing his promise. Harry and Luna had been walking about a half hour when they stepped out from the canopy of trees, and Harry got his first glimpse of the small lake. The surface of the water looked like glass as the calm waters stretched out before him. The entire lake was surrounded by trees and shrubs. On the west end was a beach-like area with fine caramel-colored sand. It stretched along the western edge of the lake from north to south. The north end rose up to form 30-foot rocky cliffs. Below the cliffs appeared to be a large cave. The opening was about 8 feet high and about 20 feet wide, with the lake seeming to disappear into the dark shadows of the cave interior. To the south and east, the forest seemed to come right to the water's edge. The undergrowth was thick and looked almost impassable. Harry could make out a small island in the middle of the lake. Squinting at the small landmass, he noticed a rock formation very similar to Stonehenge, but on a much smaller scale. The vista was breathtaking, something out of a medieval storybook. Harry didn't know where to rest his eyes. He wanted to see everything at once. It was all so cool. Luna smiled at Harry's reaction to her special spot. Only those of her lineage could ever find this place. She didn't know why exactly, just that it had to do with some sort of protection. Her mom had brought her dad here before they were wed, and her grandmother had brought her grandfather here, and so was the legend that only the females could find this place and those that they brought with them. It was here, lying beneath the arches on the small islands, that she first found her connection to Harry. The whole area was saturated with magic, and it seemed to hum through Luna's body. Wonderful things always happen here. She wanted to share this with Harry, but also felt that the magic in this place called to her and asked her to bring him as well. Harry felt an odd sensation of tingling go through him as he knelt down and touched the water of the lake. The small touch set off a ripple in the water. The ripple grew and grew into larger rings as it seemed to speed its way towards the little island. Harry stood, looking out over the water, watching the ripples expand. Luna stepped next to him and grabbed his hand and looked out toward the little island as well. As the ripples seemed to collide with the little island, a golden glow seemed to spring up from the center of the stone circle and bathe the island in its warm glow. Luna had a huge smile on her face and bounced a little on her toes. It's accepted you, Harry, she squealed, holding tightly to his hand. It's accepted me? Harry asked. Yes. When I was 5, Mum brought me here to play. When I touched the water, the same thing happened to me. A golden glow, then a boat came up from the water. I got in, and it took me to the island. That was the day I first saw you in my dreams, Harry, she said excitedly. Did that happen to your mum too? Asked Harry. No. She was as surprised as I was when it happened. She had been coming here for years and had never seen anything like that happen before. It was strange. She tried to get in the boat with me, but it would not let her. At first I was scared, but then I felt peaceful-like and knew I would be okay. Just then a small, ornate boat rose from the water next to the 2 children. Harry recognized some of the symbols on the boat. As being Celtic in origin, he had seen those symbols on a BBC program about ancient Britain and Ireland. There were other symbols as well, but did not recognize them. Those are called runes, Luna told him, seeing what he was looking at. Runes? Harry asked. Ah, Mummy uses them in her work. They hold magic. I don't know how, but they last a lot longer than a normal spell does, Luna stated. So, what do we do now? Harry asked a little nervously. Why we get in, of course, Luna said, as it was only the obvious thing to do. Luna quickly stepped into the small boat and sat down primly with her knees together and her hands in her lap. Harry shrugged and then reluctantly stepped into the boat and sat next to Luna, who smiled widely at him. As soon as the 2 were seated, the boat slowly turned toward the island and started off. The island continued its warm, golden glow as the boat brought the 2 children closer and closer. It took about 10 minutes before the boat touched the edge of the island near a stone pathway that led to the stone archways. Harry exited the boat and then helped Luna out, who kept hold of his hand after stepping onto the shore. They began to move down the path when Harry stopped. He looked at Luna with a look of confusion on his face. Do you feel that? He asked. Maybe. What are you feeling? Luna asked with a knowing smile. I don't know, it's like something moving through me. It feels nice. Luna's smile was glowing as she looked at Harry. That's the magic of the island, Harry. It's welcoming you. I'm feeling the same thing. Harry smiled back at Luna before facing forward and continuing up the path to the ancient stone circle. As they got closer to the circle, Harry was sure he was seeing things out of the corner of his eyes. But they moved so fast he could not tell what it or they were. He could have sworn he saw fairies with wings and all hovering behind his stones and trees smiling at him. A small unicorn, but gold in color, galloped into a small copse of trees. Harry's mouth was agape and didn't know whether to trust his eyes or not. He was seeing all kinds of strange but wonderful-looking creatures. He looked at Luna for some help, but all she did was give him a knowing smile. There are many magical creatures here, Harry. I was so hoping that you would be able to see them, and you do, Luna said, throwing her arms around his neck. Harry blushed at the intimate act, but smiled nonetheless. But how are they real? Harry asked. Oh yes, Harry. They are as real as me and you, Luna confirmed. Luna stopped short all of a sudden as she looked toward the center archway of the stone circle, her eyes wide with shock and wonder. Harry noticed the sudden stop and looked to where Luna's gaze had fixed. Just underneath the large center archway stood a beautiful woman bathed in an ethereal glow, seemingly walking out from the arch. The glow seemed to fade as she stepped closer to them away from the arch. She was tall and thin and had very long, honey-colored hair and silvery gray eyes that reminded Harry of Luna's eyes. She was dressed in a flowing gown of emerald green. Her facial features were fine and angular. Her smile was warm and inviting as she looked over the 2 children. Harry chanced to glance over at Luna, who seemed to be as surprised as he was. I take it she is new to you, Harry whispered. Luna could only slightly nod. Finally, you 2 have come here together. I was beginning to wonder if any of my descendants would have the gift and ability to come here with their bonded. The woman spoke in a voice that was full of mirth and love. Of course, I've known about you, granddaughter, for many years now, but I was concerned you would not find your bonded and bring him here. Luna and Harry just blinked confusedly at the woman before them. They slowly turned to each other and then back to the woman. Where are my manners? The woman chuckled musically. I suppose I should introduce myself. When I lived in this realm, I was known as Aoife, Your great-great-grandmother Luna. Luna stepped forward, cocking her head to the side as she stared at the woman. Eventually finding her courage, Luna asked, "You're my great-great-grandmom? How is it that you're still alive, or are you a spirit or something?" The inquisitive blonde asked as she continued to stare unflinchingly at the older woman. "Has your mother not told you of your heritage, Luna, or has the secret been kept from you?" Aoife asked. "I know that there is a myth in the family that we are descended from the Fae. But that's only a family story, isn't it?" Luna asked, her eyes widening at the thoughts that were racing through her mind. Aoife smiled indulgently at her descendant. "You are indeed a descendant of the Fae, dearest Luna. However, you are the first in generations to show Fae traits and abilities. I knew one day that one of my descendants would be of us, and here you are." Aoife clasped her hands together in joy. "And this handsome young man is your bonded," Aoife stated as if it were a fact. "Bonded?" Harry had finally found his voice and asked the question. "Yes, dear. We of the Fae have only one that is intended for us, a mate, if you will. Sometimes it can take centuries for us to find them. It took me over 500 years before I found Luna's great-great-grandfather. I'm just so pleased that Luna found her bonded at such an early age." Aoife said, the happiness evident in her voice. "You mean Harry will be my husband?" Luna asked, blushing from head to toe. Harry's eyes shot open at the question. "Yes, dear. But we barely know each other, and we're too young." Harry stuttered. Aoife laughed sweetly. "My dear child, just because you are bonded to each other does not mean you will, how to put this delicately, have sex." Luna blurted out matter-of-factly. Harry blushed, this time an amazing shade of red. Aoife belly laughed at her granddaughter's answer. "Well, yes, Luna, it does not mean you will have to have sex. Your relationship will develop at a normal human pace. The decision to explore that side of your relationship will be completely up to you and Harry," she informed the two embarrassed children. "But how do you know we're bonded?" Harry asked. "Let me ask you this, young Harry. How do you feel when you're with Luna or holding her hand?" she asked with a knowing look. "I feel warm and safe, and—" Harry turned to look at Luna. "And loved," he whispered, staring into Luna's eyes. "And Luna, what do you feel when you're next to Harry or holding his hand?" "The same as Harry," Luna stated, staring at Harry. "Have you noticed anything special or out of the ordinary between the two of you?" The pair looked at each other, and they gasped. "The dreams!" Aoife smiled. "That is only the beginning, my children. As you spend more time together, other talents and abilities will manifest themselves. Harry, I sense in you a unique ability already. You have the sight, my child. It is only in its infancy, but it too will become stronger as you grow." "The sight?" Harry asked with confusion. "Yes, dear. You will have the ability to see what was and what is and what it could be," she stated. "So he is a seer then?" asked Luna. Aoife chuckled again. "No, dear, at least not in the ways most wizarding kind believes it to be. Harry eventually will be able to see the past and present of those he comes in contact with, or who he has a connection to. The future, though, is fluid, always moving, always changing like the currents in the sea. Harry will be able to see possibilities, but not defense," she explained. "It is also time for you to begin your training, my daughter," Aoife informed Luna. "My training?" Luna wulped. "Yes, dear. You are of the Fae. You will need to be trained in how to use your gifts as they develop. The trees have already whispered to me your ability to call the wind to you and spinning you around in the air." She looked at the small girl, knowingly raise a mirthful eyebrow. Luna sheepishly smiled as she recalled Harry, seeing her in the woods doing just that when he had found her the day his family had left him for dead. "Of course Harry will need to come as well. I suspect there is much we can teach Harry. If I'm right, there are other abilities that lay dormant within him now that are similar to our own. We will help him develop these as well," Aoife stated to the pair. "The time is growing late, my children. You should return home. Come again tomorrow, and we will talk more. Until then, children, keep what you have learned here secret. You may tell your mother Luna. She is of our kind, though. She does not have the ability. Until then, my children." Aoife stepped toward the archway that glowed with a golden hue which enveloped her, and then she was gone. Harry and Luna sat next to each other, holding hands on the boat ride back to shore. The silence was becoming too much for Luna. She had to say something to break the tension. "Harry," Luna began, looking down at her shoes. Are you angry about being bonded to me? She asked, scared at what his answer would be. Harry took a minute before he answered. You would think I would be, but actually I feel happy about it. I mean, I like you, he said, blushing. A lot, and I'm not sure what love feels like, but if it feels more wonderful than this, then I hope I feel that for you. Harry whispered as the blood rushed to his face. Luna was incandescently happy. Her first friend and her first kiss would most likely become her first love. She knew it would be a long time for them to get to the point where they would begin to show each other any real physical affection beyond hugging, but she was looking forward to the day. A/N. Thanks for all the wonderful reviews. It's the reviews that inspire me to write more. I will try and update this story once every other week, but my main focus until I finish it will be my other story, Watching Over Harry. I hope you all enjoyed the chapter. Please read and review. Chapter 5. Disclaimer. I do not own Harry Potter, just the storyline in my FIC. A/N. I'm so sorry for the long delay in getting this chapter out. I will try to be more consistent with posting a chapter every 2 weeks. I want to thank everyone who took the time to review and all of you who have taken an interest in my little story. I hope you enjoy this latest chapter. Chapter 5. Harry and Luna returned to the Rookery after their visit with Aoife. It had been a mind-numbing experience for Harry. If you had asked him just a few days ago if there was such a thing as magic, he would have given an indoctrinated reply of no. If you had asked him further if there were such things as fairies, unicorns, and other such mythological creatures, his response would have been the same and perhaps a chuckle or two. But now, all that had changed, and it was a little overwhelming to say the least. To find out that not only does magic exist, but to find out that he was magical to boot was extraordinary. Top that off with seeing an actual fairy or elf, or whatever Aoife was, he would have to ask her later, and the magical creatures that he saw on the island. It was, in a word, magical. He was stunned that he did not feel at all unsure or weird about his bond with Luna. Any normal 7-year-old would be like, ooh, girls, icky. But he felt something special whenever he looked at the young blonde. A warm tingling whenever she took his hand. It just felt right somehow. At 7, romantic love is as foreign to a child as a grown-up's appreciation of liver and onions. It's just something that isn't comprehensible. But what Harry did know was that he felt connected to Luna, and it was a wonderful feeling. It made him feel happy and wanted, and, more importantly, he could tell that Luna felt the same way about him. He also liked Celine, Mrs. Lovegood. She was very nice and caring, nothing like Aunt Petunia, but then again a spider had more motherly compassion than she did. Mr. Snape was still an unknown quantity. He got strange vibes off the dark-haired man and couldn't read whether or not he was a friend or foe. He supposed that he would have to take a wait-and-see approach. Luna, for her part, was all smiles and sunshine. She had met her great-great-grandmother. She learned of her exciting heritage and that Harry was her bonded. To her, that made for one of the best days of her short life. Everything else was just icing on the proverbial cake. It has been proven that the female of the human species can pick up on every detail and minutiae of every conversation they hear, whereas men, for the most part, only hear what they want to hear. So, it did not go unnoticed by Luna when her grandmother told her that there is always only one mate for those of the Fae, and that they would wait centuries to find the one that was intended for them. To have her state that Harry was her mate automatically closed the door on any other potential suitors in her mind. She had no doubts that she would grow to love Harry. In their short time together, she could already discern the type of boy he was and the man he could become. The seeds of a wonderful relationship had already been planted. It was now only a question of helping him achieve his potential. She also realized that she would need to be patient with Harry. This was all very new to him and most likely very confusing. He had lived with an abusive family for several years and was not used to displays of affection. But just allowing her to hold his hand she thought was a positive step. She could tell he was still quite nervous around adults. He seemed very uncomfortable around Professor Snape and still somewhat uncomfortable around her mother. But she was confident he would come around. Celine watched the two children approaching the cottage from the kitchen window. She smiled as she observed the two, holding hands, swinging them back and forth as they walked. Luna was smiling from ear to ear, and Harry seemed to have a slightly embarrassed look on his face, but she also saw the warmth in his eyes when he looked over at her daughter. Something had happened between the two youngsters, she could see it in their faces, She would have to find out what. But from what she observed, it was something positive. The two 7-year-olds found their way to the kitchen, being led by an intoxicating smell known the wide world over as a sure thing to entice children: freshly baked chocolate chip cookies. It is also the perfect cover for curious parents to get information. Cold milk and warm, gooey cookies, a precursor to varieties serum and used by parents across the globe. So, how was your afternoon? Celine asked sweetly as she handed the pair the chocolatey ambrosia. It was wonderful. Luna beamed, her mouth full of warm cookie. We had such an interesting time. Oh, Celine asked. Mom. Luna responded, licking her fingers and grabbing another cookie. I took Harry to the lake, and you'll never guess. The water responded to him and called the boat. Really? Celine asked, surprised. The boat had never come for her when she touched the water. It had only ever happened for Luna. So, what happened next? Celine asked, genuinely intrigued. Well, the boat took us to the island, and as we got closer, we noticed a golden glow that had never happened before. Luna added, her head cocked a little to the side. Anyway, we get to the island, and this beautiful woman appears out of the large stone archway. Woman? What woman? Celine asked worriedly, wondering if her two children had been in any kind of danger. Aoife. Luna replied. She said she was my great-great-grandmother. She was ever so nice and told us lots of things. Luna added, remembering with a grin and a blush what she had told her about Harry and herself. Celine sat stunned for a moment. Could it really have been Aoife? Of course, she knew the story of her ancestor well, having been told by her mother and grandmother before her. The story of the beautiful fairy who had fallen in love with a mortal wizard. She had disappeared when Celine's mother had been a little girl soon after the death of her great-grandfather. No one knew where she had gone, except that she had walked in the direction of the special lake that only the women of her family could find, and disappeared. Can you tell me what she looks like, sweetie? Celine asked her daughter. Oh yes, she was very beautiful with honey-colored hair longer than mine. Luna began. Her eyes were silver like mine, and she was tall and thin. Her face was elfish-looking, and her voice was musical when she spoke. Luna finished, then took a gulp of her milk. Oh my! Celine stated, getting up from her chair and pacing around the kitchen. Luna's description matched her grandmother's description of her mother, Aoife, precisely. It had to be her, she finally concluded. So, what did your grandmother Aoife say? Well, Luna began, sitting up straighter in her chair with a studious look on her face. She told me I was of the Fae and had been the first of her descendants to have the abilities of her people. Luna paused for a moment, looking at her mother. She also said that you're of the Fae as well, but did not inherit their powers. But that we could tell you our secrets as long as you didn't tell anyone else. I see. And why was Harry permitted on the island? I don't believe the Potters or Lily's family were of the Fae. Celine asked, looking over at the raven-haired boy who was beginning to blush. Oh, that's because he's my mate, Luna said with a pleased look in her eyes. What do you mean by mate, Luna Marie? Yes, Grandmom explained that the Fae only ever have one mate and that a bond forms between them, and that I was lucky to find mine at such an early age. Did you know it took her 500 years to find great-great-granddad? Luna stated, her smile returning. Celine gaped at her daughter, her eyes blinking rapidly in astonishment. She looked at Harry, who was blushing spectacularly. He shrugged at Celine and gave her a lopsided grin. Well, she thought, it seems Zeno and James will get their wish of a union between the two after all. Harry, dear, do you know what this means? Celine asked. After all, he had not been raised in the wizarding world, and she was sure this was a bit confusing for him. I think so. Harry began. I think it means that one day Luna and I will be married. Well, yes, Celine said slowly, debating on whether to tell Harry what a magical bond between two people really consisted of, and its nature to draw the two closer and closer together as time passed. In her time as an unspeakable, she had studied magical bonds between people extensively. It was not very common at all. In fact, only 6 bonded couples had been identified in the last 300 years. Her great-grandparents had been one of them. They were the reason she studied the phenomenon in the first place. Furthermore, those who had bonded tended to be more powerful magically, and that eventually the two individuals became physically and mentally linked. All the known couples had died within days of their spouse's death, a side effect of the bond. That is why she believed that Aoife had died soon after her great-grandfather. But Aoife was of the Fae, and maybe the bond worked a little differently with her kind. Harry, would you mind if I performed a small spell on you and Luna? You won't feel a thing. It's completely harmless. Celine stated quickly, seeing the look of panic surfacing on Harry's face. What will it do? Harry asked with trepidation. Basically, it will tell me if there is any special link between you and Luna. Nothing scary, I promise. She reassured the young boy. Harry agreed with some apprehension, but he figured she had been nice so far and she was Luna's mom. Celine smiled warmly at Harry. She pulled out her wand and began to move her wand in slow, intricate patterns around Harry, and then Luna. She was muttering something, but her voice was so soft that he couldn't make it out. She finished the incantation and let out a surprised eep at what she saw. She beheld rays of light, not unlike rays of sunshine, flowing slowly back and forth between the two children in gentle waves. It was like watching the tide roll in and out. It was slow and gentle, but very faint, but that there was any kind of connection at all surprised the unspeakable. The process of their bond had already begun. It was a little disconcerting for Celine. In all her studies of the known bonded couples, they had all been well past their majority when the bonding process had begun, and they had been married to or around the person for several years. She was actually seeing something that had never been seen or documented before, and it worried her a bit. Celine hadn't realized that she had not said a word in several minutes until Luna spoke up asking her mother if she was okay. Fina dia, came the reply. I was just a little surprised is all. Celine responded. Is everything okay, Mrs. Lovegood? Are Luna and I okay? A nervous Harry asked. Please call me Auntie Celine, Harry. And yes, everything is fine. The two 7-year-olds continued to look at Celine expectantly. With a heavy sigh, she decided to be honest with the two children. Harry, Celine began. I know this may be a personal question, but how do you feel about Luna? And what are your thoughts on what Aoife said about you and her being bonded to each other? Celine asked, blushing nearly as bad as Harry had earlier. I like Luna a lot. I don't know, like she is somehow important to me, like I've known her my whole life and don't want to be taken away from her. Harry finished with watery eyes, his voice hitching a bit as he looked at the blonde girl with emotion-filled eyes. Luna sat next to him and took his hand in hers, that familiar warm feeling washing over both of them. She smiled tenderly at him and then focused back on her mother. Celine was surprised at the level of maturity in Harry's response. He was 7 years old for Merlin's sake. 7-year-olds don't think that a way about other children, especially one of the opposite sex. Yet she heard the conviction in his voice and saw the depth of emotion in his eyes. She could tell that in just a short amount of time, he had come to care for Luna deeply and could tell by the look in her daughter's eyes that she saw Harry in the same light. Harry, Luna, this bond that your grandmom Aoife mentioned, well, it's complicated. You were partly right when you said that one day you and Luna would be married. But it's more than that. You've already begun to bond to each other and… Oh, I know. Luna stated, interrupting her mother. Great-grandmom already told us. The dreams that Harry and I share are a part of the bond. She said it will become stronger as we grow, and we will develop other abilities as we grow older as well. Luna shared. Oh, well, so you know that you will become more in tune with one another then. I guess so, Luna said, not quite understanding the phrase. Great. Grandmom said that she will be teaching Harry and me how to develop our abilities and our bond. Luna finished. Well, that's good, sweetheart. Celine stated, smiling warmly at the two children. Oh, I almost completely forgot. Celine stated excitedly, looking at Harry. I have some wonderful news, Harry. Well, I hope you will find it wonderful. Celine beamed. What is it, Annie? Harry asked, amused by Celine's excitement. I am officially your guardian, Harry. I just received word today that I am your one and only legal guardian in the Muggle world, as well as the magical. Celine gushed. Harry sat there perplexed for a minute until he began to realize what this meant. So, I won't have to go back to the Dursleys? Harry asked, cautiously, hoping against hope it was true. No, dear, you will never set foot in their doorway, ever again. Celine smiled. Ever? Harry asked. Ever. Celine beamed at the young boy whose face was beginning to light up with happiness. This will be your home now, if you're okay with it? Unexpectedly, Harry jumped from his seat and launched himself into his godmother's arms and began to weep. I would love to live here with you and Luna. Celine held the boy tightly as he cried joyful tears into her shoulder. Luna was smiling as well. Her eyes were moist at watching the scene before her. Now, you two run along and play while I start on dinner. Severus will be joining us tonight. Oh, and Harry, I believe he is bringing something special for you. Celine hinted with a smile. Severus Snape was making his way through the twists and turns of Diagon Alley, hardly aware of the people and shops as he passed them. His mind was a flurry of thoughts and memories, of past decisions and the consequences they brought. His mind was confused, his soul was anguished, and his heart felt tight within his chest. He had been feeling this way ever since the appearance of Lily's son. Harry, what was it that brought him to this state? The most feared Hogwarts professor in recent memory was being turned upside down by the memory of Lily Evans and her orphan son. Why should he even care about the whelp? He was no relation of his. True, he had been in love with Lily Evans, and if it wasn't for his own arrogance and stupidity, it might have been him that curried her favor and love and affection of his only true friend. But, alas, he had destroyed that hope with a muttered word spoken in anger, mud-blood. How he wished that he could have turned back time and not spoken the foul word. Harry might have been his son. Errard! Severus shook his head in disgust. Furious with himself, he did not let emotions control him. He had been a Slytherin after all. A Slytherin never showed emotion. Never give the enemy a weapon they could use against you. That was a lesson he had learned even before attending Hogwarts. Severus Snape had grown up in an abusive home. His father, a Muggle, had never shown Severus the slightest bit of affection. Oh, he gave him attention. However, the attention came in the form of slaps, punches, and kicks. Then there was the constant verbal abuse. He had been called a freak more times than he could count. He was called worthless and unnatural and made to feel inferior in all things. The only thing that made his life at all bearable was the motherly affection from his mom of pure blood, which named Eileen Prince, that had fallen in love with his father Tobias Snape. She had been disowned by her family when she had married him. It wasn't until almost a year later that his mother saw the real Tobias Snape. He drank in excess and was a controlling and abusive bastard. She had attempted to leave her husband and reconcile with her family after she became pregnant, wanting a better life for her child. But her family wanted nothing to do with her, claiming she was sullied by the Muggle and her child carried his filthy Muggle blood. Not having any skills to aid her in the Muggle world, she reluctantly stayed with Tobias, whose abuse became steadily worse as the years went by. When Severus was born, he became her only source of happiness and joy. When Tobias began to turn his abusive nature onto the young Snape, she was able to shield him somewhat by pleading with her husband to take out his frustrations on her. This worked for a while until the beatings became so severe that Snape's mother would fall unconscious, and then Tobias would turn his unfulfilled aggression onto him. His bouts of accidental magic had been the only thing to save him at times. As the older male, Snape would be sent flying into a wall, or the younger Snape all of a sudden disappearing with a pop. Snape hated his father and hated his life. On a day that he had escaped from the home in an effort to escape a beating after his mother had been knocked, is when he found a pretty red-headed girl performing accidental magic. He had known from an early age that he was a wizard. His mother had told him all about the wizarding world and magic. He eagerly awaited for the day that he would receive his Hogwarts letter and be free of his father, at least temporarily. He had shyly approached the young witch-to-be and struck up a conversation. She was very kind and pleasant to talk to. The two 10-year-olds became fast friends, and by the time they received their letters had become best friends. The first couple of years their friendship had grown, and he had grown to love the pretty redhead, and he was sure that she was beginning to feel something for him as well. But then one day his fellow housemates began to question his loyalty to their house by associating with a mudblood. He slowly began to distance himself from Lily, who was hurt and confused to why her best friend began to pull away from her. She saw how Severus' housemates were influencing her best friend and tried to get him to see reason and turn away from their dark leanings. But because of fear of his housemates or his hate of his Muggle father being transferred onto all Muggles, he did not listen to her. It was during her 6th year that everything had come to its ugly conclusion. Lily had begun to date James Potter, who had been pursuing her since their first year. She had never given the prankster the time of day, seeing him as a bully and a pure-blood prima donna. But during their 5th year, he had made an effort to change, and by the middle of their 6th year, had indeed proven to her that he had changed and was ready to be serious about a real relationship with her. Eventually, she had fallen in love with the Potter heir. Seeing that Lily had now taken up with his most bitter rival, he saw her as a traitor to their friendship. So out of anger and petty jealousy, he called her a worthless mudblood in the school courtyard when she had come to his defense. The look in her eyes that day still haunts his memory. The betrayal and hurt were so obvious, yet he did nothing to try and take back those words. He merely stalked off, regret filling his heart the moment he did. He would spend the rest of his life wondering what if he had listened to Lily, what if their friendship had continued to grow and strengthen? Would it have been him that would have won her heart and be the father of her children? Was it this last thought, he wondered, that brought him to Diagon Alley? He had bought several art pads and utensils for the small boy, paints and charcoal, pencils and brushes. Could Harry have been his? Or maybe he was just seeking redemption of a sort. Since that day that he received a frantic flu call in the hospital wing from Celine Lovegood and saw the dark-haired boy, his mind was a jumble of emotions. He knew immediately who the boy was. How could he not? He saw that face for 7 years while he was a student at Hogwarts. That was the face of his tormentor, the face of the one who stole Lily, his greatest rival, the arrogant, perfect James Potter. He wanted to hate the boy for reminding him of what he had suffered through and for what he had lost. He wanted to exact all the revenge onto the small boy, the revenge that he had been denied in his youth. But as he looked down on the small boy and saw the evidence of abuse, the marks on his back and legs, the look of a child who had been starved, and then there were his eyes, Lily's eyes, but they lacked the sparkle and warmth that Lily's had. In their place was fear and defeat. He had been broken. His relatives had stolen the life that should be in them. This was not James Potter. This was not a spoiled and pampered child. This was a child like unto himself. And there was a connection of sorts, a common thread that they both shared. They had both suffered at the hands of those who should have loved and protected them. Severus began to see in Harry echoes of his own childhood. The pain from his early years had twisted Severus into becoming something that he loathed to look at in the mirror. He did not want this for Lily's son, not Lily's son. With quiet resolution, he vowed to protect the son of his first love and give him whatever he needed to become the man that Lily would have wanted him to become, and the man that Severus himself wanted to be. With his newfound resolve, he entered the leaky cauldron and made his way to the flue. Tossing in some flue powder, he called out the rookery. He had a dinner appointment to get to and a young boy he wanted to get to know better. A/N. Thanks for reading. So a little more background on Severus and why he will not be the evil git we have all come to know and love to hate. Fair warning, this FIC will have Severus becoming a father figure to Harry. So if you're a Snape hater, you can just, well, I hope you still read and give it a chance. Also, I know that Harry and Luna seem to act older than their age. I qualify this with Harry because children raised in an abusive environment tend to grow up much faster, speaking from experience, unfortunately. And Luna, having no real friends except her mother to talk to, tends to relate better and thinks more maturely than others her age. Please read and review. Your reviews always inspire me to write more. Chapter 6. Disclaimer. Harry Potter is not mine, yada yada yada. A/N. Thanks to all who have reviewed and taken the time to leave comments. They truly inspire me to keep writing. Chapter 6. The scene at the rookery was one of simple domestic tranquility. The sun was sinking in the distant horizon and was now draping the landscape in warm orange and magenta colors. A slight breeze flowed through the meadow and the ancient forest that surrounded the simple Lovegood home, offering its cool temperatures from the heat of the day. The many species of birds were beginning to nest down for the evening, while their avian cousins the owls were just stirring, readying themselves for a night of hunting. The other woodland creatures were also beginning to stir and move from their places of refuge that kept them protected and out of sight during the day. The sacred night always offered sanctuary and anonymity to all creatures who wanted to be hidden away from the molestation of others. It had been thus since the dawn of time. Night was also the time when magic permeated the air, at least within the ancient forest that surrounded the rockery. In centuries past, the Blessed Night was much more active as witches, wizards, and druids celebrated the coming and going of the seasons and the various holy days and holy nights. The Christianization of Great Britain and Ireland had driven the practices almost to extinction. Fairies, sprites, goblins, and all manner of magical creature were forced into hiding as the demonization of all things magical reached fanatical levels. Fairy circles were destroyed, pagan altars and religious sites were leveled. Ancient and magical forests were hewn down as the population of non-magicals on the island grew. Only a few such places where magic and magical creatures still exist were saved. A combined effort between wizarding kind and the Fae was what in the end saved the last remaining few. Lost to myth were the ancient pacts that guaranteed equality for all magical creatures. In return for that equality, the Fae would continue to protect and watch over the remaining sacred places. But wizarding kind long ago had broken that pact, enslaving the earth elves that they now call house elves. They have hunted the unicorn and the dragon for their potions and black rituals. They have brought war upon the goblin nations and have tried to enslave the centaur, allowing them few places to live and restricting their movements. The gentle and human-like forest pixies were nearly wiped out when it was learned that their ground-up wings could turn back time in small amounts. The activating ingredient in the sand found in time turners were the dried and ground to powder wings of forest pixies. The Fae remained as guardians despite the treachery of wizard kind. They had nowhere else they could go, no other safe haven to run to. So it was decided in the councils of the Fae that they would hide themselves from those who had betrayed them. Eventually, the existence of the Fae had also turned to myth, and only a few magical families still knew of their existence, and it was a closely held secret. That secret was handed down through the female lineage of Luna Lovegood until it was revealed to her. Luna was unique in that she inherited not only the magic from her father's lineage, but the abilities of the Fae from her mother's. There had only ever been a few successful unions of wizards and Fae that produced offspring with both heritages. Merlin was thought to have been born of such a union, lending to his unique abilities and his unnaturally long life. Aoife knew that Luna was destined for great things, and if her observations of Harry, her bonded mate, were accurate, he too had a greatness about him, as well as a surprising heritage, and together they were destined to bring about marvelous changes to the magical world or great destruction. The power that she foresaw in the two children was staggering, and together they would become a true force of nature. Aoife knew she had to be careful in their training and instill in them a sense of purpose. She would teach them to respect all life, show them how all things were connected. She would teach them true magics, the healing arts, mind magics, and elemental manipulation, among others. Harry Potter had now been with the Lovegoods for nearly 3 weeks. During that time, he and Luna had visited Aoife almost every day from sunup to sundown. The first few days, Aoife had explained to the two children about the bond that had formed between them and how it would affect them. There were many benefits that the bond offered, but it also had its drawbacks as well. She explained that the bond would take several years to mature and finally settle. The bond offered a sharing of thought and a connection to each other's subconscious. A sharing of magical abilities could occur depending on the strength of their bond. Luna's ability to dream shift or to enter someone's dreams had already begun to manifest itself within Harry. They could not yet manipulate the dreams, at least very much, but it was something that Aoife warned them about. Dreams can be a powerful medium to influence others. Aoife had warned, to create a blissful dream or a hellish nightmare would one day be within your power, my children. I ask you to be mindful of this ability and not abuse it. Aoife strongly counseled the pair. Harry and Luna promised the woodland fairy. Harry had learned that they would be careful. Today, Harry and Luna would be learning how to read auras and discern someone's intentions by the colors and patterns they saw within their unique aura. The two children sat cross-legged on the soft, mossy ground of Aoife's island. their undivided attention completely focused on the beautiful immortal. Every living creature has a life force. Aoife began. That force or energy flows from every cell of their body. Life itself creates it. Some will call it their spirit or spiritual essence, given to them by some greater power. Others of not so ethereal beliefs will call it electrical and/or chemical impulses. But regardless of their individual beliefs, those impulses or energy gives off a distinct vibration that causes an aura to manifest itself. Do you follow so far? She asked the small children. They both nodded their heads in understanding. Aoife smiled at the bonded pair and continued. Now, as I have said, every living thing gives off an aura. And through the aura we can learn a lot about a person or creature, such as if they are kind, hateful, happy, or untrustworthy. We determine this by the color or colors their individual aura is resonating. But not just color, the hue is important, the intensity or lack thereof, even the way it flows. Does it flow effortlessly or does it seem hindered? It will take some time to learn all the nuances of reading an aura. So, I will begin by teaching you to recognize the most common of colors and patterns and what they mean. Harry nervously raised his hand in the air to ask a question. Aoife chuckled at the polite boy. Harry, you don't have to raise your hand if you have a question. This is a very informal teaching environment. Aoife stated congenially. Harry blushed a bit, but asked the question that had been bothering him. Grandmother, for that is what Aoife had asked the two children to call her. I can't see auras, let alone colors. Harry stated with resignation in his voice. Perhaps I should leave while you teach Luna. I'm not as gifted as she is. Harry frowned. Nonsense, child, Aoife said matter-of-factly. I see you, young Harry. I see the potential within you, and I can see the abilities within you that are waiting to spring forth. And they will spring forth, some sooner than others, but they will come forth. She gently lifted Harry's chin to look into her eyes. Within you, Harry, I see magical potential that has not been seen in wizarding kind in millennia. You will become a great wizard, Harry, and I foresee many great wizards coming from your bloodline. Aoife cast a quick glance at Luna and gave her a quick wink before returning to look at Harry. All you need, sweet boy, is an open mind and a willingness to learn, and you will be surprised at how gifted you truly are. Aoife smiled warmly at the young boy. Harry nodded and sat back down next to Luna, who immediately grabbed his hand and gave it a warm squeeze. Let's start then. Harry, I want you to turn and face Luna. Now look at Luna and tell me what you see. You see Luna? Harry asked, a little unsure as to what he was supposed to see. Aoife chuckled. Well, yes, but I want you to really look at her, and yet at the same time look through her, around her, and within her. Let your magic be your guide. Focus it on the essence of Luna. Harry continued to struggle with the concept and was beginning to think he would never be able to get it. But Aoife was patient and continued to encourage him. Luna also continued to encourage him and would tell him how sure she was that he would get it. Harry had been working at it for almost 2 straight hours and was quickly tiring. Harry brought his hands up to his eyes, rubbing, then in slight frustration and slight fatigue. He dropped his hands back into his lap, his eyes half closed and unfocused. He lifted his head, his eyes still unfocused, and relaxed, not staring at anything in particular. He turned toward Luna, and then he saw it. It was a slight rosy color with a hint of light green. But as soon as he tried to focus on what he had seen, it was gone. I saw something, he blurted out. But it disappeared, he cried out in frustration. Aoife was smiling widely as she placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. What did you see, Harry? She asked softly. It looked like a halo of pink and maybe green around Luna's head and shoulders. Harry said, trying to describe what he saw. Good. That's wonderful, Harry. Aoife congratulated him. But I lost it. I can't see it anymore. Harry whined. Relax, Harry. You'll find it again. Just repeat what you did before, and it will come back to you. Try again. Aoife gently encouraged. Okay, Harry said to himself. What did I do that was different? Well, I rubbed my eyes. Oh, that's just stupid. I rub my eyes all the time, and I've never seen auras before. Then what? Well, I really wasn't trying to see anything. I just relaxed my eyes and looked at Luna. Harry faced Luna once more, the blonde giving him an encouraging smile, her eyes twinkling merrily. He took a deep breath, trying to clear his thoughts. He allowed his facial features to slacken and relaxed the muscles around his eyes. Slowly his eyelids opened, and before him was the most beautiful display of color he had ever seen. Luna glow. A mild green color seemed to glow and lay just above her skin, encompassing her whole body. Above the green, a vibrant pink surrounded her in its warmth. Harry sensed a feeling of joy and happiness. Other colors seemed to dance around her as well. Golds and warm yellows swirled around the edges of the pink hue. It was breathtaking. Luna almost began to giggle as she watched the expression on Harry's face. His eyes seemed to glaze over, and he had a kind of vacant expression on his face. His head would tilt from side to side, as if he were seeing something only visible to him. "Beautiful," he whispered in awe. Luna blushed a bit as Harry continued to look at her. A gentle hand on Harry's shoulder shook him out of his trance. He blinked hard several times, his eyes screaming for moisture. Harry then was able to focus his eyes on the smiling face of Aoife. "Well done, Harry," she said with obvious pride in her voice. "You figured out how to do it all on your own. I knew you could do it," she stated. Harry could only smile at his teacher, his excitement ready to burst from his body. The lesson soon continued as Luna took her turn. Luna seemed to be a natural at seeing auras, as it took her merely moments to see Harry's. Harry's aura had gold and purple of various hues that stood out prominently above an aura of pure white that hovered just above his skin like the green around Luna's. Luna also saw what appeared to be a faint shaded aura that did seem to fit with his aura's natural flow, but seemed to move to its own rhythm and flow. Luna asked Aoife about the white aura, but the ancient fairy would only give an enigmatic smile and not answer. When asked about the shaded aura, Aoife's face tightened. "It is not of Harry, but something foreign that has leached onto him. I will have to bring this up to the other elders to see if anything can be done about it," Aoife stated, but smiled at the two reassuringly. Luna and Harry learned that the first color you see, or the closest to the skin, will tell you the dominant species that you are. Aoife explained that the mild green that surrounded Luna identified her as of the Fae. Aoife herself had a very bright and defined green aura surrounding her skin. Most wizards and witches had a distinct orange hue around their skin, and muggles had a very pale orange. This left Luna and Harry quite puzzled. If Harry's aura was white, what did that make him? Again, Aoife offered no explanation except that one day it would be revealed to him. The two 7-year-olds spent the rest of their day discovering the vast number of auras that surrounded them. They were taught the differences between the auras of animals and plants. They learned the difference in auras between the fairies, dryads, and pixies, and those of the unicorns, hippogriffs, and many other creatures, magical and mundane. By the end of the day, Harry and Luna had a good grasp on recognizing auras and could see them now without much difficulty. They learned that when someone is doing something against their nature or will, the aura would appear to fight against itself. The flow would appear disrupted. Also, if someone meant you harm or intentionally tried to mislead you, the aura would darken and the natural flow would slow and appear thick in consistency. Not the light, free, flowing energy that a normal aura would have. Aoife counseled them that it would take years for them to grasp and learn everything there was to know about reading auras, but that with the basic foundation laid, they would progress rapidly. Severus Snape had become a regular guest at the Lovegoods. He would regale Harry with stories of his mother's childhood and youth spent at Hogwarts. Harry had learned that his mother had been an exceptionally gifted witch who made friends easily. She had a heart with room for everyone, and how she was able to see something special in everyone she met and would bring out the best in that person. He learned that she had become head girl and his father had become head boy. Begrudgingly, Severus did tell stories about his father and his group of friends. He tried not to come across as spiteful, but Harry could tell that Severus and his father had not been friends and that there was a negative history between them. Nevertheless, Harry was grateful for any memory of his father, and Severus tried at least to speak civilly of James Potter. Severus was astonished at Harry's quick and perceptive mind and his aptitude to learn new things. Harry was also very inquisitive about Severus' job as potions master at Hogwarts and had asked Severus many astute questions about potion making. Harry was proving to be as exceptional as his mother, who also had a talent for potion making. He had assisted Severus in making the nutrient potions he was taking to aid in his recovery from years of neglect by the Dursleys. Harry had shown he was an apt pupil and did not require much guidance after Severus had given him initial instructions on how to prepare the ingredients. In a short amount of time, Harry was seeing Severus more and more as a father figure, and to Severus' utter amazement, he was finding he enjoyed spending time with the green-eyed boy. Celine was also enjoying the visits. She and Severus would stay up late chatting after Harry and Luna had gone off to bed. The sparks of a comfortable relationship between the two began to spring into life, but neither was under any illusion that something more might later develop. They were both guarded and private people, and they both would take a wait-and-see approach to see where this friendship might lead. Harry had been excited to receive the art supplies from Severus. The quality of the paper and utensils were greater than anything Harry had before. That very evening, when Severus had gifted the art supplies to Harry, and they had spoken about his mother, he had seen an image of his mother, and Severus come to his mind. In a flurry of motion, Harry began to draw the image he had seen. The detail and color of the images he was drawing were incredibly lifelike and amazed Celine and Severus. Once finished, Harry showed the finished drawing to the others. Celine gasped, her hand covering her mouth, slightly trembling, her eyes beginning to fill with unshed tears. Severus was frozen in place, exerting every last bit of his control not to sob in front of the others. The image depicted 3 people, 2 girls and 1 boy. One girl had long blonde hair that fell in ringlets over her left shoulder in front of her. Her eyes were a bright, expressive silver. The boy had medium-length, straight black hair that obscured half of his face and shiny, beetle black eyes. The other girl, who was between the other 2 with her arms linked with the arms of the other 2, had long, vibrant red hair and the most startling green eyes. The trio were all wearing Hogwarts robes and appeared to be about 12 or 13 years of age. They each were smiling happily and their eyes full of joy. Behind them was a scarlet steam engine with smoke and steam billowing out of it and surrounding it like low, flying clouds. There were shadows and outlines of other people walking around the platform next to the steam engine. To both Celine and Severus, it was like a snapshot into their past. They both recognized themselves and Lily. This was how they looked as they were about to begin their second year at Hogwarts. Harry, seeing the reaction of the 2 adults, began to worry that he somehow offended them and began to apologize for the drawing. It was Harry's heart-wrenching apologies that woke the 2 adults from their reminiscing. Celine fell out of her chair and scooped Harry up in a tight hug as a few stray tears landed on Harry's cheek. "Harry," Celine began, her words soft and emotion-filled. "It is a wonderful, wonderful drawing," she breathed. "Then why are you crying?" Harry asked, confused. "Because, my sweet boy." Celine paused, taking a deep breath and then exhaling quickly. "You brought back to our memories a piece of our lives," she said, looking and nodding at Severus and then back to Harry. "That was so very special. Your mother was my and Severus' best friend, and seeing this wonderful life-like picture is just overwhelming." All Severus could do was nod at Celine's comments, too afraid that he would lose all composure if he opened his mouth to speak. "Then you like it?" Harry asked innocently. Celine nodded fervently. "Oh my, yes, Harry. We like it very much," Celine said, then hugged him tightly to her again. "You have a remarkable gift, Harry," Severus quietly said, speaking for the first time. I thank you, Harry," Severus hoarsely stated before getting up quickly and making his way to the kitchen. Luna noticed a single tear streaking down the side of his face as he walked by her. "How did you do this, Harry?" Celine asked the young boy. "Is it like a vision or a memory? How is it you can see something that happened before you were ever born?" Celine asked warmly. Harry looked at her and just shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know, really," Harry began. "Just sometimes I'll be thinking about something or listening to something, and I just see things." Harry looked down at his hands and his lap, his face scrunched up in thought. "With Uncle Severus, it was when he was telling me stories about Mom, when the images kind of came into my head. I remember thinking about the friendship you and Uncle Sev had with Mom, and then all of a sudden I was standing on this train platform looking at the three of you. That's when I just started drawing." Harry finished shrugging his shoulders again. Celine smiled and ruffled Harry's hair, and then kissed him on the forehead. "You truly have an amazing gift, Harry. Well, we'll need a nice frame for that drawing of yours, and we'll hang it here in the family room. What do you think?" Celine asked the raven-haired boy, who smiled widely. "That would be brilliant," Harry replied, earnestly feeling relieved that he had not offended his godmother, or Severus. Celine approached the stoic-looking Severus, who was gazing unseeingly through the kitchen window. She gently placed a hand on his shoulder. He started but then immediately relaxed. "The detail was amazing, wasn't it?" Severus said without turning to look at Celine. "It truly was," Celine answered, sighing heavily. She stood next to Severus and began to gaze out the same window. Neither spoke for the next few minutes, each lost in their own thoughts and memories. Severus finally broke the silence. "I remember that day." Severus began, speaking just above a whisper. "I hadn't been able to see Lily much during that summer. When we saw each other on the platform, she threw her arms around my neck and gave me the tightest hug. She then whispered in my ear how much she missed me." A stray tear fell down Severus' face, as the powerful emotion surrounding the memory was too much to contain it. "It was the first time that I had ever been hugged," Severus said, his voice strained. "I never wanted to let her go. I just wanted to hold her to me. I can still smell the scent of the strawberry shampoo she used." Celine slid her arm through Severus and leaned her head on his shoulder and hugged his arm to her. "She was an amazing person," Celine spoke softly. "I see a lot of her in Harry. He has such a sweet and caring nature." Severus could only nod in response. The two adults remained quiet for the next hour. They simply used each other's presence as a means of comfort, as they each continued to reminisce about their mutual friend. /n. No action here. Still basically trying to lay the foundation and direction of the story. I do hope you enjoyed the interaction between Celine and Snape. Theirs will be a slowly developing relationship, but I'm trying to lay the groundwork so it won't seem forced or awkward. Please read and review. Any suggestions or ideas are always welcome. No flames, please. Have a great weekend. Chapter 7. Disclaimer. I do not own Harry Potter. I just play in the world that J.K. created. /n. Thanks for all the reviews from the last chapter. This is a short chapter, but it sets up the next two that will be much longer. I hope you enjoy. Chapter 7. A barely audible pop disturbed the peaceful night as a strange sight suddenly appeared outside the main gates that lead to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. An elderly man with long gray hair reaching below his waist and an equally long beard began to make his way up to the ancient school. The man was dressed in a pair of fluorescent orange and green Bermuda shorts, flip-flops, and a short-sleeved, obnoxiously bright, flower-patterned buttoned-up shirt. His long hair was pulled into a low ponytail. Resting on top of his head was a pair of designer sunglasses. If one were close enough to him, they would be able to discern an odor of coconut and rum. This haphazardly dressed man was none other than the headmaster of the most prestigious wizarding school in Great Britain and possibly all of Europe, Albus Dumbledore. The century-old headmaster had just returned from his 3-week vacation from the French Riviera. He was in a rather good mood. He had an enjoyable time at the vacation home called Marauder's Roost. This beautiful villa belonged to the Potter family, but the last remaining member of the family was just a boy and knew nothing of his family's wealth or assets and would most likely never know of them. For the Potter boy had a destiny to fulfill, and that destiny would require the boy to sacrifice his life for the greater good and, most likely before the boy ever reached his majority. So there was no harm in taking advantage of the boy's wealth. He would not need it anyway, and it would all become Dumbledore's anyway once the boy turned 11. At 11, the boy would have to have a magical guardian as he re-entered the wizarding world, and since the Potter will was sealed, conveniently by him, no one would know to notify the intended guardians. Well, not that it mattered much. One of the listed guardians was in Azkaban and could not take the boy in any case. The other, however, if she were to have knowledge of her right to take Harry, could be problematic, but being who he was, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, defeater of Grindelwald, and head of the Wisegamot, he was confident that he could persuade and/or intimidate the woman into relinquishing her claim over the boy to him. He needed to be the only influence in young Harry's life if he were to mold him into the tool that he needed him to be. He would control who the boy associated with, what he was to learn in school. He needed him malleable and somewhat isolated, but dependent on him to have the greatest influence over him. He needed to be seen as Harry's hero and mentor. Part of his plan to control the boy was to make sure he associated with people that were loyal to him. The Weasley had a boy about the same age as Harry and a daughter about a year younger. It wouldn't take much convincing to have Molly on board. Just by letting her know of the lonely childhood Harry had would be enough to have the overbearing motherly instincts of the red-headed woman kick into high gear. Another part of the plan was to keep him isolated and to do that he would enlist the help of his potions master Severus Snape. There existed a great enmity between Snape and James Potter, a hate that he could easily foster between Severus and Harry. Key phrases and suggestions such as "he is so much like his father" would certainly bring the ill will he wanted directed at Harry. Keeping him malleable had been going on for some time now. The Dursleys would make sure that the boy felt alone and unloved. He expected Harry to enter the wizarding world a broken and dispirited young man, socially awkward and completely unaware and uninformed of his magical and parental heritage. Dumbledore didn't feel that what he was doing and planned to do was in any way wrong. After all, was it not a firmly held belief that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one? The sacrifice of one boy was insignificant to the greater good. In this case, at least in the old headmaster's mind, the ends did justify the means. So it was a little disconcerting to the old manipulator that the instruments that monitored the wards on Privet Drive and those that monitored Harry himself had all stopped functioning. He began to cast every diagnostic spell he could think of on his instruments to determine if they had just stopped working on their own. He tried numerous times to reactivate them without success. Sighing in frustration, he decided he would have to go to number 4, Privet Drive, and discover for himself what was going on. With a wave of his wand, he transfigured the muggle attire he was wearing to an equally outlandishly colored wizard's robe. He then hurriedly made his way to the front gates of Hogwarts once more. With a louder-than-normal crack of apparition, this time he disapparated into the night. Vernon and Petunia Dursley were sitting in their pristine-looking family room. A man the size of a small humpback whale was sitting in a large, overstuffed recliner watching the evening news. His wife, a tall, thin woman with a long face and rather large horse-like teeth, was reading the latest trashy novel recommended by her book club. She sat primly on the sofa nibbling on a large carrot. The third Dursley, Dudley, son of Vernon and Petunia, who appeared to be as round as he was tall, was in the kitchen sitting in a corner shoveling into his mouth the remaining half of a cheesecake that had been dessert earlier in the evening. The boy had an appetite only matched by his father's. But to Mum and Dad Dursley, their cherubic angel was the perfect specimen of youthfulness. The last 3 weeks had been divine for the Dursleys, perfect normal suburban bliss since they had gotten rid of the freak. Oh sure, the first few days were a little stressful as a teary-eyed Petunia reported her missing slightly mentally disturbed nephew to the police. For a week, the police canvassed the area looking for the boy. They had spoken with many of the neighbors who confirmed that the boy was a young hooligan who was most likely on drugs. The picture that was painted of young Harry by the neighborhood was one of a very troubled boy. Of course, the Dursleys had groomed the neighborhood to have this opinion of the boy, so the investigators had been convinced that the boy had more than likely run off. A missing persons bulletin was issued and a hotline established, but the investigation of the boy's disappearance was relegated to the cold case files until something new appeared. And so it was that the Dursley household was enjoying a normal evening with their normal family. That was until their quiet, normal evening was rudely disturbed by the ringing of the doorbell. Now who on earth could that be at this time of night? Vernon Dursley bristled. If it is a bloody solicitor, I swear I'll. Language, Vernon. Petunia mildly scolded the large man. You don't want sweet Duddykins to hear that kind of vernacular, do you? His wife finished getting up from the sofa and moving to the front door. Vernon just grumbled something unintelligible. Petunia opened the door to deal with the late-night intruder into their domestic tranquility. Her eyes immediately shot open in a mix of surprise and fear. She stared at the ancient-looking bearded man, who was wearing green and purple robes that reminded her of a dinosaur from a children's program. "I'm Mrs. Dursley, or may I call you Petunia?" The old man said, his eyes twinkling merrily. "Vernon!" Petunia screamed. The obese man waddled quickly to the front door to see what had upset his wife so, swearing under his breath about being torn away from his program. "Now what seems to be the prob?" Vernon stopped dead in his tracks as he saw the tall, weird-looking freak. "Mr. Dursley, I presume. I was wondering if I might have a chat with young Harry, if I may." Dumbledore asked the man, who began to bluster, his face reddening with indignation at the gall of this man, showing up at his front door dressed like that, no less. "You are to leave this instant. I will not have you here in my house, with all your freakishness. Now, go before I call the authorities." Vernon bellowed. A single eyebrow rose above Albus' left blue eye. "Yes, well, I'm afraid I can't do that until I check on Harry. Now, if you would please retrieve him, I will be out of your hair as soon as possible," Albus stated, entering the small house uninvited. Petunia quickly backed away from the wizard and took a position behind the substantial mass of her husband. "Well, the boy is no longer here," a fidgeting Vernon informed the tall wizard. "No longer here?" Albus asked, glaring at Vernon. "Yes, well, he ran off, didn't he? We have no idea where the boy is," Vernon stated, tugging at the collar of his shirt, it feeling a little tighter at the moment. Albus straightened up to his full and impressive height. He glared at the smaller man and in a demanding voice asked, "Where is Harry Potter?" The voice echoed through the hallway, causing both Dursleys to take several steps back in fright. "I told you he ran away. We haven't seen him in 3 weeks," Vernon yelled, mustering all the courage he could find. "Well, let's just see if that's the case," Dumbledore stated, pulling his wand and pointing it at the trembling man. Petunia screamed and ran to the kitchen. "Legilimens," Dumbledore, casting the spell that would allow him to view the memories of the fat muggle and try and learn what had happened to the Potter boy. Images of driving through the countryside came to the front of the man's thoughts. A plan to kill the boy. Horse tranquilizers, several of them mixed in water. He saw Harry guzzling the water as the Dursleys looked on. A drugged Harry falling to the ground, his breathing becoming slow and labored. His eyes were glazing over and losing focus. A mocking Vernon Dursley standing over the boy. Whack! Whack! Petunia Dursley was winding up the cast iron skillet again to give the freak one more bash to the head for attacking her husband. Dumbledore's eyes shook in his head as everything became blurry just after a blinding pain struck the back of his head twice. He felt himself about to lose consciousness and decided that retreat was the better part of valor at the moment. He quickly staggered out of the Dursleys' front door and to the sidewalk. Mustering all his concentration, he spun on the spot and disapparated with a quite loud pop. Left in the place the bearded freak had been were what looked like a set of toes, 5 to be exact. Before Petunia could formulate a coherent thought about what to do with the toes, a few neighborhood cats had run away with the severed digits. Albus Dumbledore, for the first time in his life, had splinched. Not only that, but had landed face down in the mud outside the large iron gates of Hogwarts, swearing in what could only be described as grunts and gurgles, or mountain troll for those learned in the simplistic language. He stood cleaning the mud from his robes with a casual wave of his wand. He took a step and almost fell back to the ground in his haste to get to his office. He conjured himself a cane to walk with, then gingerly hobbled his way back to the castle. He had failed to see the rest of Dursley's memories, but it had looked as if Harry was dying. If the Great Oaf had managed to kill the Potter boy, it could have severe repercussions for the future of the wizarding world. The possibility was harrowing. How could they kill their own flesh and blood? He mused, shaking his head. He knew they hated magic and would most likely mistreat the boy. In fact, he had hoped they would. But to kill him was a bit extreme, even for muggles. He needed to be sure of Harry's fate. He needed to find the boy or the body. But he was not able to ascertain the location where they had taken the boy from Dursley's mind, and he dare not risk a return to Privet Drive, at least not yet. He would need to ask for the help of those who lived in the Muggle world, squibs that the headmaster had placed in various strategic positions within Muggle society. Harry Potter lay in his bed with his blonde bondmate. Luna refused to sleep in her own bed since Harry's arrival, not wanting to be separated from her first friend. Harry was disturbed about the recent vision thing he had just had. A tall, bearded man was searching for him. The man seemed angry and wanted to find Harry desperately. He did not like the feeling he got from the man in his vision and felt like the man wanted to do him harm. Luna, who had fallen asleep holding Harry's hand, suddenly woke up in a panic. In a voice that carried worry and fear, she looked at Harry and said, "We can't let Dumbledore take you, Harry. He will want to take you away from me." She began to cry. "Shaluna, Aunt Celine said that no one can take me away from you and her. She promised I would be able to stay here, and I believe her," Harry said, trying to comfort the panicking girl. Luna threw her arms around Harry's middle and hugged him to her tightly. "You won't leave me, will you, Harry?" she asked in a small voice. "Not if I can help it," Harry stated, embracing the small girl as well. Luna calmed somewhat and gave out a long yawn. The two snuggled closer together and lay back down with Luna resting her head on Harry's shoulder, her arm draped over him, afraid that someone would still try and take him from her. Celine had been outside the door of the small bedroom and had heard the conversation. She knew that Dumbledore was due back from his vacation and knew that eventually he would discover that Harry was no longer with his so-called relatives. She was also aware that eventually he would discover where Harry was, but she was ready for him. The law was on her side, no matter who Dumbledore thought he was. Still, it didn't hurt to add some extra protection wards around the house. She would contact the Goblins tomorrow and see what could be done to add to Harry's safety at the Rookery. She would also make a flu call to Severus. If anything, he might be able to warn her if the headmaster figures out Harry's location and give her time to prepare. A pair of silver eyes stared at a large rune-covered stone basin that was filled with some kind of luminescent liquid that showed an image of a small bedroom and two young children that were snuggled tightly against one another. Aoife smiled warmly at the sight as she looked upon her grandchildren. Her smile waned a little as she too was able to watch Harry's vision. She would protect her precious little ones as well. She would not let Dumbledore interfere with their developing bond. At her unspoken command, 4 fairies the size of a small hummingbird flew to her. "You 4 are the guards of my little ones. Keep out of sight. Only reveal yourselves to Luna and Harry if it is a necessity for their protection. Set up our own wards around their home. Dumbledore is not the only threat that I have seen in vision. I'm afraid my little ones will face trials earlier than I had expected. Go. You have your charge." Aoife ordered the tiny winged creatures, who flew at once to protect the children of their mistress. /N. So Dumbledore is back and looking for Harry, and what could be this other threat that Aoife has seen? Voldemort? Nah. Something else that will test the two children. Please read and review. Chapter 8. Disclaimer. The world of Harry Potter is not mine. I just like to play in the backyard. /N. Thanks for all the reviews on the last chapter and your encouragement. Reviews are like catnip to us wannabe authors, so please keep it up and feed our addiction. Chapter 8. Flash forward 2 years. Dumbledore was sitting at the desk in the office of the headmaster of the prestigious Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Gazing out his window, he began for the first time in his considerably long life to question his own actions and decisions. Well, that is in regards to one Harry Potter. It had been so clear all those years ago. The prophecy in Voldemort had marked the Potter boy as the one with the ability to defeat the Dark Lord. Even before the attack at Godric's Hollow, he knew that the boy would need to be guided to face his destiny. He also knew that the Potters would never allow their son to be used as a tool or a weapon for that cause. He had known all along that Peter Pettigrew was the traitor who had been feeding information to the Dark Lord. So when Sirius Black had approached him about switching him for Peter as the Potter's secret keeper, he was more than willing to accommodate him, for it became a means in which to remove the Potters from Harry's life. He knew Peter would provide the Potter's location to the Dark Lord, and that it would be too irresistible of a temptation not to attack and wipe out the family. If the Potter boy was the prophesized one, he should survive the encounter with Voldemort. If not, the only other potential candidate was the Longbottom boy, and plans were already in place to remove his parents from the picture. But he was confident it was the Potter boy. Riddle being a half-blood, he would go after the boy who was more like himself. But leaving nothing to chance, Dumbledore would monitor the Potter wards, and should anyone unauthorized pass over them, he would immediately apparate to the home and disillusion himself. As if following a script, Voldemort did come to the Potter home on Halloween night, or Samhain, as it was known in the wizarding world, dating back to the Celtic Druidic tradition. It was a holy night and the perfect night for Voldemort to assert his power. An invisible Dumbledore watched emotionlessly as Lord James Charles Potter fought valiantly against the most powerful Dark Lord since Grindelwald. Not a flinch marred the old wizard's face, as the green hue of the killing curse illuminated the room as it struck the dark-haired man, who collapsed unmoving to the floor. Silently, the so-called leader of the light followed the Dark Lord up the stairs and into the nursery, where Lily Potter stood defiantly between Voldemort and her infant son. Dumbledore had to suppress a smirk as he witnessed the red-headed woman plead for the life of her son. Albus knew that Voldemort would leave no survivors. He had no such frailties as mercy or compassion. What did surprise him was that the Lady Potter made no attempt to curse the Dark Lord, but stood resolutely in front of her son, almost accepting what fate had planned for her. He did notice that when her pleading stopped, her lips continued to move, but she made no sound. Then she took one step back toward the crib. He was not sure what she was doing, but it mattered little, because for the second time, that evening the room illuminated with a sickly green hue, and the potential bright life of Lily Potter was brought to a swift and tragic end. Voldemort turned his attention to the dark-haired child in front of him. The boy's green eyes shone brightly through the silent tears that fell, but held no fear. Neither Dumbledore nor Voldemort noticed the fading glow of runes that surrounded the crumpled form of Lily Potter and the crib of the small child, a protective circle that was charged by the life force of Lily Potter. It would be a widely held belief through the years that Lily Potter had died from the killing curse at the hands of Lord Voldemort, but they could not be farther from the truth. In an ancient ritual, Lily found a way to always be with her son, not in a physical way, but in a magical way. When she stepped over the runes that surrounded her son's crib, her consciousness and magic were ripped from her body and entered into Harry, who glowed blue for a split second. The act was not seen due to the light from the killing curse masking it from sight. An oblivious Dumbledore and Voldemort would never learn of the real sacrifice that Lily made that night. Lily's memories, feelings, knowledge, abilities, even her very magic were locked into Harry's subconscious mind and locked into his magical core. The ritual magic would hold in stasis all these things and would be open to him little by little as he grew and his magic matured. To have a complete awareness of his mother's life and magic would be traumatic, if not fatal, for her infant son. But by the time he reached his magical maturity, it will have been completely open to him. With a smirk on his lips, the Dark Lord cast for the third time the killing curse at a Potter. Dumbledore watched with great anticipation to learn if his assumptions about the boy were correct. The curse struck the boy in the head, and immediately a backlash of incredible magic rebounded on the Dark Lord, vaporizing the body of the most feared wizard in a generation. Dumbledore was only spared because the shock wave had sent him flying out of the nursery, avoiding the rebounded curse. Dumbledore re-entered the room just in time to see a dark mist coalesce above the ashes of what was once Tom Riddle, and then disappeared in a rush to the night air through an exposed section of exterior wall. The magical explosion had destroyed most of the nursery and surrounding rooms. The infant Harry, however, seemed unhurt, but for a lightning bolt scar above his right eye. Dumbledore drew his wand and cast a diagnostic spell over the scar. What he found was dark magic leaking from the scar. He incorrectly assumed that a piece of the Dark Lord's soul had attached itself to the small child. If he had checked the scar a few days later, he would have discovered that the darkness was completely gone. Lily's magic within Harry had purged the darkness that had tried to leech itself to boy. Although the scar remained, Harry's magical core and his very soul were still pure. What did remain after the attack was something unexpected. A latent ability that had actually come from his mother's lineage had been activated. Lily had always had great instincts or intuition about things happening around her or to people she loved. She had known that something terrible was going to happen to her and James, which is why she had planned ahead, making Celine Lovegood Harry's godmother, and providing her with an official copy of her and James' will. Her instincts told her that Albus was not the man he pretended to be. He was self-serving and untrustworthy. James, on the other hand, trusted Dumbledore implicitly, and no matter Lily's objection, he decided to trust Dumbledore with the safety of his family. The manipulative old man's reminiscing was interrupted by a knock on his door. "Enter," Dumbledore commanded. "Albus." "Alastor, mad," Moody stated with his gravelly voice. "Ah, Alastor, come in. Come in. I hope you bring me some good news. I could use some. Somehow it has been leaked that the Potter boy is missing and the minister is demanding to know details." Dumbledore stated, rubbing his brow with both hands in exasperation. "Afraid not, Albus. My contacts with the Muggle law enforcement have turned up nothing. It's as though the boy simply vanished. I had them checking reports of any bodies matching his age and description having been found in any parks or woodland areas, but nothing. It has been almost 2 years, my old friend. Surely someone would have reported a missing or dead boy." Dumbledore asked, "Are you sure of what you saw in that fat Muggle's head?" Moody asked, "I'm sure." I could see the Potter boy already struggling to breathe the life in his eyes dimming. I was not able to see the rest of the memory due to the interference of the Muggle's wife, so I clung to hope that maybe, somehow Potter survived. But it could be just wishful thinking on my part. Still, if he had died, there would be some evidence found, I'm sure. Albus leaned back heavily into his chair, shaking his head in frustration. "Well, unless new evidence comes to light, there is nothing more I can do to help you, Albus. But if I do hear something, I will let you know," Moody stated apologetically. "Very well, Alastor. I appreciate all you have done. I'm not looking forward to the inquiry at the Ministry when all this comes to light." Dumbledore stated, sighing deeply. If Potter indeed had died that day, over a year ago, what did that mean for the Wizarding world? If Potter was the only one who could beat the Dark Lord, would all be lost? Again, he looked closely at the decisions he had made in regards to the Potter family. If he had to do it over again, would he do it differently? Albus shook his head. What's done is done. He mused the past was the past. What concerned him now was what to tell the Minister for Magic. Harry Potter was sitting eating breakfast with his new family and enjoying a light conversation about Hogwarts with Professor Severus Snape or Uncle Sev, who had stopped by. Once Snape had completely gotten over his issues with James Potter, he fell into a very easy and amiable relationship with the young Potter heir and would spend hours teaching Harry about potion making. The Lovegood grounds were abundant with many types of medicinal and potion-grade plants. Harry and Severus would collect them and prepare them for future use in potions. Severus was certain that the dark-haired boy would become a potions prodigy. His natural talent was clearly evident. Remarkably, Severus actually enjoyed spending time with the boy and teaching him the subtle art of potion making. Harry had already made every potion required of first-year Hogwarts students and had made each one to perfection. But that was not the only thing Severus noticed about the boy. Harry had almost complete memory recall and had shown an affinity for wandless magic. He also noticed something odd about Harry and Luna. They would finish each other's sentences, and more times than he could count, he could swear they were communicating silently with each other. Most interesting of all was the power the two children radiated. It was still subtle, but it was increasing daily, and the power was even stronger when the two were close together. Most wizards and witches would not have noticed it, but Severus was sensitive enough to the pulses of magic that he could determine the subtle emanations and what they meant. He had asked Celine about this curiosity, and with some reluctance she informed him after he had taken an oath not to reveal anything about her children. Celine told Severus that the two children did indeed have a soul bond and were magically linked. She didn't, however, inform him of her and Luna's true heritage, or the training the two children had been receiving from Aoife. She felt that Snape could be trusted with at least some details, but other secrets were not hers to reveal, and she would not betray the trust or safety of her children. After breakfast and kisses for Celine, Harry and Luna made a dash for the door, waving goodbye as they ran to the tree line surrounding the Lovegood home. Once inside the anonymity of the forest, the two 9-year-olds stopped and looked at each other with huge grins on their faces. "Are we completely out of sight?" Harry asked playfully to his blonde bondmate. "Yep, I think we're safe now." Luna smiled widely like the Cheshire Cat, then quickly slapped Harry's shoulder. "Talk, you're it." Luna yelled laughingly as she sprinted off into the forest. No fair. Harry chuckled as he took off after the free-spirited blonde. Over the last year and a half, Harry and Luna were made to exercise daily by Aoife. They exercised their bodies and their magic. Luna was developing her fairy magic at an incredible rate. Aoife was most pleased to see that Luna had in full measure inherited the gifts and magic of the Fae and was helping her develop them. Harry was also a surprise to her, although she mused that it shouldn't have surprised her too much after seeing his aura and realizing what he was. She had yet to reveal this information to Harry and Luna and felt that it wasn't the right time to do so. Harry needed to be a little more mature before she felt he could properly handle that bit of information. Nevertheless, he was powerful and his abilities were growing as fast as Luna's. His ability of sight, however, was progressing slowly, which was a blessing in Aoife's mind. Others who had this ability were known to lose their sanity when too much was open to them at once. The human mind worked in linear pathways, but those with Harry's type of sight had to deal with a three-dimensional view of time where the terms of past, present, and future and no meaning. When Harry mastered this ability, he would be able to step out of himself and see where and how past and present incidents could affect the future. It was a wonderful yet terrible gift to know how certain events could shape a person's or a people's future for good or bad. It is why most people with this gift lead solitary lives and remove themselves from society. It was an effort to minimize their exposure from so many lives. An inadvertent touch or a glance into someone's eyes and their past, present, and possible future would be revealed to the seer. Aoife had focused much of her time with Harry working on being able to close off and protect his mind, a clemency the wizards called it. If she could teach him to control his ability, he would be able to function better in society and not have random visions. Harry was gaining on Luna as she squealed and giggled loudly while running through the old grove of trees. Smiling mischievously, she called upon the wind. A swirling wind wrapped around Luna and lifted her to the high branches of a tree where she smiled sweetly at Harry. "Totelian fer Luna." Harry mock pouted. Luna giggled some more. "Can't my Harry reach me?" Luna said in a babyish voice, smiling widely at the dark-haired boy. "HMPF." Harry huffed. He started to climb the tree in hot pursuit of the lithe blonde who continued to tease him. Harry was within feet of his target when once again Luna was lifted by a gust of wind that floated her over to another tree. Missed me, now you got to kiss me." Luna smiled, her eyes full of mirth. "Kiss you? More like spank you if I catch you." Harry teased back. Harry decided that it was not too far to jump from the tree he was currently into a branch of the other tree Luna was on. However, it was 30 feet down to the ground. He planted his feet firmly on the branch and made to push off, but as he did, his left foot slipped on some moss that was on the branch he had been standing on. Harry lost his footing and fell from the branch. "Harry!" Luna screamed as her bondmate fell. Acting on instinct, Luna called to the trees whose limbs and branches stretched out, crisscrossing each other, forming a lattice beneath the falling boy. Harry crashed into the mesh of branches, which managed to hold him. Although not the softest thing to fall into, it did manage to stop his descent some 8 feet above the forest floor. The branches then lowered him gently the rest of the way till his feet were back on terra firma. Luna floated back down to the ground and immediately threw herself into Harry's arms. "I'm so sorry, Harry. I was being reckless. I shouldn't have made you climb the trees." Luna cried as she hugged him tightly. "I'm okay, Luna, really," Harry protested. "It was my fault. I should have been more aware of what I was standing on," he stated, trying to comfort the blonde. "Are you sure you're okay?" Luna asked tearfully. "Yes, Lou. I'm fine." Luna smiled at Harry's use of his pet name for her. "But I think we were in the middle of something, weren't we?" Harry smiled, kissing her forehead. "Talk. You're it," Harry yelled as he sprinted off toward the lake. Luna smiled fondly as she watched Harry turn and run before heading after him. This time Harry was using wandless magic to kick up large piles of leaves and banishing them toward Luna as he continued to run. Unbeknownst to the two youngsters, a pair of menacing red eyes had been watching the pair playing, a low growl emanating from within. The beast! They were so close. He could have taken them now, but he had to wait for the fall solstice. He had to take her on the night the girl turned 10. It was then she would come into her full heritage and the gift could be taken from her. She undoubtedly would give it to the boy, but he would not allow that to happen. He slunk back into the thick vegetation and moved silently and parallel to the two. He would continue to keep a close eye on them until the time was right to take her. For sets of tiny eyes remained hidden and motionless as the creature sank back into the undergrowth. The four small guardians frowned at each other. Worriedly, it had been almost 200 years since the beast was last heard from, and now it seemed it had its eyes on the fae/human hybrid that was little Luna. Their mistress would need to be informed. Harry and Luna had made it to the small island where they found Aoife patiently waiting for them. Aoife smiled warmly at her grandchildren as they approached her and then sat on the ground cross-legged waiting for their grandmother's lesson for the day. Today I'm going to give you a bit of our history, Luna. As you are quickly reaching a milestone of our kind, it is important that I explain a few of our unique abilities. Aoife stated as she sat regally on what looked like a stone throne. You, my dear child, are such a wonderful surprise. The fairy heritage has bred true in you, dear Luna. Aoife chuckled at the perplexed look on Luna's face. What that means, my child, is you have inherited all of our kind's abilities. Aoife stated warmly. Oh, so you mean I'm a fairy then? Luna asked, cocking her head to the side and scrunching her forehead. Yes and no. Aoife began. You are physically half fairy and half human, but you have inherited most if not all of our abilities. Wow, Luna said in amazement. Yes, wow indeed. The ancient fairy chuckled lightly and then suddenly looked more serious. Luna? Aoife began slowly, taking a long, slow breath. You have also inherited our immortality. Aoife stated, looking deeply into Luna's eyes. You mean Luna can never die? Harry said, a little forlornly, looking at his best friend. Aoife noticed the look on Harry's face and the sadness in his eyes. Aoife knew that he was thinking of his own mortality and not being able to always be with his bondmate. Not exactly, Harry. Aoife began. She can die, just not by natural means. Seeing the puzzled looks on the two children's faces, she explained. Luna can be killed, Harry. In other words, what can kill a wizard or a mundane such as the killing curse or being run through with a sword will most definitely end her life. But barring any of those things, she can live forever. Once she hits her mid-20s, she will stop aging and she will remain that way for the rest of her life. Of course, with glamours, she could appear as old or young as she wants to be. Aoife finished. I see, Harry said slowly. That's wonderful news. Harry said, smiling at Luna, though she noticed his smile did not reach his eyes. Luna looked at her bondmate and reached for his hand. Immediately, she felt the pang of sorrow coming from her mate. She felt his sadness at the thought that someday they would be parted. Her own eyes began to burn and warm tears began to fall as she realized that she did not ever want to be separated from him as well. What if I want to die? Luna whispered, but was heard by Harry and Aoife. Harry's eyes widened with shock at the question. No, Luna. Harry shouted, don't say things like, Harry, Luna interrupted. I would not want to live forever if we could not be together. Luna stated firmly, her eyes burrowing into his. Aoife looked on at the pair, a small smile forming on her lips. She felt completely satisfied with the love she saw between her two children and much more confident now with revealing what she was about to do with the two bonded children. What if I were to tell you that it is possible for Harry to have the gift of immortality as well? Aoife spoke quietly, but nevertheless was heard crystal clear by the two youngsters who immediately turned toward her and gave their undivided attention to. Aoife had to stifle a chuckle as she glanced at two pair of hopeful eyes. Luna, twice in a fairy's life, she is able to share her gift with another. The first time is when she fully comes into her heritage. This will happen this year on your 10th birthday. Luna's eyes widened in hopeful surprise. The other is when you reach your adulthood. So, when I turn 17 then? Luna asked. No, sweetheart. A fairy does not reach their adulthood until they turn 100. Aoife said. 100, gasped Luna and Harry at the same time. Aoife chuckled at the pair. Yes, 100. However, you will still reach your majority in the wizarding world when you turn 17. Aoife consoled them. So how do I give Harry this gift? Luna asked. Well, first he must want to have it. Aoife stated, looking inquisitively at Harry. Luna turned to him with hopeful eyes. "I would be honored to accept the gift," Harry said warmly, taking Luna's hand in his. "Well then, there is a ritual that must be performed on Luna's birthday. When the moon reaches its zenith in the night sky, Luna will be able to call her gift forward. A small bright white light will begin to form just above Luna's heart and hover. The intended recipient will then cup the light in his hands and bring it to his own chest just above their heart. The light will then slowly enter through the skin. There will then be a burning sensation that will quickly spread throughout your body. Once the sensation has ended, the gift is now a part of you." She finished. "Will it be painful, grandmother?" Luna asked. "You will both feel a slight discomfort, but nothing more," she told the small girl. Aoife then took on a serious expression. "I must give you a warning, Luna. The gift, as I have said, can be willingly given." She hesitated for a moment before continuing. "But it can also be forcefully taken from you," she stated in a more serious tone than the two bondmates had ever heard her use. "The gift can be forced from you and taken by another. It is a dangerous, dark ritual, and if it did not kill you outright, it would leave you a shell, alive but unresponsive to the outside world. There is one negative side effect to taking the gift by force. It will not give the taker immortality, but it will extend their life by 100 or more years." Aoife shivered at the thought of this happening to Luna. "That's horrible," Harry exclaimed, tightening his grip on Luna's hand and moving protectively closer toward her. "Luna, as your birthday gets closer, I want you to be very careful. Never wander too far from Harry. Together you two are much stronger. Stay close to your home as well. I have placed some added protection around your home and the two of you specifically, and of course here on the island you are protected by very ancient magic." "It sounds like you expect something to happen, grandmother," Harry stated, looking at the beautiful older woman who had a look of worry on her face. Aoife drew a deep breath. "I have felt a stirring in the woods, a presence that has not been felt here in 2 centuries. I fear he knows about Luna." Luna stiffened at her words. Harry placed his arm protectively around Luna and drew her closer to him. "Is it safe to still come here then?" Harry asked. "As long as you stay on the trail from the rookery to here, you are safe. There are wards that keep out those that intend harm, but you must stay to the trail." Harry thought about their game of tag as they had made their way here. They had left the trail by several meters. "What are these other protections, grandmother?" Luna asked, the fear she was feeling echoing in her voice. "I have set some fairy and elfish wards around your home. It will keep all who wish you harm away, misdirecting them or making them forget why they were there." Aoife told them and then motioned to something behind them. Harry and Luna turned to see 4 pixies that were sitting on a stone pillar just behind them. "Let me introduce you to your bodyguards," Aoife began. "Bodyguards?" Harry asked incredulously. "Aren't they a little small to guard anything?" Harry chuckled. All of a sudden, Harry was hanging upside down, suspended a few feet above the ground face to tiny face with a male pixie with long forest green hair. He had his arms crossed and an eyebrow raised and tapping his foot in air. "Perhaps I spoke too soon," Harry stated apologetically at the little creature who was now smirking at him while nodding his head. With a snap of its little fingers, Harry fell unceremoniously onto the hard ground. Harry sat up and rubbed the top of his head where it impacted on the ground. Aoife had to stifle a chuckle at the humorous sight. "As I was saying," Aoife began again, smiling at Harry. "Your bodyguards, you just met Daz. This is Huck," Aoife said, pointing to another male pixie that was bare-chested and had short, bright orange hair. "And these 2 lovely ladies are Zara and Tara." Aoife pointed to the 2 female pixies, Zara with wavy purple hair and Tara with shockingly pink hair. The 4 pixies were no taller than 6 inches in height, and they all had translucent, multi-layered wings. For the most part, they looked like miniature people except for the long, pointed ears and wings. Their skin seemed to sparkle a bit and appeared to be in constant motion. "Ugh, they're so cute," Luna said. Tara threw her hair back playfully and placed her hands on her hip and struck a pose. Luna clapped at the pink-haired pixie's antics. "With such bright hair, they kind of stick out a bit, don't you think?" Harry asked. Aoife chuckled indulgently. "They can actually change their appearance at whim and blend in seamlessly into any environment. Observe." Aoife nodded to Tara, who flew over to a green and brown shrub. Harry watched fascinated as Tara's skin and hair began to move and then change color and texture. Within a mere heartbeat of time, Tara was completely invisible to the naked eye. She blended in perfectly to the bush she had stepped in front of. "Whoa, that is so cool," Harry whispered. Tara reappeared and took an exaggerated bow. "So how long have they been protecting us, grandmother?" Luna asked. "Since a couple of weeks after Harry had arrived," Aoife told the young girl. "And we never even saw them," Luna stated, shaking her head in awe. Harry and Luna made their way back to the rookery after their day spent with Aoife. This time, however, they were more subdued as they stayed resolutely to the path. Luna was holding Harry's hand and had her head resting on his shoulder as they walked. Luna whispered to Harry as they walked, "Do you think that whatever is out there in the forest could—" She couldn't finish the sentence as a lump formed in her throat. "Grandmother won't let anything happen to you, Lou. And with the 4 musketeers watching over us, I think we'll be okay," Harry said, looking around for the 4 pixies who he assumed were blended into the forest. Luna tightened her grip on Harry's hand as they continued on their way. "Do you really want to stay with me forever, Harry?" Luna whispered so softly that he almost missed it. Harry stopped and pulled the small blonde in front of him so he could look her in the eyes. "I know we're very young, Lou, and I know that logically we should not feel the emotions we have for each this soon in life." Harry placed Luna's hand over his heart and stared deeply into her large silvery orbs. "But I know beyond any doubt that I will always want to be with you, Lou. I don't know how it's possible to know such a thing, but all I know is that I do." Harry then bent down and gently kissed her cheek. That night, a very happy Luna Lovegood snuggled into the side of her life mate, knowing that she could not wait to share her gift with him. /N. Okay, Chapter 8 is up. I hope you all enjoyed it and feel inspired to leave me a comment on what you thought, or perhaps things you would like to see. Please read and review. Chapter 9, Disclaimer. This is JK's world, and I'm just playing in her sandbox. /N. Thanks for all the wonderful reviews and your suggestions. Please keep them coming. Chapter 9. It had been 2 years since Harry had come to live with the Lovegoods, and he had grown into a happy and well-adjusted young man. He still on occasion would have some flashbacks of his time spent with the Dursleys, and he would fall into a depression for a day or two, but Luna would always manage to pull him out of it. The 2 children had become inseparable. Never was one without the other except for bathing or when nature called. Celine still could not separate them from sleeping together. She worried that as they got older and their bodies began to change, and puberty set in, that it would create too much of a temptation for the 2 to explore what it meant to be male and female. Although the 2 were bonded and in a sense already married, they were nowhere near old enough to engage in any physical relationship. Celine had approached Severus about a couple of weeks ago in hopes of convincing the man to have the talk with Harry. Celine had invited Severus over, and the 2 had been making small talk over tea. Severus noticed that Celine was very anxious about something and finally asked her what the matter was. Flashback. Celine looked up nervously from her cup of tea to meet the potion master's gaze. "Severus, you have become quite the influence on young Harry. I dare say he looks up to you as a father figure," Celine stated hurriedly, then taking a quick sip of her tea. Severus raised an inquisitive eyebrow at the blonde-haired witch. "I'm flattered that you think so, Celine, but I doubt Harry sees me as anything more than an acquaintance." Severus replied, a little confused by this turn in the conversation. "Oh no, Severus. Harry has grown quite fond of you over these last 2 years. He is always excited prior to your visits," Celine said with emotion, quickly setting her cup down and reaching for Severus' hand. "Thank you, Celine," Severus replied stoically. "But I fear there is something else you're trying to tell me." He finished looking penetratively at the woman across from him. "Well, there is something I wanted to ask you. More like a favor, really." "Oh, yes, well, you see, Harry will be turning 10 soon, and he is quickly becoming a young man. And he hasn't had a father in his life to explain things to him." Celine was fidgeting nervously as she played with a loose strand of thread on the tablecloth. If possible, Severus' complexion paled even more than his natural complexion, his eyebrows shooting up to his hairline. He quickly stood and gaped at Celine. "Please tell me that you are not asking what I think you asking?" Severus spoke with a shocked tone of voice. Well, I can't very well do it. It would embarrass the boy to have a woman discuss the birds and the bees with him. Celine pleaded. Severus' hands covered his face and firmly began to rub the pale skin. Celine, this is asking way too much. I don't think he would feel. I would feel. Good God, Celine, do you know what you're asking me to do? Severus whined. Yes, the same thing I need to do with Luna. Please, Severus, you are the only male adult figure in his life. He will listen to you. You have become a mentor to Harry, and I know he would much rather hear this from you than me. Celine stated sincerely, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. Severus was quiet for some time as his mind tried to talk him out of doing this. He looked at Celine's pleading light blue eyes, and then his resolve promptly crumbled. Very well, I'll do it, Severus replied resignedly. Celine threw her arms around him and gave him a tight hug. Thank you, Severus. I knew I could count on you, Celine gushed. Severus blushed a bit at the unexpected contact before schooling his emotions and resuming his placid facade. Well, since I'll be here for Harry's birthday, I'll make time to sit down with him and have our talk, Severus stated. In flashback, Celine also wondered how the two would react once Harry went to Hogwarts without Luna. Would Luna fall into depression? Would Harry? She needed to sit the two down and have a serious discussion on the future. It was 3 days ago that they celebrated Harry's 10th birthday, and she and Luna had planned something special for the young man in their lives. Luna had wanted to throw a surprise party and invite some of the other children from the village. But who to invite became a real concern. Neither Luna nor Harry had many friends. Harry's first encounter with the Weasleys, who were the closest neighbors, had been a disaster. Ronald and Ginny Weasley had visited the Lovegoods about 6 months after Harry had arrived. Harry had been under a glamour, so as not to be recognized. Celine was very careful not to let knowledge of Harry's identity get out. Harry had been glamored to have blonde hair and blue eyes, similar to Celine's, and was introduced as her nephew, who was now living with them. Things were going well until Ron called Luna a loony freak, after she had stated how Nargles like to infest the brains of the jealous. Harry took great exception to Ron insulting his Luna and quickly had punched the redhead in the nose, breaking it. Molly Weasley had been furious that her Ronnie had been maliciously and without provocation attacked by the young ruffian and had forbid her children from ever associating with him again. The Diggorys and the Clearwaters had also been family friends of Celine Lovegood and had visited on occasion. Penelope Clearwater, who would be starting her 3rd year at Hogwarts, was a very sweet and pretty witch with sandy brown hair and dark brown eyes. She had babysat Luna and Harry during the summer months on a few occasions when Celine would be home later than her usual time. Penelope was very fond of the two younger children. Luna and Harry would listen to her stories of her first couple of years at Hogwarts with great interest. Their inquisitiveness and insightful questions had Penelope believing the two would be excellent candidates for Ravenclaw House when they came to Hogwarts. When Harry had first met Penelope, he had a quick glimpse of a possible future event surrounding her when he had touched her hand. She was crying inconsolably when a tall, gangly, bespectacled, red-headed boy had told her that he had no time for her, that his career was more important, and he needed to focus on him and had no time left to give to her dash. Harry wondered whether or not he should say something to the pleasant girl, but decided that since the future was not set in stone, he would leave things alone for the time being. The Diggorys had one child, a boy named Cedric who was the same age as Penelope. He had taken Harry on his first broom ride, and Harry absolutely fell in love with flight. He always saw the pure joy in Luna's face when she used her abilities to float over the ground and spin. Although technically Luna was not flying, but was actually being lifted, it still was something he wanted to enjoy as well. And now, having been on a broom, he desperately wanted one of his own. As with Penelope, Harry had a glimpse of a future event surrounding Cedric. A much older Cedric was running down a path or tunnel that was lined by tall hedges. He was covered with scrapes and cuts. He seemed desperate to find something. He smiled as a glittering cup came into view. He made a dash toward the cup when a large spider jumped down from the hedge and pinned him to the ground. Harry shivered at the vision and had warned Cedric to stay away from large spiders. So Harry's birthday was a small affair with Cedric and Penelope stopping by, and of course Uncle Severus. But it was just the act of celebrating his birthday that made Harry happy. He could care less about presents, it was just that they cared enough to remember it that mattered most to him. Cedric had given Harry a book called Quidditch Through the Ages, which Harry had devoured till the pages were wearing thin. Penelope had given Harry a book as well, Hogwarts: A History, which Harry had found just as fascinating as the book Cedric had given him. Severus had given him a complete potions kit, with cauldron, self-stirring rods, and the second-year standard book of potions with all the necessary ingredients to make all the required potions for a Hogwarts second year. Luna's gift was a pendant made from a small, smooth, circular stone from Aoife's island. With the help of her grandmother and a bit of fairy magic taken from Aoife and Luna, the rune-engraved stone would give Harry, for one use, the fairy ability to call nature to his aid. Harry loved the gift and immediately put it around his neck. Luna had told Harry in private what the pendant was and how to use it so that she would not reveal her true nature to Cedric or Penelope. Celine was smothered with hugs and kisses from Harry when she gave him her present. Harry opened a long rectangular package that contained a long, high polished cherrywood box. Opening the box, he saw a broom set into a blue velvet lining. Harry's eyes nearly popped from his head as he saw the new Clean Sweep 7. Harry and Cedric spent the next 2 hours breaking in the new broom as Penelope, Celine, and Luna looked on smiling at the giddiness of the two boys. After the party had ended and Cedric and Penelope had gone home, Severus had asked Harry to go for a walk with him around the grounds. Celine knew what Severus was about to speak with Harry about, and thought it a good time to speak to Luna as well. "Luna, dear, will you come sit with me for a moment? I would like to talk to you about something." Celine nervously called to her daughter. "Sure, Mum. Is something wrong?" Luna asked, entering the family room where she sat cross-legged in front of her mother, who had sat in the large armchair. "Oh, nothing is wrong, dear. I just wanted to have a mother-slash-daughter chat is all." Celine smiled warmly, if not a bit nervously. Luna sat with her elbows on her knees, her hands cradling her chin, and looked intently at her mother. "Well, yes, where to begin?" Celine hemmed and hawed. "Well, you're getting to that age where, certain changes will start becoming evident and certain feelings will begin to develop. And, well, these changes and feelings are perfectly natural." Celine was dying inside, trying to be as delicate but as open and honest as she could, and at the same time was hoping not to mortify her daughter with embarrassment. "Are you trying to tell me about my gift and giving it away?" Luna asked matter-of-factly. "What gift?" "Oh, your gift. I asked that what they're calling it these days," she mused. "Yes, your gift. It is something very special and should be guarded until you're ready." "Oh, I've already decided to give my gift to Harry when I turn 10. Luna stated. "What? What do you mean you've already decided to give your gift to Harry? And 10 years old is far too young lady." Celine shouted, jumping out of her chair, surprising Luna. "But that's when grandmother told me it had to be done, or else I'd have to wait until I'm 100 years old, and that's just too far away, Mom." Luna argued. What? Your grandmother told you that you had to do it when you turned 10, or else you'd have to wait till you're 100. Luna, that makes no sense at all. You can have sex as often as you want, but not until you're mature enough to handle it. And you and Harry are nowhere near mature enough to engage in that kind of activity. Celine scolded. Luna looked pensive for a moment, and then began to giggle. "You were talking about sex, weren't you, Mum?" Luna stated amongst her giggles. "Of course I was," said Nuff. "What did you think I was talking about?" "Why, my gift, of course," Luna stated as if it was only obvious. Celine sat back down in her chair, staring at Luna as if trying to solve a puzzle. Finally, she asked in a much gentler tone, "What exactly is this gift you're planning on giving to Harry's sweetheart?" "Immortality," Luna said with an expression of duh on her face. "Immortality?" Celine asked for confirmation on what her daughter had said. Luna simply nodded her head. "You lost me, sweetheart," Celine responded. Looking at her mother oddly, Luna stated, "No, I haven't, Mum. You're sitting right in front of me." Celine leaned back into her chair and chuckled while she massaged her temples in exasperation. "No, dear. I don't understand. How is it that you can give Harry the gift of immortality?" "Well," Luna then explained to her mother all that Aoife had told her about how she, Luna, had inherited all of the abilities and gifts of the fairy kind, and that one of those gifts was the gift of immortality. She explained how that twice in a fairy's life, they have the ability to share their immortality with another. The first time when they reach the age of 10, when their magic begins its first burst of growth, and then at 100 when their magic hits its zenith. Celine was stunned. She had not known this about the Fae. The conversation went on for another 15 minutes, discussing Luna's gift and her decision to give it to Harry. In the end, Celine found that she was happy for her children and that they could possibly spend the eternities with each other. Now, back to sex. Celine sat back down, ready to continue the talk. Severus and Harry had walked out to the small pond near the house and sat upon a large boulder near the water's edge. They sat in silence for some time before Severus finally found the courage to begin his rehearsed talk with Harry. "Harry, boys and girls are different," Severus began. "Boys and men, for the most part, are logical creatures. We say what we mean and mean what we say. Girls, on the other hand, are, well, let's just say, unpredictable. They are filled with emotions and feelings, and their minds are complete mysteries to most men, and half the time when they tell you one thing, they mean another. Ooh, it can be so frustrating." Harry looked at his mentor with complete confusion written on his face. Seeing the look on Harry's face stopped Severus from his ranting. He cleared his throat nervously and started again. "Harry, you're coming to the age where you will begin to notice girls in a more physical way," Severus stated, shifting somewhat uncomfortably. "Girls go from being just your friend and turn into these wonderful and in many cases mysterious creatures called women. You will begin to have certain urges and feelings toward them. Now these urges are perfectly normal, but you must not act upon them. Well, at least until you are much older than you are now." "What do you mean, Uncle Sev?" Harry asked, still a little confused at the direction of this chat. "Here," Severus said, shoving a book into Harry's hand. Harry looked at the book, and his face turned immediately red. "Your Little Wizard and You, a hands-on guide to wizard puberty and the opposite sex." Harry gawked at the book, too stunned to comment. "Just read through that, and if you have any questions, ask your Aunt Celine," Severus stated before reluctantly adding, "And if you don't feel comfortable talking to her, you can send me an owl if you prefer." Severus cleared his throat, once more avoiding eye contact with Harry. Harry, still too stunned to speak, just nodded his head. "Uncle Severus, can I talk to you about something?" Harry hesitantly asked. Severus sighed, inwardly fearing whatever sex-related question the boy had coming. "Of course, Harry. What would you like to talk about?" The most feared teacher in Hogwarts replied, fearing the next words to come out of this 10-year-old's mouth. "I've been having more vision lately, but I can't make sense of them, and some are kind of scary," Harry stated, gripping the book in his hand anxiously. Severus had let out a deep breath that he had not realized that he had been holding. Collecting himself, he turned the small boy and gave him his full attention. "Okay, visions I think I can handle," Severus thought to himself. "What kind of visions have you been having? Can you describe them?" Severus asked with interest and no small bit of relief. "Well, some have me and Luna in them, some have other people I've come to know, but others I don't know and have never seen before. And then I think I am seeing more memories from my mom, but I don't understand them." Severus turned fully toward Harry. "What are the memories you are seeing from Lily?" Severus asked gently. "Well, I'm in a family room, I think. There are sofas and chairs and a fireplace with a mantel with pictures. Above the mantel is a large mirror. I'm looking at it, but I see my mom's reflection. She seems to be upset about something. My dad is there and Dumbledore. There are also two other men I've never seen before. One of the men is tall and thin with shoulder-length dark wavy hair. He also has a mustache and a small beard, but just around his chin. The other man is short and pudgy. He has mouse brown hair and small watery eyes. I can tell that Mom does not trust him," Harry explained. "Did you see anything else, Harry? Could you hear anything that they were saying?" Severus asked curiously. "Yes, my dad and the short man have their hand together like they were shaking hands. Dumbledore is waving his wand over their hands, and a purple and white light is wrapping around their wrists. Dumbledore is saying something, but I don't know what he is saying. I think he is speaking in Latin," Harry said, rubbing his head, trying to remember the words. "It's okay, Harry, just relax. Try and calm your mind. Think about the vision. Try and vividly remember the sights and sounds that were around you." Severus softly spoke. Harry tried to bring the vision to his mind. He centered his thoughts and began the breathing exercises that Aoife had taught him. Soon he was in a deep meditative state. Slowly the image of the room came back into focus. He was walking toward the mantle, but the vision had changed. Harry could see his mother. He was no longer looking through her eyes. He slowly approached the figure of his mother, who had her back to him. He lifted a hand to touch her, but before he could, she slowly turned around and warmly smiled at him. Lily Potter crouched down a little, coming face to face with her son, her hand coming up and caressing the side of his face. "Hello, Harry." Harry's eyes shot open, and he began to hyperventilate. Severus immediately grabbed hold of Harry's shoulder in an effort to calm him down. Harry, Harry, calm down, Harry. Take slow, deep breaths, you'll be all right. Harry clutched onto Severus' arms and tried to calm himself. It took several minutes, but eventually the young boy calmed down enough to speak. "I saw my mom. She touched me and spoke to me. To me, it was real, Uncle Severus, but it can't be. She's gone." Harry's eyes began to fill with tears as his breaths became faster and shallower. Severus pulled out a small vial of calming draft, thinking he would be needing it himself after the talk with Harry. "Harry, drink this. It will help calm you down," Severus said kindly as he held the vial up for Harry. Harry took the vial of calming draft and downed it in one gulp. Almost immediately, Harry began to calm and relax as the potion worked its magic. "How do you feel?" Severus asked. "Much better, thank you," Harry said, getting a nod from Severus. "So, you were saying you saw Lily and she spoke to you?" Severus asked, his curiosity piquing. Harry nodded. "Well, only a few words actually. I kind of panicked and lost the vision soon after," Harry stated, feeling a tinge of regret. "What did she say?" Severus was now on the edge of his seat. "She said hello to me, and then as I began to panic, she whispered something like Fidelicious Charm, or something like that," Harry stated, scratching his head, trying to recall the word. "Fidelius Charm?" Severus asked carefully. Yeah, that was it, Fidelius Charm," Harry stated, nodding his head. "And you're positive it was the short, pudgy man that was clasping your father's hand, and not the tall one?" Severus asked distractedly. "Positive," Harry stated. "Why, what was going on in my vision?" Severus held Harry's gaze for a moment, trying to decide what to reveal to the young boy. If Harry's vision was a true memory from Lily, it meant that Sirius Black was not the Potter's secret keeper and that Peter Pettigrew was. Of course, there was still no way to prove it. The vision or past memory of a deceased person was hardly evidence enough to release the most despised man in the wizarding world. Severus shook his head, realizing that Dumbledore knew all along that Sirius was innocent of the betrayal of the Potters. Although he still hated Black for making his life hell during school, he at least owed it to Harry to try and bring the truth to light. The question was how. "Uncle Sev?" Harry gently asked, after the older man had been quiet for several minutes. "Sorry, Harry, just thinking about what you saw." Severus apologized. "Do you think it was real? Do you think it was real, or just my imagination?" "Honestly, I don't know, Harry. I've not heard of anything like it before." "That does not mean it was not real." Severus half smiled at the boy, who half smiled back. "If it does happen again, Harry," Severus began, "will you let me know, and we can try and ascertain what is happening?" Harry nodded that he would. "Good. Now, what are these other dreams that you have had?" /N. Short chapter 1, no, but I wanted to introduce the Weasleys and Cedric and Penelope to the story. The Weasleys will not be evil or very manipulative in this story, but Ron, and to a much lesser extent Ginny, will play minor antagonists. The next chapter will include Luna's 10th birthday, and the day where the ability to give her gift will come into play. But what evil lurks to take it for itself? Please read and review. Chapter 10. Disclaimer. The world of Harry Potter belongs to, well, /N. I apologize for the slow update. This chapter just didn't want to be written and had at least 3 different beginnings. But I hope the creative juices will continue to flow and the next update won't take so long. However, I don't think there will be an update till after Xmas. Again, thanks to everyone who took the time to review. You guys are awesome. Chapter 10. It was October 30th, and it was one day away from the anniversary of his parents' death and coincidentally Luna's birthday as well. October 31st was a day that had great meaning in the wizarding world. It was the day that the greatest evil in modern times had been vanquished by none other than a 15-month-old baby by the name of Harry James Potter. To Harry, it was a night of conflicting emotions, one of sadness and loss of his parents competing against the love and happiness he felt for Luna. It was also the one night of the year where magic was at its most potent. It was the ancient Celtic New Year known as Samhain. It was also this night where fairy magic could be seen if one were truly searching for it. The ancient Celts believed that the doorways from the fairy world were opened during this holy night, and that the creatures of the Fae were let loose to cause mischief and mayhem amongst the mortals. For Luna Lovegood, who was of the Fae, this particular Samhain was more special to her than any other. It was more special because as the moon reached its zenith on this night, she would reach the first stage of her magical maturity amongst her kind. It was on this night that her magic was so abundant and overflowing that she could give a portion of that magic to another, a gift to the one she chose. That gift was the gift of immortality, to live as the Fae, an immortal being. It was a closely guarded secret, never even whispered to others not of their kind. This gift had to be given in love with no reservation, or else the magic would not be strong enough for it to last. However, the gift could be forcefully taken, but it would only extend life to the thief for a few decades or longer if the fairy were particularly powerful, but it came at a great price. Similar to spilling the blood of a unicorn, the taking of the gift that was not given in love would curse the thief with painful disfigurement and eventual insanity. Although the side effects were horrific, to some the chance at longer life was a temptation too large to pass up. And for one whose soul had been darkened with a thirst for revenge, it was one that he would take advantage of as often as the opportunity presented itself. Such was the pathetic creature known as Robin Goodfellow. His banishment from the fairy realm had twisted his soul into the dark creature he saw in the water's reflection. It was the gravest of all sins for one of the Fae to rise up and kill one of its own kind, but to aid the mortals in the hunting and destruction of their kind was unpardonable. Not for any other reason but revenge and the promise of riches did Robin Goodfellow turn traitor to the fairy kingdom. He had sought after the affection and favors of the fairy court's high priestess. She had been the object of his lust for centuries, but at every turn she spurned his advances. But what had finally caused him to break was when she bonded herself with a filthy mortal wizard. Although she was well past the time where she could have bestowed upon him her gift, she decided nonetheless to bond with the mortal and had a family with him. In a fit of rage, he had cursed her womb that her descendants would not inherit the gift of the Fae. And for 2 generations it had worked, but to his great ire the 3rd generation had been born with the magic of the Fae, and this was unacceptable. It would be a pleasure, however, to rip the gift from the offspring to increase his own longevity. It would cause the high priestess great pain and distress to see yet another of her line denied the gifts of the Fae. He would continue to have his revenge on her progeny as long as he still breathed, and if his assumptions were correct about the power of the young waif, her gift would at least grant him another 100 years of life. It was getting more and more difficult hunting his kind for their gift. Their numbers were few, and to find one at the right time, when it was possible to take their gift, was difficult, but not impossible. Although he had been stripped of his powers and immortality, he still possessed one gift. He could still feel the presence of his own kind. This originally had been part of his punishment, to sense the fairy world but to no longer be a part of it. It was a punishment meant to torture him. But he turned that punishment to his advantage and used it to track down those of the Fae. He could sense the buildup of magic and could track it like a bloodhound to where the fairy lived and rip their very gift from them. More times than not, it was mortal for the fairy, and those that did survive wished they hadn't. There were still those mortal witches and wizards who would pay him for the remains of those he had captured. Many dark potions and rituals required the blood, wings, or hair of a fairy, and they paid a handsome price for anything they could buy from the foul creature. He had not been able to approach this particular one yet, and she had protectors that buzzed around her constantly and wards placed around her home to keep him out. But he had observed her now for 3 years, and knew where she walked, where she played, and he had formulated a plan to take her. He knew she would return to the lake the eve of Samhain to perform the gift ritual and give it to the mortal whelp. But he was sure that she would not make it there, and the gift would be his. He was prepared to perform the ripping ritual. The altar and rune stones had been placed and only awaited the light of the moon to activate them. All was set, now to wait for the little tart. Goodfellow laughed menacingly as he would take revenge on the one who denied him. He would have revenge on the great-granddaughter of the High Priestess of the Fae. He would have revenge on Aoife. Now, Luna, the ritual is very straightforward, but it does take some concentration on your part. Aoife instructed her great-granddaughter. When the moon reaches its highest point in the night sky, you will lay on a prepared rune-covered altar. The runes will activate as soon as the moon's light touches them. You will then feel slight vibrations as the magic within the runes begin to pulsate. Once the last rune activates, then you will need to focus on your magic. It should be easy to find since you will begin to feel your excess magic wanting to escape your body. Then you must focus your heart on Harry and your feelings for him. Those feelings will imprint themselves on your magic as it comes forth. Aoife continued in her instruction. Grandmother, will this hurt Luna? Is it painful for her? Harry asked with a concerned and worried voice. No, dear. Aoife replied warmly. It will feel like a bubbling sensation as her magic tries to work its way out. Aoife finished. So what do the runes do, Grandmother? Luna asked. The runes will create a kind of barrier around the altar that will keep your excess magic from dissipating into the air. It will coalesce it just above your body into a visible golden ball of energy. Aoife said, cupping her hands together as if holding something. So, how does Harry accept it? Luna asked. Quite simple. He just needs to reach out to it and cup the magic within his hands and then focus on his feelings for you, and then slowly bring it to his chest. Harry, you will then need to find your own magical core, and then will your magic to reach out for Luna's magic that you have in your hands. Then if everything goes as it should, Luna's magic will meld with yours and become one. Aoife stated fondly to her two children. I will then become immortal? Harry asked the ancient fairy with a bit of awe. Aoife smiled warmly at Harry. Then, my dear boy, you will have fairy magic within you. It will keep you from aging after a certain age. It will give you immunity from illness and disease. It is the greatest gift that we can bestow upon another. Well, there is one other gift far greater, but you and Luna will share that gift, I believe, sometime in the near future. Aoife smiled enigmatically. There is one small side effect to the melding, Harry. Aoife stated as an afterthought. Oh, what is it? Harry asked with slight trepidation. When the melding begins, you will begin to feel an intense heat within your veins. You will feel it as the magic courses through you, changing the very nature of your blood within your body. It will only last a moment, but it can become a little overwhelming. Aoife stated apologetically. Harry stared back at her, his face pale and tight with worry. Luna reached for his hand and entwined their fingers. Harry instantly relaxed with the contact of her warm hand in his. I promise, Harry, that it is brief, a mere beat or two of your heart, and that is all, and I will be standing next to you the entire time. Aoife consoled the young dark-haired boy. Harry nodded, resolutely squeezing Luna's hand in gratitude. Okay, Harry stated simply. Now, tell me, Harry, have you been able to strengthen your sight abilities? Aoife asked. Harry looked down at his shoes and mumbled under his breath. No, not really. Harry sighed. He looked up at the older woman and continued. It just comes at random times, Grandmother. Sometimes I see things when I touch someone, and sometimes I just need to be near them. But I don't know what they mean most of the time. It just seems to be random things. Harry shrugged. Be patient, Harry. Your gift is a rare blessing, and in my lifetime, I have never known a seer to be able to see everything in full context. But I have faith that you will be able to make sense of them as you become more accustomed to your ability. Aoife said kindly. I also wanted to hear more about these other memories of your mother's you have. Have you had another incident where your mother appeared to talk to you? Aoife asked with interest. Not since that night with Uncle Sev. Although, honestly, I've been a little afraid to attempt it again. Harry gave a weak smile. Why would you be afraid of your mother, Harry? Luna asked from his side, squeezing his hand in concern. I don't know, I just don't know. It can't really be her, can it? I know these memories aren't mine. Ugh, but how are they my mom's? No one has given me an explanation of how that's even possible. Harry huffed, dropping his head into his hands, frustrated. Luna wrapped her arm around Harry and laid her head on his shoulder. Reflexively, Harry rested his head on top of Luna's. When you and Luna first came to me, I read yours and Luna auras, and I noticed in you a foreign presence. At the time, I did not know what it was. I thought perhaps somehow you were being possessed by another. But I've come to know that whatever it is within you is not possession, nor is it malevolent or evil. No, what I feel from it now is maternal, caring, and powerful. Your magical core, Harry, is much larger than it should be at your age. In fact, it is much larger than an adult wizard should have. I can only guess, but I think your mother somehow not only gave you her memories, but her magic as well, and perhaps something more. Aoife said slowly, becoming lost in her own thoughts for a moment. Grandmother? Luna began. I remember you mentioning something unique about Harry's aura when we first met as well. I just remembered it while you were speaking. Can you tell us now what it is about Harry's aura that is different? I know that his aura does not reflect the same light and colors of a wizard or a muggle. Why is that? Aoife sat as a throne-like chair made of wood, and stones suddenly materialized underneath her. She looked for a long moment at her two children silently, deciding what to tell them about what she suspected regarding Harry's magical aura. My children, she began in little more than a whisper. What I tell you now must not be told to another. I must have your word on this. She stated, her voice turning stern. The two children nodded their acquiescence. As you know, every creature, every mortal, every magical being has a unique light and color to their aura that identifies them and differentiates them from other races and kinds. Iof paused, her eyes staring deeply into Harry's. Harry, you are, I believe, unwritten. Aoife breathed reverently, as if it was a sacred word. Harry and Luna looked back in confusion at the beautiful woman who sat before them. I don't understand, grandmother, Harry stated, his brows furrowed and his head cocked slightly. My child, every magical creature has its own brand or kind of magic that is completely unique to that species and cannot be used by one not other kind. For example, the Fae have magic that mortal witches and wizards do not and cannot possess or control. The same is true of house elves and goblins, nymphs, vila. Each control a form of magic that belongs to their species. I can see that magic in the light and color of their individual auras. Your magical aura has no such coloring or light. When I look at your aura, I see pure magic, unbound and undivided. I did not think this was even possible. It's as if magic is not determined where you should be placed. I still don't understand what that means, grandmother. I can do some wandless magic already, but it's nothing that Uncle Severus and Aunt Celine can't do with their wands. So, I am a wizard, aren't I? Harry asked worriedly. Harry, I think you could be so much more. I'd like you to try something for me if you would. Aoife asked the small boy. Anything, grandmother. Harry stated simply. I want you to watch Luna and then do as she does. Aoife instructed. Luna, dear, call a stone to sit upon, would you, dear? Aoife asked the small blonde. Luna nodded and placed her hand on the soil. Closing her eyes and concentrating for a moment, she spoke. Come. The ground began to vibrate a moment as a large stone seemed to shake itself from the earth just below Luna's hand. Luna smiled and then sat down primly on top of the stone she had called from the earth. Now, Harry, this is a unique ability among the woodland and forest fairies, the ability to call nature and have it respond to us. I want you to try this. Just focus on asking the earth to provide you with a stone to sit upon. Aoife asked encouragingly. I don't think I can do this, grandmother. I can't do the things that Luna can, and she is much more powerful than I am. Harry self-deprecated. Nonsense, Harry. I believe in you, and so does Luna. Aoife said, nodding toward Luna, who had an encouraging smile on her face. Just try, Harry. Aoife said kindly. Harry knelt on the ground and placed his right hand on the warm soil. Now clear your mind, Harry, and reach out for the magic within the soil. Do you feel it? Aoife asked. Harry was about to reply no when he felt a faint tingling sensation. Aoife saw the surprise in Harry's face and smiled. Now reach out and call forth a stone. Picture it in your mind and let your magic carry that image to Mother Earth. If I am right, she will answer you, Harry. Harry focused his magic and pushed the image forward into the earth. Harry felt a slight tremor that began to increase in strength. The ground beneath him began to shake as soil began to rise and fall. A few moments later, Harry felt the hardness of stone beneath his palm. He slowly stood as a large flat stone was being pushed up from the earth. Harry pulled his hand off the stone once it came to about knee height. He staggered back a few feet, feeling exhausted from the effort he had expended. A blonde blur knocked him off his unsteady feet as a jubilant Luna was hugging him tightly. "You did it, Harry, you did it," Luna repeated over and over. Harry managed to pick himself up, albeit with some difficulty, as Luna still had a hold of him and was jumping up and down. Aoife smiled knowingly and with no small sense of satisfaction that her theory had been correct. Harry's magic was not restricted to his race or species. Harry, with time, Aoife mused, could be taught to use all forms of magic. She needed to inform the Fae Council of her findings. This was unprecedented. Never had a being immortal or mortal been blessed with such a gift. The council would need to meet and discuss what this could mean to the wizarding and magical worlds. Harry and Luna walked back to the rookery, mentally processing the instructions that Aoife had given them about the ritual that would be performed tomorrow night. Their ever-present guards flew in formation around them, 2 to the front and 2 to the back. Aoife had ordered the 4 pixies to be extra vigilant and to do all within their power to protect her children from harm. Aoife had continued to sense the presence of a darkness from her past. It had been on her recommendation that the creature known as Goodfellow be banished from the fairy world and stripped of his powers. It had been a difficult, but in the end a necessary punishment. He had once been the trusted footman of King Oberon of the Fae. But even Oberon could not look past the great harm that his once faithful servant had done to his people. With judgment passed, it was the duty of the High Priestess to strip Goodfellow of his powers and banish him to the world of the mortals. With one more act of malice, Goodfellow had cast one more curse. With his waning powers, Aoife was sure the curse had been intended to make her barren, but because of the weakness of the spell, it made any progeny she would have barren of Fae abilities and powers. That was until her sweet Luna had been born. Aoife still marveled at how strong the Fae blood was within Luna. If she hadn't known that Luna's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather had been mortals, she would swear Luna was a full-blooded fairy and blessed with all their abilities. Luna was already showing a sign of being a powerful Fae. Her natural ability to call upon nature was impressive even by Fae standards. She had not yet reached her first stage of maturity, yet Mother Earth responded to her with minimal effort on Luna's part. Trees answered her call and whispered to her. Springs of water would burst from the ground when she was thirsty, and forest animals came at her beck and call. She was truly a child of the forest and a credit to both the Fae world and the wizarding world. She, like Harry, also possessed a talent for wandless magic, but she had to wonder if it was a natural ability or an ability that she had obtained from Harry through their bond. Either way, the two together would be an incredible force to be reckoned with once they reached their magical majority. The next day, Harry and Luna woke early, both full of nervous energy. Harry wished his bondmate a happy birthday and gave her a warm hug and a kiss on the cheek, which caused the young girl to blush slightly. They smelled the distinct odor of bacon frying in the kitchen. The two quickly cleaned up, dressed, and then headed down to the kitchen. Morning, children, Celine Lovegood stated as she placed the glasses of orange juice in front of the two. With a kiss on the cheek for Luna, Celine wished her only daughter a happy birthday. I know I can't be at the gift ritual tonight, so I thought we could all take a trip to Diagon Alley and celebrate your birthday with some shopping and a stop at Florian Fedescu's ice cream parlor for a cold treat. What do you say? Celine asked the two youngsters. That would be brilliant, Harry and Luna said together. Good, Celine chuckled at the pair. So after breakfast, I want you two to dress nicely and we'll go to the alley. Sound like a plan? The two 10-year-olds nodded their heads vigorously. Before we go, Aunt Celine, can I give Luna one of my presents now? Harry asked. Celine smiled approvingly at the young boy who she saw as her own son now. Go ahead, she told him. Harry darted from the table up to the study on the second floor. He pulled out a large canvas that he had hidden from Luna over the last couple of weeks. He had a vision of Luna. At least he thought it was a vision, or perhaps only just a dream. But regardless, he drew the image that he had seen of her and used the oil paints that Uncle Severus had given him on his last birthday. Harry approached the table where Luna sat patiently but anxiously awaiting his return. "I hope you like it, Lou. It has been an image that I have come to me many times over the last few weeks. Not sure if it means anything or not, but anyway, I hope you like it." Harry nervously smiled. Harry turned the canvas around and showed it to Luna and Celine. Both women gasped at what they saw before them. The detail and lifelike look of the painting was incredible. The varying textures seemed to make the image pop out of the canvas and appeared to be just hovering above it. It was an image of an older Luna, maybe at 15 or 16 years of age. She was wearing a bright yellow gossamer dress that came to just above her knees, revealing long and very toned legs. Her long blonde tresses seemed to be blowing in an unseen wind behind her, a few stray strands blowing across her face. Her lips were full and her cheeks rosy, and her silvery eyes sparkled with magic. The most surprising feature of the painting was the large ethereal wings that seemed to naturally be attached to the beautiful image of the girl. They seemed to glow with a bright yellow and green, iridescent light. The image showed the future Luna in flight as she made her way through an ancient forest. Celine also noticed another small detail on the painting. On the ring finger of the left hand was a ring that had the coat of arms of House Potter upon it. A ring that she had seen Lily wear and knew it was the ring given to the Lady of House Potter. "Harry," Celine began, "do you know the significance of the ring that you painted?" "No. It was just part of the image I had in my vision," Harry stated with a bit of confusion. Luna looked at the ring closely and saw the coat of arms. "Mum, what is the image on the ring? Does it have a meaning?" Celine's eyes began to fill with happy tears. "Yes, it does, dear. That is the wedding and signet ring that the Lady of House Potter wears." Luna's eyes widened. She first stared at her mother, then at Harry, and then back to the ring. A large grin formed, and she rushed to Harry, throwing her arms around him, and squealed, "I'm going to be Lady Potter someday. We're going to be married someday." Harry blushed and scratched the back of his head, a nervous trait he learned had come from his father. "Well, I didn't know what the ring was when I saw it in my vision and painted it, but whoa, I'm cool." Harry laughed nervously. The last Potter, only 10 years of age, was still pants at the whole relationship and future marriage thing. It was something he could not get his head completely around yet. But what 10-year-old boy could? He knew in his heart that Luna was his future, but the emotional range of a 10-year-old boy didn't quite reach as far as knowing what that all entailed. "The only thing is," Luna began, "is that I don't have wings. So I guess it can't be a true image of me in the future, can it?" She pondered out loud. "I don't know, Lou. When I see you in the future, there are times I see you with these wings and other times without. Maybe you will get wings in the future at some point?" Harry offered. "Maybe. Luna's tra. I guess we can ask grandmother tonight and see what she thinks." Luna stated, looking lost in thought. "Anyway, I think the painting is beautiful, Harry, and deserves a place over the mantel. What do you say?" Celine praised the young boy. Harry smiled and nodded, and Luna squealed in delight. Later that afternoon, an exhausted Harry threw himself onto the sofa in the family room. He had forgotten about the uncanny ability that women posses to shop for hours and hours and not tire. He would swear that they had gone to every shop in the alley, and he was made to hold all the bags, which wasn't too terrible. After all, Aunt Celine had shrunk them down and put a feather-light charm on them. And the trip wasn't a total pain. He had gotten more paints and other art supplies to replenish his stock, and some more potions to restock his potions kit. Besides painting and drawing, Harry had a passion for potions brewing that Severus continued to encourage. He was currently working on the 3rd year's potions curriculum. Daz and Huck hovered over the worn-out Potter heir and tapped their feet in annoyance at the young man. Harry looked up and saw the 2 male pixies assigned to guard and protect him. "What?" Harry moaned out. Daz shot to the window and pointed exaggeratingly at the sinking sun. "Oh, I almost forgot," Harry exclaimed. "Luna, we need to head to the lake soon." Harry called out up the stairs where Luna was putting away her things. Luna was sitting in front of her bureau that had a large mirror on top of it. She was watching as Zara and Tara wove a floral wreath that would be placed around Luna's head. Celine was sitting behind her, brushing through her hair. "It's a wonderful thing you're about to do, sweetheart, and I can think of no one more worthy than Harry to receive it." Celine proudly told her daughter. I'm sure your Uncle James and Aunt Lily are looking down with proud grins as well. I know I've told you this before, but when you and Harry were just babies, we all could see the connection between you and Harry. Harry's first incident of accidental magic was to apparate himself to your crib. Celine chuckled at the memory. We had just put you down for a nap when the Potters came for a visit. Harry wanted to see you, but we told him you were sleeping and he couldn't play with you. Celine chuckled again, her eyes filling with mirthful tears. As soon as Lily set Harry into the playpen, we all heard a loud pop. We all turned to see an empty playpen. Lily almost went into hysterics, wondering where he had gone. So, we all began to search the house for him. Within moments, we hear giggling coming from your nursery. We all rushed to the room and entered. James and your father both immediately broke into laughter, and James' eyes were bursting with pride at his son's achievement. Celine smiled at the memory. Well, there he was in your crib and the two of you giggling and playing. Did you know that every time the two of you were together, you would be touching the other? Either Harry had his hand on you, or you had your hand on him, and sometimes just sitting right next to each other. I think that's what caused your father and James to draw up. Anyway, it is a fond memory of mine. Celine finished placing the hairbrush down as Zara and Tara lifted the wreath and placed it on Luna's head, and then threaded some of Luna's hair through it to hold it in place. Luna descended the stairs to where Harry was waiting for her. Harry stared wide-eyed at his bondmate. She looked beautiful. She wore an ankle-length Romanesque forest green stola and a matching palla that draped around her shoulders. With the addition of the wreath in her hair, gave her the image of a young Roman goddess. Luna smiled demurely at Harry's nonverbal response. Zara and Tara high-fived each other as they, along with Daz and Huck, ushered the two young people out the door. Celine kissed them both and wished them luck. She was not permitted to be at the ritual, which she found a little difficult to take, but she knew that they would be safe under the watchful eyes of the four pixies and with Aoife. The party of 6 made their way to the tree line and followed the protected path that would lead them to the lake and to an awaiting Aoife. The sun had set, and the last vestiges of light were slowly fading as they came to the midway point between the rookery and the lake. Without warning, the pixie guards came to a complete stop and were buzzing around, nervously looking into the deep woods that surrounded them on all sides. All was eerily still. There were no sounds coming from their surroundings, no sounds of life at all. Luna grabbed Harry's hand and glued herself tightly to Harry's side. Suddenly, a blood-curdling screech was heard as a cloud of blue rushed toward them. The four pixies immediately took a defensive position between Harry and Luna and the threat that had appeared from the darkness. A swarm of blue Cornish pixies launched themselves at the 4 woodland pixies who prepared themselves for battle. The two species of pixie were bitter enemies and had been for millennia and would not hesitate to fight to the death with each other. Luna was confused at the sight of the Cornish pixies. They were not native to these woods and wondered how they had gotten here. A dozen of the blue devils swarmed Daz, Huck, Tara, and Zara. Another dozen headed for Harry and Luna. Harry was using wandless banishing charms to keep them away, but there were too many to hit at once. The sharp-toothed pixies swarmed thick around their faces, making it almost impossible to see. Luna screamed as she saw Daz fall from the sky and lay unmoving on the ground. Luna reached out to a tree, commanding its branches to pick up Daz and protect him. The tree immediately responded, lifting the unmoving fairy up and placing him in a hollow within the tree. The Cornish devils were becoming thicker around the 2 10-year-olds as they lost awareness to where they were. Unbeknownst to the two of them, they had left the protected path and were at least several feet from it. Harry lost sight of Luna and froze in fear as he heard her scream and then was quickly silenced. "Luna! Luna! Where are you?" Harry shouted. There was so much confusion around him that he could not sense her. The panic rose up in his chest, threatening to overwhelm him. He heard a branch break behind him. He swung around, hoping to find that Luna was there. A flash of sickly blue skin and a sudden explosion of pain and light hit him before everything went dark and he knew no more. /n. I know, evil cliffhanger. Again, sorry for the long wait. A big thank you to everyone who have and will take the time to read and review. Things will begin to move a bit faster after the next chapter, maybe 2. Chapter 11. Disclaimer. Harry Potter is not mine. A/N. So here is my Xmas gift. I decided since there were so many kind reviews, except for one or two, I would post one more chapter before I rest for the holidays. I hope you enjoy this chapter, though I have a feeling I may get a few flames. Anyway, thanks for all the reviews, and I hope everyone has a Merry Christmas or holiday season. Chapter 11. Mid-afternoon, October 31st. Albus Dumbledore sat in deep thought at his desk in the office of the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It had been a little more than 3 years since the Potter boy had disappeared. The Muggle police had stopped any investigation into the disappearance, now labeling it as a cold case. Dumbledore knew that Potter's relatives had left him for dead in a wooded area somewhere, but he had not been able to retrieve the complete information about the location. And unfortunately, the Dursleys had perished soon after that last fiasco of a visit. The wards that surrounded their home had fallen, and although the police ruled the death a tragic home invasion gone terribly wrong, it had all the hallmarks of a death by magical means. The wards had prevented 3 other previous attempts on the home by former followers of the Dark Lord. But when the wards had dropped, the house was no longer protected, and the former Death Eaters wasted no time in torturing and then killing the family in an attempt to find and kill the boy who lived. With the Dursleys dead, there was no longer a chance to find the location they had dumped the boy. Dumbledore had no reason to believe that Harry had any knowledge of the wizarding world, and therefore kept all his investigations focused in the Muggle world. He had sent out numerous owls, but all came back without delivery the scroll that had been turned into a portkey. Even scrying for the boy had not turned up anything. This left Dumbledore with 2 truths. Either the boy was truly dead or somehow he was being shielded from all magical means of detection. If he was dead, that would explain why he could not access the Potter accounts anymore or their properties. If Harry had died, as the last Potter heir, the Goblins would have frozen all the Potter assets and claimed them as spoils of a dead line and sold off what properties and tangible assets that remained. But as Harry's magical guardian, however self-proclaimed, he should have been entitled to something. But the Goblins were adamant about him not having any legal rights to or privileges or access to any Potter assets, claiming only the true guardian had that right. Whether they knew it or not, the Goblins had given Dumbledore the kick he needed to refocus his train of thought. If Harry was not dead, then someone was protecting and shielding him. He needed to start inquiring about the real magical guardian of Harry Potter. He knew that Sirius Black was Potter's godfather, but he was safely tucked away in Azkaban and was not in a position to help Harry. But who had been his godmother? That was the question. Lily had only been close to 3 girls during her time at Hogwarts that he could remember. Alice Davies, now Longbottom, a current resident of St. Mungo's, Sharon Bones, née Cutler, deceased, her and her husband murdered by Voldemort, their only child, now the ward of her aunt, Amelia Bones, and of course there was Celine Lovegood, née Soliel. The 2 were inseparable at Hogwarts and both Ravenclaws. Of course, Albus exclaimed. How could I have forgotten? The Lovegood woman insisted that Harry was to come to her. She had a copy of the Potter will. Albus could have slapped himself. He had completely forgotten about the woman. If memory serves, she lives near the Weasleys. Perhaps a visit to Molly might be in order. If the boy was there, surely some of her children would have seen him or at least heard of a new boy living in the area. The old headmaster spoke out loud to himself, grabbing a pinch of flu powder and throwing it into the fireplace in his office, watching the emerald flames jump to life. He stuck his head into the flames and called out, "The burrow." A few moments of feeling like his head was spinning like a top, he suddenly stopped and was looking into a very cluttered but nevertheless clean kitchen with a large rectangular wooden table dominating the room. "Molly! Molly Weasley, are you there?" The disembodied head of Albus Dumbledore spoke. "Albus?" a female voice queried. "Albus, is that you?" A woman entered the kitchen looking down at the green flames dancing in the fireplace. "Oh, Molly, there you are," Albus said congenially. "What can I do for you, Professor? The twins haven't been causing trouble again, have they?" The stern Weasley matriarch asked with her hands on her hips. No. Well, at least not lately." Dumbledore chuckled mirthlessly, remembering the exploding oatmeal incident that had covered most of the Slytherin students at breakfast a week ago. "Then what is it, Albus?" Molly stated kindly. "May I come through, Molly?" My knees aren't as young as they used to be, I'm afraid, and kneeling for any length of time can be quite taxing. Oh. Of course, Albus, permission granted. Molly uttered, allowing the headmaster to walk through. Would you care for some tea, Albus? Molly asked the aging headmaster. That would be lovely, Molly. Albus replied with twinkling eyes. Molly had set a cup of tea in front of the headmaster after he had taken a seat at the Weasley kitchen table. Pouring a cup for herself, she sat across from the old wizard, curious about his visit. So tell me, Albus, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be preparing for the Halloween feast? Molly asked. All is well in hand, Molly. What I wanted to talk to you about is not school-related, Albus stated, taking a sip of his tea. Molly waited expectantly for Dumbledore to continue. This might sound like a strange question, but you know the people of the village here rather well, do you not? Albus asked the plump woman, knowing she always kept up with the local gossip. Why, of course I do, Molly stated proudly. I like to think I'm rather well informed of the goings-on in the village. Wonderful, Molly. Albus smiled. It is a wise person indeed who knows well their surroundings. It keeps you from being surprised by something unexpected. Molly beamed at the compliment. Very true, Albus. I'm proud to say that there are no of those kind around here. You know, those darker families. Molly shivered. Albus grinned at one of his most ardent supporters. So, tell me, Molly, have there been any new arrivals to the area recently? Albus asked, rocking his head side to side in a quizzical fashion. Well, Pauline Clearwater just had her third child last year. You know, my Percy is quite taken with her oldest, Penelope, I believe. Molly rambled. Yes, what I meant was anyone not from the village coming here to stay or visit. Albus asked, forcing himself not to roll his eyes. Well, there is that bully of a nephew that has come to live with, Celine Lovegood. Little brat punched my Ronnie in the nose for no reason whatsoever. Molly fumed. Albus immediately perked up at the mention of Celine Lovegood, a small grin forming on his face. So how old is this nephew? Albus asked, trying to hide his excitement. I believe he is Ronald's age, about 9 or 10. Molly responded. What does the boy look like? Albus asked, his excitement level rising a bit. Well, I believe he is blonde, with blue eyes, a bit about average height, a little shorter than my Ronald. Molly answered. Albus's eyes narrowed and began to think to himself. Blonde hair did not run in the Potter family, and neither did it in the Evans. But it could just be a glamour charm. It still may be my lost lamb. Albus! Albus! Molly called to the man. Sorry, Molly, I was just lost and thought more a moment. Albus stated, placating the women. So when did this nephew come to live with her? Albus asked. I suppose about 3 years ago. I didn't even know she had any siblings. Thought she was an only child, I did. Molly stated, trying to remember if she had ever heard Celine mention any other family. Well, this has been most illuminating, Molly. I need to return to the school, business to tend to, you know. Albus grinned. Of course, Albus. Please come back anytime. Molly told the older man. Thank you, Molly. As always, your hospitality is most welcome, Albus stated. Then moving to the fireplace, bid one more farewell, and then with a dash of flue powder, stepped into the hearth and was gone. Albus stepped into his office with a large smile on his face. I believe I will be paying the Lovegood home a visit within the next couple of days. Albus stated his mind, already planning on how to get guardianship of the boy, if it was indeed Harry. Harry felt disoriented and confused and was trying to piece together what had happened and where he was. He knew that he was in the forest. He could feel the cool ground and twigs and dried leaves beneath him, and he could barely make out the tall figures of trees that were just a bit out of focus. He had not needed glasses for over a year now, thanks to the potions that Severus had made to correct the damage from the chronic malnourishment his body had suffered at the hands of the Dursleys. He tried to focus on what was in front of him, only to feel a sharp pain in his head for the effort. Harry lifted a dirt-covered hand and reached back, running the hand through his hair. He winced as his hand reached the back of his head. He felt a warm stickiness that confused him. He brought his hand back and stared at the substance that coated his fingers and palm. He couldn't be absolutely sure, but he thought it might be blood. The thought of blood quickly focused his mind on Luna. He quickly moved his head from left to right, trying to locate his bondmate. The act caused a new wave of dizziness to assault him and almost made him retch. He tried to reach out mentally for her, but with the same results, dizziness and nausea. The recent events began to surface to the front of his mind. They had been attacked. Cornish pixies had attacked them, and then he had heard Luna scream, and then someone or something had attacked him, and then all went black. Panic was beginning to set in. Where was Luna? Did someone take her? Where was their guard? Who had attacked them? Harry began to hyperventilate as his mind was assaulted by feelings of dread and fear. Then out of the corner of his eye he caught movement. He held his breath and tried to remain as still as possible in case it was the attacker returning. Harry tried to focus on his magic, but was finding it almost impossible with his head still spinning. Whatever it was coming closer. It was small and seemed to be having trouble flying. It could only go a few feet before dropping to the ground. It could be one of the Cornish pixies, Harry thought to himself. He could alert the others to where I am. Harry was preparing what strength he had left to somehow make a run for it. But then he noticed that the creature was not the blue color of the pixies that had attacked them, but a flowing mane of pink hair. It was Tara. Tara, is that you? Harry whispered out, hoping not to alert anyone else that might be around him. Zara rushed to him as fast as she could. Harry lifted her in the palm of his unbloodied hand and brought her up to eye level. She immediately began to cover his face in tiny kisses. Harry chuckled a bit. I'm happy to see you two. Where are the others? Where is Daz, Zara, and Huck? Tara's face scrunched up in agony as her head dropped below her shoulders and tears began to fall. It was then Harry noticed the state Tara was in. She had several small cuts and lacerations from head to toe. One of her wings seemed to be almost torn in half. Harry gasped. Zara? Daz? Huck? Harry asked the pink-haired pixie in a small voice. Zara slowly shook her head from side to side. Harry's eyes filled with tears at the loss. They were not only their bodyguards, but they were also their friends and constant companions. Tara, have you seen Luna? Harry asked, a lump forming in his throat as he posed the question. The miniature magical being looked at him sadly and shook her head. We need to find her, Tara. I can't seem to focus on my connection to Luna. I was hit in the head, and the pain is keeping me from reaching out to her. Harry choked back a sob. Tara nodded. She turned around, looking at the dark forest, trying to determine which way they should go to find Luna. Tara straightened all of a sudden, Harry knowing that something had caught her attention. What is it, Tara? Harry asked. Tara made a sniffing motion and then pointing in a specific direction deeper into the forest. Harry, understanding that she had smelled something, took in a long breath through his nose. His eyes widened. He smelled smoke. Someone had lit a fire somewhere. It wasn't hard evidence, but they had nothing else to go on. Harry shakily stood up, using the nearby tree to support him as he stood. Placing Tara on his shoulder, she pointed out the way they should go. The first several yards were difficult for Harry, as the obvious concussion was causing balance issues and clear mental focus. Harry noticed several unmoving bodies of the blue devils that had attacked them. Obviously, his pixie friends had taken out several of the flying beasts before being overcome by the sheer number of them. Tara gasped and pointed to something under a pile of blue corpses. Long strands of purple hair could be seen in the tangle of bodies. Harry knelt on the ground and removed the small bodies until he saw the still form of Zara. Tara leapt from his shoulder and grabbed her unmoving friend in her tiny arms. Tears fell mournfully from Tara's distraught eyes. Harry did not know what to do. He stared frozen in place at the sight of his friend. He had not seen death before. He knew his parents had died, and even with the memory of his mother's death locked somewhere in his mind, he never had the courage to view it. This was different, however. He knew Zara personally, interacted with her. She was the flirt of the two female pixies she liked to tease Harry and cuddle up to his cheek and play in his thick hair and weave flowers into it, much to Harry's amusing protests. Tara touched the bark of a nearby tree with her hands and asked it for an offering. In response, the large oak tree released 3 of its largest leaves that gently floated to the ground. Tara immediately gathered them and with tender care tightly wrapped Zara's body with the offered leaves. She was wrapped much like the Egyptian pharaohs of old. With tears in her eyes, Tara communicated to Harry her need. Harry gently and with love picked up the wrapped body and placed it within the pocket of his coat. Tara returned stoically to Harry's shoulder, and they continued in the direction of the smoke. Tara had also communicated to Harry the fate of Huck. She had witnessed the brutality of the Cornish pixies as they tore Huck into pieces, scattering him to the four winds. Daz's body was still in the hollow of the tree Luna had placed him in near the path to the lake. As the two continued forward, the smell of smoke became stronger, and within a few moments could see four long torches that had been placed around a stone altar, and on the altar, unmoving, was Luna. Harry screamed in his head, which caused another wave of dizziness to grip him. Harry was about to run to her when Tara gripped his ear tightly and tugged. Harry froze at the sudden pain inflicted on his ear. Tara scolded him for running into an unknown situation without thinking. Harry grimaced and realized that the tiny pixie was right. Harry slipped of his jacket and placed it carefully on the ground, not wanting to damage Zara's body. Slowly he crawled toward the altar. The altar was in the center of a small clearing. Harry could not approach the altar without exposing himself to who may be nearby. Harry and Tara stopped at the edge of the clearing and lay flat against the ground. They looked everywhere for a clue as to whom else may be in the area, but they saw no one. Tara did not like this. Something was wrong. This smelled like a trap and told Harry so. But Harry's was too worried about Luna to care about anything else. He needed to get to her before whoever it was returned. Harry got up onto his knees and began to slowly crawl toward the stone altar. Tara tried to protest and hold him back, but he was determined to get to her. Harry thought if he could just stick to the shadows, he would be fine. It was already completely dark, and the only light was that of the torches, which left many areas still in shadow. Harry was just about 6 feet from the altar when he felt something impact his chest and heard a sharp crack as he was hurled bodily several feet away and right into an illuminated area near the altar. Harry tried to take a breath and was met with a sharp pain in his side that stole his breath. He struggled to get his knees underneath him so that he could at least face whatever had attacked him. For the second time that evening, Harry was frozen in place, not by grief this time, but fear. Harry was looking at what had to be an aberration of nature. It had black as coal hooves and shaggy blue-gray fur that was matted and filthy. They looked like legs of a goat, but nothing like Harry had ever seen before. The torso was dark blue, almost black, and it was covered with weeping sores that oozed a foul-smelling puss-like substance. Large growths bulged from its stomach and shoulders. Its forearms were also covered in the same blue-gray fur that its legs had matted and filthy. It had long, spindly fingers that had long, filthy fingernails, which looked more like talons than fingernails. Its face was long and angular, similar to a goat's head, but more human-like. The sides of its face, where a man's sideburns would be, was fur-covered and came down its face and made a long beard at his chin. His ears were pointy, but appeared to be chewed upon. On top of its head were 2 straight horns. One horn appeared to be broken near its base, where only a nub remained. The other was about 8 inches in length and gnarled. His eyes were exaggeratedly large and almond-shaped. His irises were red and feline in shape. His nose was flat and flared with large nostrils. His teeth were splintered and showed signs of widespread decay. He would be a terrifying sight to anyone, but to a 10-year-old boy, he was horror itself. When Harry and Luna had failed to arrive before sundown, she knew something had gone wrong. For the first time since becoming bound to the island, she regretted the limitations it put upon her. When she had formed her soul bond to Luna's great-grandfather so long ago, she knew that when he passed on that she would follow. It was just the nature of the bond. Yet when he had died, she did not want to pass on and leave her offspring. She knew that there was a possibility, however slim, that one of her descendants would inherit some of the Fae abilities, and she needed to be here for them. She had gone to the Fae Council and presented her case to them, asking what could be done to keep her in the realm of the living. The only option that could accomplish what she wanted was to tie herself to one of the fairy doorways and become its caretaker and guardian. This would allow her to be among the mortal world and the world of the Fae. Its drawback was that she could not set foot off the island that the doorway existed on. For in the moment she did, she would cease to exist, and she would join her soul mate in the next great adventure. Although bound to the island, she was not helpless, and she could use her magic and other innate abilities to help her children. Aoife called out to the woodland creatures near her island and gave them charge to find her children and assist them. She also called to two tree nymphs who lived near the shoreline of the lake and asked for their assistance. The nymphs whispered to the trees a gift that Luna had, but not as refined or as all-encompassing as these creatures of the trees had. Within moments, the trees whispered back to the nymphs and informed them that their brethren could see the children and that they were being held captive, but none were close enough to lend assistance, even should the Fey child call to them. They also whispered back the fate of the three pixies who had given their lives to protect Aoife's children. Aoife mourned the loss of Zara, Huck, and Daz. They were her most loyal friends, but the time to grieve was not yet here. Her children were in great danger and needed help. They were magically powerful, but they had not yet realized or been able to fully tap into their abilities yet. She just hoped that they could hold off until help arrived. Harry watched as the satyr, for that was what he appeared to be or had been, circle him and snarl. "You foolish, foolish little boy. I smelled you foul stench 100 yards away." The creature growled. "It would have been better for you to have not sought me out. Now I must decide what to do with you. Do I simply kill you and be done with it? Or maybe you are worth something to the mortals and I can ransom you. Please, sir. All I want is to take my friend and leave here." Harry pleaded softly, muster what courage he had to speak to the dangerous-looking creature. "I'll leave," he chuckled mirthlessly. "Oh, you will not be leaving, especially not with her." Robin Goodfellow, also known as Puck, laughed. "I'm sure you know what she is, boy." He snarled and then laughed a bit unhinged, as he looked at the silent and unmoving form of the blonde girl. "You see," Puck began, his eyes glazing over. "She is my revenge and my salvation. She will extend my life, but more than that, her death will bring pain to the one I loathe most." Puck gritted his splintered teeth, flakes of rotted bone falling from his diseased mouth. "Who?" Harry began before he was immediately interrupted by a howling scream. "Aoife!" He spat the name out in murderous inflection. "She is the cause of all my suffering. She is the cause of my exile and banishment. And she will pay." Spittle flew from the deranged satyr's mouth, long threads of drool hanging from his filthy beard. Harry's entire body jerked as if hit by electricity. The venom in the creature's words and tone frightened him like nothing else had ever done. Harry was at a loss for what to do. The creature was dangerous and stronger than he was, and he could not focus enough to call upon his magic. Tara had not been still during this heated diatribe. She had silently made her way to Luna with the intent of waking her, but as she approached the altar, she felt the pulsation of magic. Looking at the altar, she saw several runes carved into the stone, and within the grooves of the runes there was blood. But not just any kind of blood, it was the blood of someone or something with magic. She looked over Luna, who had some minor cuts and abrasions, but no deep lacerations. Tara almost screamed as she saw the mutilated bodies of several Cornish pixies. He had used the magic in their blood to charge the runes. His own allies were not spared from his desire for extended life. The pulsation were that of a magical barrier that kept Tara from reaching the unconscious girl, someone with more power than she would need to destroy the altar to set Luna free. Puck grabbed Harry by the front of his shirt, lifting him off the ground. Harry was shocked by the sudden departure from the ground, and even more so when he was smashed into a large tree and held there. Harry never saw where it had come from, but a large trident-like object was thrust into the tree. Harry's neck was pinned to the tree by prongs on either side of his throat. Puck put his face next to Harry's as drool and spittle covered his face. "Now, boy, watch as I ripped the very magic from your little girlfriend. It's magnificently painful, the screams, even puts my fur on end." Puck laughed manically. He then walked to the altar, leaving Harry to dangle by his neck from the trident. Harry struggled to free himself from the ancient weapon, but was unable to get leverage enough to pull it from the tree. Harry's Adam's apple almost crushed by the pressure of the thing being pressed against his throat. Tara quickly hid herself from view and made her way to Harry. She tried calling to the tree for help to release Harry, but she realized the tree was dead and could not respond. Tara tried pulling on the trident, but it was just too much for her, as injured as she still was. Both Harry and Tara turned their head quickly to the altar as a blood-curdling scream echoed through the clearing. The process of ripping Luna's magic was beginning. Harry desperately fought against the trident that had him pinned to the tree. He tried to scream, but the pressure to his throat would not allow it. A screech was heard from overhead as several large owls dived at the monster by the altar. Tara screamed in gratitude as the owls began to attack their captor. Harry struggled more and more, trying to rock himself from side to side, trying anything to get loose. The top of his shirt ripped open as the bark of the dead tree had snagged it from his moving around. A medallion that was around his neck shimmered in the firelight of the torches. Harry's eyes widened as he remembered he had worn the medallion Luna had given him on his birthday. It was enchanted with enough fey magic for one spell or summoning. But what to do? What could help him and save Luna? Luna continued to scream as her body convulsed. The trees were too far away to be of any use with their branches. "That's it," Harry yelled. He grasped the medallion in one hand while using the other to keep his neck off the trident, causing him further injury. He concentrated as hard as he could on his desire. For a few moments it seemed that nothing was happening. Then there was an audible crack as the stone altar began to split. Long roots had sprung from the ground and began to encircle the stone. The roots tightened their grip on the stone as it began to shatter underneath the pressure the roots were exerting. One of the carved runes cracked, and a pulse of magic flared as the rest of the runes went dormant. Harry looked at Luna, who was now moving slightly, but was still dazed. Puck had heard the crack, and though still trying to fight off the diving owls, hurried toward Luna. Before he made it halfway to her, a pack of wolves burst from the tree line and intercepted the satyr. With teeth bared and fur on end, the wolves slowly closed in on the enraged exile. Puck turned quickly and sprinted to the tree line and disappeared into the forest with the wolves in close pursuit. Harry felt a wave of relief fall over him now that the immediate danger had fled. A scream of "no" quickly had Harry's attention once again focused on Luna. Luna had fallen to the ground. Her body seemed to vibrate and ripple. Harry's eyes widened as what looked like droplets of gold were rising out of Luna's body and were slowly floating out into the air. Her excess magic. Her gift. Harry screamed in his head, his throat still constricted by the trident. "No, no, no, no." Luna screamed as her hands tried to grab onto the excess magic that her body was releasing. Her tears fell like a waterfall from her eyes as she desperately tried to think of a way to stem the flow of her magic, but it was hopeless. With a burst of wandless magic, Harry was finally able to concentrate enough, send a banishing charm that yanked the trident from the tree, causing Harry to fall to the ground in a heap. He rushed to Luna's side and picked her up into his arms. There was no consoling the young fairy. It's gone, Harry," she sobbed. "And my G-gift is gone," she wailed, tucking her head into Harry's shoulder. Harry just held her tight. He was trying to be strong for Luna, but inside his own heart felt like breaking. He kissed her head and then, holding her tightly to him, he stood up, cradling her in his arms. "Let's go find grandmother," he whispered. "Things will be okay." A lump caught in his throat as he tried to comfort her. "I will gladly wait 90 more years to try again." Harry gave a warm, crooked smile. Tara was also silently crying for her 2 charges and for her fallen friends. It was supposed to be a night of giving and love, but it became a night of tragedy and sorrow. Much had been lost, but they had to somehow focus now on going forward. Harry hoped that somehow Aoife could make things better. /N. I know this is not the outcome you all wanted, but it had been planned from the beginning. It doesn't mean that all hope of the two being together forever is gone, just delayed. I promise there will be a happy ending. I hope despite the sad ending of the chapter, you will still read and review. You did learn why Aoife cannot leave the island. So what does it mean for Harry and Luna, who are also soulbound? Also, Dumbledore has finally gotten a clue and realized where Harry might be. Stay tuned. The next chapter will have the first confrontation with Harry and Dumbledore. Read and review. Chapter 12. Disclaimer. Harry Potter belongs to J.K. Rowling. Whoa. I knew there would be a few flames on the last chapter, but nothing like the response I received. Even my wife threatened to make me sleep on the couch because of it, but after I told her why I did it and what was to come, she allowed me back into bed. So I would like to give a little explanation to hopefully redeem myself. First, it was not just a gratuitous violent scene, just to cause Harry and Luna distress. This incident will have a deep psychological effect on Harry, as he felt helpless to aid Luna, and will stir within him a desire to strengthen himself magically and physically. It will also strengthen the bond that Luna and Harry share, now that they are fully aware of their own mortality. Luna will also become stronger because of the incident, strength through adversity. She is obviously distraught over the loss of her gift. On this particular point, many of you have voiced your displeasure. Let me remind you that this is a Luna/Harry story, and there will be a happy ending. Though Harry did not receive Luna's gift, it is not the end all of gaining immortality. I have already left a clue in a previous chapter on how this could happen, and am a little disappointed that no one picked up on it. Robin Goodfellow, or Puck as he is also called, will still play a role in this FIC. I should state that this FIC will not have Horcrux. Voldemort's survival after his attempt on young Harry's life will be explained in later chapters. I can't tell you any more without revealing too much of the story plot lines. I hope that you will continue to read and enjoy the story, and hope I'm forgiven for such a terrible Xmas gift. Chapter 12. After retrieving his jacket with the remains of Zara and collecting Daz from the hollow that Luna had placed him in at the beginning of this horrific incident, Tara repeated her earlier request of the trees, who allowed 3 large leaves to fall. She tenderly wrapped Daz's body in the ways of her kind. Unfortunately, they could not find any remains of Huck, and Tara sang a tune of mourning over her lost companions. The 3 friends then continued their way to Aoife's Island, Harry carrying Luna bridal style with Tara snuggled into Luna's neck and wrapping herself in Luna's hair. Tara sang a soft tune that was meant to comfort her 2 charges. The little pixie then vowed to herself to never leave their sides again. She would be their constant companion and protector throughout their lives. Aoife saw her children reach the edge of the shore and climb into the small boat that would carry them across the ancient lake to her island. She could sense their grief and sadness and cursed her inability to leave the island and rush to their aid. Guilt and fear for her 2 lambs was almost overwhelming. Fairies were believed by most in the wizarding world to be emotionless and only caused mischief and mayhem. But it was the farthest thing from the truth. They loved deeply and passionately. They were elemental creatures who cared for Mother Earth. They were life givers. They enhanced everything they touched. Because of them, the trees grew a little taller, flowers smelled a little sweeter, the grass a little greener. They understood the connection between all life and that it was a symbiotic relationship. Man needed nature to exist, and nature existed to help mankind. Pain, death, and destruction were contrary to their very nature. It was their faith and love of man that blinded them for centuries to the evil that could exist in the hearts of men. Not until man began to hunt them near to extinction did most of the Fae turn their backs on the mortal realm. The elves were among the first to go. A true elf, or high elf, had not been seen by mortal eyes for centuries until their existence became more a thing of myth and legend than fact. If not for their love of Mother Earth, the woodland fairies would have abandoned the mortals to their fate a millennia ago. Once their kind walked freely among men, they would bless the soil and the farmers' fields and livestock with great fertility. But man became slothful and demanding and jealous of the fairies' ability and coveted their power and sought ways to take it. The fairies who abhorred war tried to convince the mortal wizards to cease their attacks on the Fae, but would not acquiesce. In a passive-aggressive manner, the Fae decided to still their gifts. Within a decade, famine, pestilence, and disease swept through the mortal world, affecting the mortals magical and mundane. Tens of thousands died. Humbled and starving, the mortals plead with the Fae to return and bless the land once more. A pact was then made between the immortals and mortals. Laws were enacted and promises made to respect and protect one another. Over the centuries, the mortals began to forget their promises, and though the new problems never reached the same level as before, the Fae became more isolationists and hid themselves from mortal eyes for self-preservation. Despite the duplicity of the wizards, they never turned their back on their stewardship of protecting the magical world or Mother Earth. Although the Fae helped conceal the existence of the magical world from the mundane as a concession to the wizards, it was not done out of deference to wizard kind, but to the magical world as a whole. At best, there was a precarious truce between the two cultures, and at worst, there was a significant undertow of enmity between the Fae and the Magicals. Distrust of the mortals was now so ingrained in the minds of the Fae, it was a rare event indeed when the two cultures interacted. Aoife now realized her failure in her teachings to her two children. She had taught them to nurture and develop their abilities, but she failed to prepare them for the harsh realities of the world. Aoife understood that the young couple had had some tribulations in their lives more so Harry than Luna, but neither one truly understood the depths of depravity and evil that existed in the world. She would need to correct that immediately. Mortals could be covetous and selfish and were prone to violence, but they were also capable of great love and acts of compassion and sacrifice. The Fae could also be vindictive and cause harm to others, but it was a rare occurrence. She had felt the presence of Puck for some time now. She, however, believed that he had come for her and not her children. Harry was not of the Fae, and Luna was only part fairy, so she mistakenly believed that he would not go after them. And with the protection she had placed around the rookery and the trail leading to the lake, should have kept them safe. She obviously was wrong, and her children had suffered because of it. Harry lifted Luna in his arms as he stepped out of the small boat. Luna's dress slipped slightly off her shoulder, and Harry stared at something he had never seen before on her shoulder and collarbone. Before Harry could ask Luna about the markings, Aoife had swooped down and gathered the two children in her arms and held them both tightly to her. Aoife fell to her knees, clutching them to her. "I am so sorry, Harry." "Luna, I didn't think he would. Sweet Bridget, I never imagined he would try and take you." Aoife cried, the tears flowing from her watery eyes. Harry and Luna looked bewildered at the rambling woodland fairy. They had never seen her any other way, but poised and regal. "Come, children, I have much to explain," Aoife stated, standing up and taking hold of both Harry's and Luna's hand. "Let me send word to your mother that you are fine and with me." A message was written and given to Tara to take back to Celine. But the tiny pixie appeared to have no desire to leave Harry or Luna. Aoife smiled warmly at the pink-haired guardian. "They will be safe, Tara. I will not let them out of my sight." Aoife reassured the pixie. Tara reluctantly nodded and took the message from Aoife. With surprising speed, Tara rushed to the rookery so she could return quickly to her charges. Aoife had been informed of the death of Daz, Huck, and Zara by the wood nymphs that were whispering to the trees, and had been told of the tragic incident. An hour later, Harry and Luna had been told of who their attacker was and Aoife's connection to the monster. It was difficult for the two youngsters to hear of the depths of depravity that Puck, who had been a confidant of the fairy court, to have fallen to. It also made them quite nervous to know that he was still at large. Luna, who had been listening attentively to her grandmother, could no longer hold her emotions back and began to sob again. "Grandmother, my gift." Luna choked on her words too, overcome with emotion. "I know, sweetheart," Aoife responded consolingly. Kneeling in front of the small blonde, she opened up her arms to her. Luna fell into the waiting arms and was immediately wrapped in a warm hug. "It's gone," Luna whispered silently. "I wasn't able to give it to Harry." She sobbed as tears began to flow down her face. Harry didn't know what to say or do, so he just rested a soft hand on Luna's shoulder. Luna closed her eyes at the contact and could feel Harry's tender emotions fill her. She had never felt his emotions so strongly before. It seemed to fill her and warm her from the inside out. She stopped her sobbing and gently sat up from Aoife's embrace. She turned to look at Harry's worried face, but felt the depth of feeling he had for her. She launched herself into his arms, her face buried into his shoulder. "How is it that you don't hate me for losing the gift?" Luna whispered. She only felt his love and concern flooding her senses and knew he held no anger or loss. It was surprising to her young mind. "Why would I be angry, Lou? It was not your fault. I'm just relieved that you were not hurt," Harry said, honestly, giving her a warm smile. "Besides, we are still here, and we have many years together," Harry offered, a small lump forming in his throat as he spoke, though in the depths of his heart, he wished he had been able to receive the gift and be like Luna. Luna hugged him tighter, feeling a little better, but still sad about the loss of her gift. Aoife watched the young couple interact, carefully noticing that both their auras had changed somewhat. Luna's was much brighter, indicating that her magical core had strengthened and her species' aura was now a vibrant green, indicating that her essence was now mostly, if not entirely, fey. Aoife was at a loss to explain the sudden transformation, but nonetheless was excited about the turn of events. Harry's aura was by far the most amazing. Not only had his magical core strengthened, which shouldn't have happened for another year, being immortal, somewhere near his 11th birthday, but what was the most astonishing was his species' aura. It seemed to be in some kind of flux. There were now traces of green in the bright white that definitely should not be there. Was it possible that because his species' aura and magic were unwritten, that he could become Fey or any of the other magical species he wished? Aoife mused, stunned at the implications of the possibility. While in their embrace, Harry again noticed the strange markings on Luna's shoulders and collarbone. "Luna, what are these markings on your shoulder?" Harry asked, admiring the intricate patterns. "I don't have any markings, Harry. Not unless I was hurt when that thing took me," Luna stated, trying to see what Harry was looking at. Harry shook his head. "I don't think it is an injury, Lou. It looks like a tattoo of some kind." Aoife's eyes widened and stepped toward Luna, broken from her thoughts about Harry. "May I take a look at these markings, Luna?" "Of course, grandmother." Luna replied, curious about the markings as well. Luna turned to face her grandmother. Aoife reached out and examined the tattoo-like markings. They were very pale in color on Luna's skin, but were quite visible. Aoife grinned like a Cheshire cat as she recognized the strange markings. "I know exactly what they are, Luna," Aoife stated proudly. "They are your wings." The ancient fairy clapped in excitement. "My wings?" Luna asked with confusion. "They don't look like wings," Luna stated. With a wry smile, Aoife removed the long shawl she was wearing that uncovered bare shoulders and neckline. On her alabaster skin were similar markings that extended to just below her collarbone and then climbed up and over her shoulders. She turned slowly around and showed the two children her exposed back. Her dress was completely opened at the back. The material of the dress ran down the sides of her body and swooped down before swooping back up at her hips. Luna and Harry looked at the tattoo, which had continued over her shoulders and continued down her back, disappearing below the dress line. Aoife turned her head to look over her shoulder at the two children and gave them a wink. Harry and Luna gasped as the tattoo began to move and lift from her body and unfold. Within seconds, a pair of large and beautiful wings appeared in front of the gob-smacked youths. With a gentle beating of her wings, Aoife rose into the air and hovered for a moment before touching back down. Harry and Luna stared open-mouthed at the ancient fair, who smiled playfully at the pair. "Wow, wings!" Harry stated, looking more closely at Luna's markings. "Wings?" Luna gasped. "Yes, wings, love." Aoife smiled. "But not yet fully developed. If you noticed, my markings are darker in appearance while yours are more diffused. With time, they will mature, and your markings will become darker," Aoife told the young fairy. How do you get them to come out?" Harry asked shyly. Aoife chuckled musically. "It is as simple as breathing for me, Harry. But when I was first learning, it took a little bit of concentration and focusing on what I wanted them to do. As her wings mature, I will instruct Luna on how to call them forth," Aoife stated, smiling at her granddaughter. Luna beamed back at her grandmother. "Now, it is getting late. Is there anything else we need to discuss?" Aoife asked, pointedly looking at Luna. The ancient fairy could sense that Luna still felt the loss of not being able to give her gift to Harry and knew that the young girl would have concerns. "Grandmother," Luna began meekly, "is there any other way for me to give Harry immortality?" Luna asked, though having the feeling she already knew the answer. "No, sweetheart. Not until you reach your 100th birthday." Luna's shoulders slumped, having her suspicions confirmed. "However," Aoife started. Luna looked up hopefully at her grandmother, praying for a positive response. "If my assumptions are correct, Harry may not need your gift." "Huh?" Both Harry and Luna responded in unison. Aoife chuckled at the pair. "I am not absolutely sure, but I think because of Harry's unique situation, it is not out of the realm of possibility that he already possesses or could possess that ability. He has already demonstrated he can use fairy elemental magic," Aoife stated pensively. "What? You mean calling the stone the other day is fairy magic?" Harry asked. "It is, Harry. and when you called forth the tree roots from the earth to free Luna. Aoife told him, well, that wasn't really me. I mean, I used the medallion that Luna gave me that was infused with fairy magic. Did you now? Aoife smiled with a mischievous look on her face. Yeah, Harry stated. That medallion, Harry, had only enough magic to perform one calling. Aoife stated. Aha. Harry stated, thinking the debate was over. I can still feel the magic in the medallion, Harry. That means it was not used. What you did was to call to the trees yourself, and they responded to you. That is Fey magic, Harry. No simple witch or wizard can call to nature or the elements and have them respond in that manner. Harry still looked confused, but Luna was smiling and almost jumping up and down at what this could mean. Harry, when I was observing you and Luna moments ago, I saw traces of fairy in your species aura. It is small, but it is there, and I know without doubt that it was not there prior to today. I think magic is allowing you to pick what you want to be, or maybe to be all things at once. I don't know for sure, and only time will tell, but I feel that it bears observing and exposing you to other magical species to see if you can learn to use their unique abilities as well. Aoife stated excitedly. Harry was at a loss for words. He felt confused, but at the same time hopeful that somehow he could have the immortality of the Fae and always be with Luna. As Harry's thoughts were swirling around the information Aoife had given him, another voice seemed to echo in his head, a warm feminine voice, a voice that Harry knew well now, having heard it now on several occasions. And he will have power that the Dark Lord knows not. The voice of his mother whispered softly. /n, a short chapter, but I hope it is well received, and you feel like giving some positive feedback. I need some after the lashing I got over the last chapter. I hope everyone had a happy Christmas. Read and review. Chapter 13. Disclaimer. Harry Potter is not mine. /n. Well, I have to say that I was amazed at the passion in some of the reviews over the last 2 chapters, and at the same time glad that people are so involved in the story that they would express their feelings, whether complimentary or otherwise, on how the storyline is moving. I want to thank all of you who are following my little story and hope you continue. Please read and review. You guys are the best. Chapter 13. An exhausted Harry and Luna returned to the rookery under the watchful eyes of a pack of gray wolves sent by Aoife as an escort. Tara was also hovering over her charges, providing aerial support. Aoife no longer sensed Puck's presence, but she would not risk her children's safety again. The pair of youngsters was immediately pulled into a crushing hug by Celine as soon as they set foot into the little cottage. Harry and Luna's cheeks became wet with the flowing tears of the anxious blonde, who had been on pins and needles since the small pixie Tara had informed her about the incident in the forest. She had wanted to run to them immediately, but the note from Aoife asked her to remain at the rookery and that they would be safe with her and would make sure they returned home that evening safe and sound. Celine was about to ignore the request and was heading for the door when the young pixie told her in her soft, tinkling voice that the children were on the island and that she wouldn't be able to get to them anyway. Tara reassured the mortal, which that her children will be fine and with her again shortly. Reluctantly, Celine nodded and waited for her children's arrival. Now that she had them in her arms, she had no intention of ever letting them go. She covered both of their faces with desperate kisses and over again told them both how much she loved them. Pulling them with her, she sat on the sofa, one on each side of her. The children rehearsed to her the happenings of the night. She cried over the loss of Tara's 3 companions, and again when Harry spoke about the ritual and the loss of Luna's gift. Soon exhaustion finally overcame the young couple, and Celine carried the sleeping pair one by one to their room. She placed Luna down first, and then went back downstairs to collect Harry. As soon as she had placed Harry on the bed, Luna instinctually turned toward him and rested her head on Harry's shoulder, her arm crossing over his chest. Harry's arm instinctually wrapped itself around Luna's shoulder and pulled her tightly to him. Celine couldn't help it. A small smile escaped her lips. The two had become so close that it was nigh unto impossible to separate them. A small pang of sadness found its way to her heart, though, as she thought how separation was going to affect the two of them. Harry would start Hogwarts next year, and Luna would have to wait till the next. The bond the two shared continued to grow and strengthen, and from her studies she knew that it would not finalize until the two consummated it with the ultimate act of intimacy. She hoped that this would not occur for several more years, 10 more years would be ideal, but she knew that in all likelihood they would consummate it much sooner than that. She also worried about how the revelation of a very much alive but hidden Harry Potter would go over once he officially re-entered back into Wizarding Society. She wasn't too concerned about his safety. While he was at the Rookery, she had contacted the Goblins about adding more wards to her property, which was scheduled to begin next month. It had cost her a year's salary, but it was more than worth it in her mind. She was not worried too much about the cost. She had made a nice sum of galleons when she sold the Quibbler to one of her husband's cousins, but retained a 10% interest in the company, which kept galleons coming in. Her work as an unspeakable also paid very well, as she was one of their top researchers. She would not allow herself to use any of the money she received from the Potter estate as his guardian. She wanted it all to go back to Harry. And besides, she saw Harry as her own son, and what mother would not provide for her son? The Lovegoods lived modestly, but they never went without. She believed that teaching her children the value of simple living would ground them and teach them to appreciate all things in life. She knew that she would not need to worry about her children when it came to their sense of morality and equity. They both had a reverence for nature and of all living things. Luna was extremely in tune with the world around her. Her gentle nature seemed to resonate with all creatures mundane and magical, and they seemed to sense in her a kinship that went beyond the physical. This could be due to her Fey heritage asserting itself so strongly within her. Luna's fairy magic was also strengthening. She had become quite proficient at calling nature to her aid and using her gifts to enhance the environment around her and strengthening the ambient magic, which it gave off. The art of healing was almost second nature to the young girl. Many times injured animals would find their way to her, and she would heal them with a touch or incantation. She also had refined her illusory ability. It was a skill most fairies had. She could send false images to a person's mind to misdirect or confuse them, much like a confundus charm. It was a defensive ability that fairies used to escape or to not be seen. She still had not mastered the ability to enter or influence another's dreams. This was also a skill of the Fae. They used this ability to create harmless yet lifelike and vivid dreams in mortal minds, mostly out of a sense of mischievousness, and to cause a little mayhem at times. Harry also shared an ability to inspire trust in the animals, both mundane and magical. Not on the same level as Luna, but nonetheless more so than any other person she had heard of. His innate talent for potion making rivaled even that of his mother's, who became one of the youngest potions mistress ever bestowed with that title. Harry's ability to sense future events was still unrefined and occasionally random, but it had saved her life a year ago. She had been working on an experimental potion behind the cottage when she saw Harry running toward her, screaming for her to run. His terrified screams were enough to convince her to run toward him. Within seconds of her sprinting away from her cauldron, it exploded, embedding shards of iron from the cauldron into the rock wall she had been standing in front of, nearly collapsing it. Had she remained, she would have been caught up in the blast and most likely ripped apart by the flying shrapnel. Yes, her children were both remarkable in their abilities and yet remained as humble as she could have ever hoped for. She hoped that as they began to venture into the real world that their characters would not change and that they would remain as compassionate and caring as they now were. Friday, November 2nd, 1990 started out as most mornings did in the Lovegood home. Celine was preparing a light breakfast of fresh fruit, yogurt, and granola while Harry and Luna were getting themselves up and ready for the day. Harry was in the small study he now used as a place to draw and paint. Celine and Severus had made sure that he was well stocked with the various mediums Harry used. Paints both oil and water-based, pencils of all colors, chalks, and charcoals were all kept with various sizes of canvases and art pads. Along the walls were many of his paintings, and most prominently displayed was his latest painting of Luna. The painting depicted an older Luna with fairy wings in mid-flight, her long blonde, almost white hair flowing behind her in gentle waves. She wore a strapless forest green short flowing dress that accentuated the curves of a beautifully fit body. The dress only came to mid-thigh, displaying long, toned legs. Her body was leaning forward in flight. One leg was pointed back while the other was pulled forward with the knee bent. Both arms were stretched behind her, and her face shone a brilliant smile, as if she was enjoying the feel of the wind on her face. It was Harry's favorite painting of Luna. He had seen this image in a dream weeks before Samhain, and before the revelation that Luna would indeed have wings one day. Harry wasn't sure if the dream had been a true vision or not of a future Luna, but it didn't really matter to him. What did matter was that the painting captured the innocence, the magic, and the love of life that was such a part of his Luna's personality and character. Harry closed his eyes and began to slow his breathing down and reach for the stillness of a meditative state. Last night, he had felt an uneasiness enter his mind, but it never fully manifested itself to him. In such instances, Aoife had instructed him how to revisit those feelings in the waking world through meditation and allowing his abilities unrestricted freedom to follow those impressions. His mind soon latched on to the uneasiness he had felt before. Harry's mind reached out and surrounded that uneasiness within a golden sphere of psychic energy. Harry focused on the emotion within the sphere, and soon an image began to appear from within. A tall, lanky, and by all appearances a very old man with an extremely long, white beard came into focus. The garish robes he wore and the crescent moon glasses on his nose gave up his identity straight away. Albus Dumbledore. Of course, Harry knew who he was. He had seen him in visions, before some were memories surrounding his own infancy, and others were memories from his mother. Harry did not trust this man at all, and the feelings he got from his mother were fierce feelings of betrayal. But why the sudden feeling of uneasiness? He did not know that he was here with the Lovegoods. So then, a vision of the rookery suddenly entered his mind, with the ancient wizard walking toward it. Bloody hell! Harry gasped. He's discovered where I am. Feelings of panic rose in Harry's chest. The door to the study flew open, and a wild-eyed Luna burst through and launched herself into his arms. Luna had sensed her bondmate's emotions of fear and panic and had run to him. Harry, what's wrong? What's happening? Luna asked in worry. He knows, Luna. He knows. Harry informed his bondmate. Who knows Harry? What does he know? Luna asked in confusion. Dumbledore knows that I'm here. I think he is coming. I think he's coming to try and take me away. Harry's panicked voice was strained. What? Luna gasped. Harry, are you sure? Luna asked desperately. Harry quickly nodded. Yeah, I think so. What are we going to do? Harry asked, his eyes wide with trepidation. We have to tell Mom. She'll know what to do. Luna replied, grabbing Harry's hand and dragging him down the stairs. Thank you for the warning, Severus. I'll go and tell the children. Oh, here they are. I think Harry already knows. Celine said to the floating head of Severus Snape in the family hearth as she saw the look of fear on Harry's face. Harry looked at Celine and then down to Severus and whispered, he knows, and he is coming. He does, Harry, and he is. Severus answered forlornly from the fireplace. I just learned a few moments ago. He told me he has found you and was going to retrieve you. Severus replied morosely. I got to the flue as soon as I could to warn you. Celine straightened immediately as she felt the wards flare a warning that someone had crossed them. He's arrived, Severus. Celine whispered. I wish there was something more I could do. Severus lamented. The wards on the house will prevent him from coming in uninvited, and the additional wards that Luna's grandmother has placed on the house and gardens will keep any harm from happening to the children. We should be safe. Celine stated, hoping that her words would not only reassure Severus and the children but her as well. Contact me if things don't go as planned, and I will do what I can. Severus told his close, if not only true friend. After 3 years of coming to the rookery and helping her with Harry, Celine and Severus had fallen into a very comfortable and easy friendship with maybe a hint of something more. But Severus was content at the pace their relationship was developing. In the furthest reaches of his heart, he hoped for something more, and with the patience of an oak tree, he would let things happen naturally at their own speed. I will, Severus. Celine smiled at the man. Harry, Luna, I don't want you to go beyond the front garden while I speak to Dumbledore. Celine told the two children. But Mum, grandmother's wards will protect us. They extend all the way to the tree line. Luna pretestit. I know, sweetheart, but I don't want to take any chances. Dumbledore is a powerful wizard, and I don't want to underestimate him. If you need to run to safety, I want you close to the house," Celine told her. Another tremor in the wards alerted Celine to someone approaching the front garden. A magnified voice from just beyond the front garden echoed, "Mrs. Lovegood, Albus Dumbledore, may I speak with you?" "For a moment, madam." The voice of Albus Dumbledore echoed through the house. Celine took a deep, calming breath and looked fondly at her children. A hardened resolve then appeared on her face as she turned and walked out the front door to meet with the meddling old man. She was Harry's legal guardian in both the magical and mundane worlds, and what's more was that she loved him dearly, and she would not let the conniving old man take her Harry away. Tara flew over and stood on Harry's right shoulder with her arms crossed, looking defiant, as she had no plans on letting anyone take Harry away from his home and family. Harry turned and smiled warmly at the little pixie. Luna also stood next to him and grabbed his hand in hers. Harry squeezed in gently, letting her know that he was grateful for her presence. Celine walked about 50 yards from her front door, to the edge of the front garden, to the short gated fence that surrounded the garden and cottage. There she found Albus Dumbledore seated on a conjured chaise lounge chair just on the other side. His fingers were steepled in front of his face, a crooked smile and a look of triumph in his eyes. Celine's blood began to boil at the pompous windbag. "Ah, Celine, so good to see you again," Albus began. "I must say, I am quite impressed with your ward scheme. I recognize some of them as being goblin, but I must admit the others escape me. I have never seen the like before." Albus stated intrigued that he couldn't determine the origin of the wards. Celine inwardly smirked. She would have to thank Aoife for the fairy and elfish wards that surrounded her home. "What can I do for you today, headmaster?" Celine asked coolly. "Come now, Celine. Please call me Albus. You have not been a student for many years now." Albus replied with a smile. "May I come in so that we may speak?" The cold November air causes an uncomfortable chill in these old bones. Albus asked, "Not to be rude, Albus, but I don't feel much like entertaining company today, much to do, and all that. I'm sure you understand." Celine smiled tightly. Of course, but I'm afraid it is rather important that I speak to you," Albus asked undauntedly. Celine simply stared at the old man, waiting for him to continue. Albus cleared his throat. "Yes, well, I would like to speak to you about your godson. Harry Potter, to be exact." Albus stated, watching Celine carefully for any kind of reaction, but the woman stared back blankly at him. "Come, Celine, I know that he is here, and—" "What is it you want exactly, Dumbledore?" Celine asked in a clipped tone. "Then he is here," Dumbledore stated, his eyes twinkling. "I would very much like to see him, if you please." "No," Celine responded. "No?" Albus asked incredulously. "What possible reason do you have for wanting to see him, Albus?" Raising his hands up in a gesture of peace, he responded, "Only to check on his well-being, my dear. He has been missing for these last 3 years and presumed dead. As his magical guardian, I have a right." "You are not his magical guardian, Albus Dumbledore," Celine bluntly interrupted the old man. "Nor were you ever. You hid Harry away from his legal guardians and refused to disclose where he was. That headmaster is kidnapping," Celine stated matter-of-factly. "You are mistaken, my dear. I was simply acting in Harry's best interest and for the greater good. After the Potters were killed and Voldemort defeated, there were many of his followers looking to take retribution out on the boy. I had to act unilaterally for his own protection," Albus stated authoritatively. "You ignored and then sealed the will of an ancient and noble house, Albus Dumbledore, kidnapped its heir, and placed him with relatives who tried to kill him. You stole 6 years of his childhood, and 6 years he could have been with me, his godmother and his legal guardian, where he could have been raised in a loving and nurturing home." Celine was by this time seething at the audacity of the old man. It was for the greater good, Celine. His mother's sister was the best place for him to be, where familial blood wards could be erected to protect him from harm. Albus tried a placating voice this time, but it failed spectacularly. "A bloody lot of good it did. When we found him, he was near death, poisoned by the people you left him with. Be that as it may, Celine, it is all in the past, and we need to be more concerned about the present and Harry's safety," Albus stated. And there it was, Celine thought to herself. This is the angle the old man would use to try and get control over Harry. I assure you, Albus, that Harry is quite safe here and well taken care of. Celine replied. I'm sure you're doing the best you can, Celine, but Harry is an important figure in our world, as I'm sure you're well aware of. It is imperative that he receive the best protection and the right kind of upbringing. Exactly what are you implying, Dumbledore? Celine asked scathingly. I'm merely suggesting that a single working mother with 2 children to take care of can be a daunting task, and that Harry would benefit from a more stable environment. Albus stated in a grandfatherly way. I will not leave my home. Harry yelled defiantly from the doorway of the cottage. Luna is standing right next to him. Gone was the once shy, malnourished little boy that Luna had found a breath away from death in the forest near her home. Harry, over the last 3 years, and grown into a very intelligent and confident young man. He had the look of health and fitness. The potion Severus had given him had corrected all the malnutrition that he had suffered at the hands of the Dursleys, even correcting his eyesight. The days spent running through the forest with Luna, and the exercises, both physical and magical, that Aoife had put them through had both pre-teens in excellent physical shape and a control over their innate magic unheard of for children at their age. The 2 children also looked at least 2 years older than their true age, both appearing to be about 12 years of age. Albus was a bit taken aback at the sight of the broad-shouldered young man with piercing green eyes staring back at him, and the blonde-haired girl at his side. They stood with perfect posture and assertiveness. There was nothing submissive or demure about the pair of them. This was a problem. He needed a moldable, independent Harry if he was to mold him into the self-sacrificing weapon that would be needed to destroy the Dark Lord once he returned. Albus knew that the Dark Lord had not been destroyed. He had been there after all, and saw the wraith like mist flee the destroyed home. How he survived he was not yet sure of, but the prophecy was clear that only the Potter boy would be able to destroy him, or that the Dark Lord would be the only one to destroy Harry. Prophecies were funny that way, but if he was not mistaken, once one of the two was destroyed, the other could be killed by anyone. Dumbledore would make sure that he was the one who would be hailed as the savior of the wizarding world. So the plan was to keep Harry weak and pliable, and then at the right time, once the Dark Lord had returned and was once again causing murder and mayhem, he would send Harry to his death, and then swoop in and kill for the final time the Great Dark Lord, assuring his legend in the history books for all times. So a strong and confident Harry Potter did not fit into the plans. He would have to somehow humble the boy and break his spirits, and then ingratiate himself back into the boy's life, and be seen as the benevolent and caring grandfather who would guide Harry to his ultimate destiny. The first step would be to remove him from Celine Lovegood. The Weasleys would be the perfect family to send him to. With Molly's oppressive and overbearing nature, any streak of independence would be crushed in no time at all. It was all for the greater good, of course, and Molly would trip over herself to have the boy who lived raised as one of her own. Little did the headmaster realize that Celine and Aoife had fostered within Harry and Luna an unbreakable sense of self-worth and solid convictions. Celine also being cognizant of her responsibilities too. Harry, as the scion of the ancient and noble house of Potter, and Luna, as his betrothed, had provided them a thorough education in wizarding customs and culture and the importance of family and alliances. Celine was also proud that Luna and Harry had developed sharp and inquisitive minds and were not easily impressed with flowery and sycophantic language, thanks in most part to Severus' instructions. Harry had become very attached to the potions professor and saw him more and more as a father figure. Severus spent most of his free time during the holidays with Harry now, cultivating his talent for potions and helping him deal with his random visions, and also learning to reach out and communicate with Lily's presence within him. Lily seemed to only make Harry aware of her presence when there was something important that she wanted to communicate to him. The majority of the times her communications were in form of memories. There were other times that he would hear her voice, whispering to him, encouraging him. Harry, my boy, you may not remember me, but I know who you are, Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry stated flatly, not showing a flicker of emotion. And this is my home, sir. I will not leave it. I'm sure Celine is a competent caregiver, Harry, but, yep, Nargles. Luna stated, nodding her head in confirmation. I'm sorry, young lady? Dumbledore asked in confusion. Well, I understand why you seem to be so confused on the whereabouts of Harry's home and family. Nargles, Luna stated, again as if it were clear as day. Harry chuckled inwardly at Luna's playing with the old man. You're right, Lou. He has a serious infestation. Harry replied, nodding his head in acquiescence. The young couple simultaneously cocked their heads to the side and appeared to be trying to examine Dumbledore's ears. A confused Dumbledore looked confusedly at the pair. I'm afraid I don't understand. They're tiny creatures who are attracted by long ear hair, Headmaster. Harry stated, and they cause mental lapses of rationality and can also cause confusion. Luna replied, following Harry seamlessly. I've never seen such an infestation on this scale, though. Dumbledore unconsciously brushed at his ears. Yes, well, as I was saying, Harry, you are very important to our world and need to be protected from those who might do you harm, and as wonderful of a caregiver as Celine, maybe a more stable familial environment with a mother and father would be best for you. Ah, I see, Mr. Dumbledore, like the familial environment you left me in when I was a baby, Harry stated with a hint of sarcasm. The type of mother and father figures that starved me and punished me for no reason except that I existed. The type who kept me locked in a cupboard that was my bedroom for almost 6 years and ultimately tried to kill me. That kind of familial environment, sir. That would not be the case with the family I have in mind for you. Harry, the Weasleys are very loving and would give you a good and a stable home life. Their son Ron is your age, and I'm sure you could use some male bonding time. Dumbledore said, Aunt Celine and Luna are my family, sir, and I am very happy here and well taken care of. Besides, Aunt Celine is after all my godmother and my legal guardian, and I will not leave her or Luna. Harry said with fervor, and I would not give you up, Harry. Celine smiled warmly at her godson, then turning around and giving Dumbledore an icy stare. As you can see, Albus, Harry is well taken care of and protected. He is like a son to me, Albus, and I will not let you interfere with my family. Celine stated with finality in her voice. You must understand, Celine, that there are those who will try and hurt Harry and your family when they find out that he is here. You, here alone, would not be much of a deterrent for someone with nefarious plans. Albus continued to press his point. And the Weasleys could provide better protection? Really, Albus? Celine stated with a mocking overtone. As you have already pointed out, the wards surrounding our home are quite formidable. What is the real reason for wanting to take Harry away from me? Albus? Celine asked, sternly lifting an incredulous eyebrow. Albus began to realize that he could not persuade Celine, and at the moment she had legal guardianship over Harry. He would have to try and find a way to somehow relieve her of that responsibility. It would have to be carefully done. Either way, Harry would be coming to Hogwarts next fall and be away from Celine influence. If he could get Ronald Weasley to befriend the boy and somehow get the rest of his schoolmates to ostracize him, he would come to see the Weasleys as his only friends and by extension a surrogate family. While at Hogwarts, and with his influence over the Weasleys, they could gently maneuver Harry in seeing himself as a mentor and friend. For that to happen, he would need to make sure that Harry was in Gryffindor. Every Weasley for the last several generations have been in Gryffindor, and no doubt the 2 youngest Weasleys would wind up there as well. He would need to convince the Sorting Hat of the necessity of placing Potter in Gryffindor after all his father had been placed there. His mother, on the other hand, was a Ravenclaw, and that could pose a problem in the House of the Learned. Ravenclaws were notoriously curious, and Filius encouraged independence and critical thinking. He needed Harry in the House of the Brave, but foolish. Rushing in where angels fear to tread was the trait he needed to inspire in Harry if his plans were to work. There are no nefarious or clandestine motives behind my concern for young Harry, I assure you, my dear. It was merely a suggestion, but I see that Harry seems to be safe here at the moment. So I will bid you an adieu. Albus bowed slightly to the Lovegood matriarch. It was so good to see you again, Harry, and looking so well. I look forward to you coming to Hogwarts next fall. The old man smiled at the boy, who only glared back at him. Within Harry's mindscape, his mother was fuming, and it took all of Harry's self-control to not show the raging emotions that were coming from the fiery redhead. It had taken ages for him to differentiate his own feelings from that of his mother's, and also from Luna. Their mental connection had fully formed, and both had learned to minimize hearing the stray thoughts and feelings of the other. However, stronger emotions always bled through. Luna could feel Lily's rage through the link, and also the unrestrained feelings of distrust that the disembodied echo of Lily Potter felt for the headmaster. Interesting, she mused as she stared at the headmaster, looking at his aura. Harry was much better at reading people's aura than she was, but there was no mistaking the color of deceit within it. This was not a man to be trusted. Well, Dumbledore began a bit uncomfortably. I will bid you all a good day. The ancient wizard then turned and walked away from the Lovegood home. There was much still to plan and a short time to do it in. /N. Thanks for reading. As you can see, this is kind of a filler chapter. There will be a bit of a time jump in the next chapter. Harry will receive his Hogwarts letter, but will he accept it? I'm thinking of ending this book right before Harry starts Hogwarts and continuing the story in another book or a part 2 that will cover the first 3 years of Hogwarts, and then finish with a third book that would wrap up the story. So it will be kind of a trilogy. Let me know your opinions. There will be only a few chapters left before I come to the end of their pre-Hogwarts story. Please review the story. As always, constructive criticisms are always welcome, and any ideas of things you would like to see in the story. Chapter 14, Disclaimer. Harry Potter is the property of J.K. Rowling. /N. Thanks for all the wonderful reviews. You guys are great. A bit of a hard time writing this chapter. It just seemed a bit forced. I'm not losing my muse. I'm just trying to lead us smoothly into the Hogwarts years and finding some resistance. Anyway, I hope you enjoy the chapter. Chapter 14, Holy Cricket, you're really Harry Potter, Harry? Penelope Clearwater asked a bemused Harry. Penelope, or Penny as she preferred to be called, had come over to the Rookery to spend time with Harry and Luna and catch up now that the summer holidays had begun. Does Cedric know? Penny asked. Yeah, he came over the other day to take me flying on his new broom. Harry told his older friend. How did he take it? I mean, how did he respond to finding out? Penny inquired. Well, at first he seemed a little stunned, but then he started laughing uncontrollably. Harry remarked with a chuckle. But he was completely okay with it, and we had a great time flying around afterwards. Well, it was quite the shock that second week of November, I can tell you. Dumbledore announced in the Great Hall that Harry Potter had been found alive and well. Everyone thought that you had been killed or something. I know that the Ministry tried to keep the fact that you were missing a secret, but something that big isn't going to be kept quiet for too long. And with no word of you for so long, everyone just assumed you were killed by Death Eaters or something. Penny stated with a shrug. Yeah, we kind of figured that something like that had happened. Luna stated grumpily. Is that a bad thing, Luna? Penny asked the smaller blonde. Well, I suppose not, but the week after Dumbledore found us out, the Weasleys tried to come over and be all schmoozy-woozy with us. We could tell that they just wanted to get close to Harry. Did we tell you Dumbledore tried to take Harry away and place him with the Weasleys? Luna huffed in disdain. No. Why would he do that? Penny asked. He said I needed to be raised in a more suitable home. The wanker. Harry grumbled. Penny was shocked that the headmaster would try and do something like that. Celine was a very doting mother, and you could just tell by looking at Luna and Harry that they were well cared for and were remarkably intelligent. That had to come from a loving and responsible parent. I don't know what to say, Luna, Harry. Dumbledore is known to be a little barmy at times, but to want to take you from your home is just wow. Penny stated with a pensive look. Penny, dear, will you be staying for lunch? Celine asked the teen. Oh, please stay, Penny. Luna asked. I want to hear about your school year. Luna asked, hopefully grabbing Penny's hand. Penny chuckled at Luna's excitement. I'd love to, Mrs. Lovegood. Penny responded with a smile and a wink to Luna, who squealed with glee. Penny grabbed Luna's and Harry's hands in hers and walked back to the back garden of the Rookery, where Celine had set up a small table and chairs. The four of them sat down to a light lunch of sandwiches and chilled pumpkin juice. So, Harry, are you excited about starting Hogwarts this fall? Penny asked with a smile. I don't know, really, not sure if I want to go or not. Harry replied with a shrug of his shoulders. Both Penny and Celine looked surprised. If you're worried about Dumbledore, love, there is nothing he can do to take you from me. The law is in our favor, sweetheart, even if he is the head warlock of the Wizengamot. His last attempt in May to remove you failed miserably. Remember, He almost lost his position when it was learned he had sealed your parents' will and circumvented your parents' wishes. I thought Lady Longbottom was about to lead a lynch mob against the man. Celine chuckled at the memory of the Dowager Lady viciously chastising the headmaster in front of the full session of the Wisengamot. Celine chuckled. I hadn't heard that. Penny stated, somewhat stunned. Wow, he really is trying to take you away, Harry. Well, that's not the only reason not to go. I won't go without Luna. Harry stated firmly, that earned him a kiss on the cheek from said witch. Harry blushed spectacularly. Besides, I hear that the Magical Academy in France is quite nice, and I would feel safer there than under Dumbledore's watch. Harry stated, Are you sure about this, Harry? It's a whole other year you would have to wait, and France is such a long way from home. Celine stated with a bit of apprehension. Maybe we should talk to Grandmother, Harry, and ask her opinion before we decide anything. Luna offered, squeezing his hand. Well, I hope you come, Harry. Penny stated, Hogwarts is the best, and I'd love to show you around. This also could cause a huge issue with the Ministry of Magic. I don't think they would take too kindly to their savior going to school in France. It could be a way for Dumbledore to interfere with us again. Celine speculated. Didn't think about that. Harry admitted. Besides, Harry, just think of all the young hearts you would break here in England if you went to France and one of those French girls got their hands on you. Penny stated with a saucy smile. Huh? Harry uttered in confusion. Well, you are quite hunky, Harry. A lot of girls are going to want to have a shot at you. Besides being so dashingly handsome, you are the heir of a most ancient and noble house. If I were 4 years younger, I'd be making a play for you myself. Penny smiled and winked at the reddening Harry. Luna furrowed her brow and angrily stood from her chair. I'll have you know that Harry is mine, and no one is going to, have a shot at him except me, Luna stated defiantly. Penny was a little taken aback at the young girl's impassioned retort. Celine chuckled at the display of her young daughter. It's a bit of a secret, Penny, but Harry and Luna are actually betrothed and have been since they were babies. Celine stated, I hope you will keep that to yourself at least for a while. Celine asked the younger girl. Penny watched as Harry stood and grabbed Luna's hand. Luna then turned into Harry, who wrapped his arms around her. Penny was amazed to see the depth of love that Harry and Luna had in their eyes as they stared at each other. Penny stood and hugged the young couple. Of course I will keep their secret. I'm sorry, Luna. I was just teasing Harry. I think it's wonderful that you two have each other. Penny told them sincerely. Luna smiled up at Penny. Thanks, Penny. I'm sorry that I acted so poorly. It's just with Dumbledore trying to take him away from me. I'm a little overly sensitive about things like that. Quite understandable, Luna. If he were mine, I wouldn't want anyone trying to take him away either. I'd be hexing anyone who got within arm's reach of him. Penny smiled warmly. This time Luna chuckled, the tension all but faded away. So you'll be a 5th year next year, won't you? Harry asked, changing the topic as fast as he could. Yep. OWL year, it's going to be a tough one. But we Ravenclaws love a challenge. Penny stated proudly. I believe Cedric will be a 4th year next year. He made Seeker for Hufflepuff last year. He was so excited. He's gotten quite hunky this year as well. Penny stated with a gleam in her eye. So you and Cedric? Celine teased the teenage witch. Oh yeah, she began dreamily. Oh no, he is dreamy, but I'm kind of hoping a certain Weasley will start paying me some attention. Penny blushed. Which one? Harry asked. Percy. He is in the same year as me, but in Gryffindor. He is very smart and driven. He already is planning on working for the ministry. I like a man with goals and ambition. Penny stated cheerfully. Harry grimaced, recalling the vision he had of Penny the first time they met, and the heartbreak he witnessed as Percy discarded her for his own aspirations. Penny, goals and ambition are nice and all, and knowing what you want is good too. But what about sensitivity and loyalty? What about someone who loves you more than he loves himself or his work? Harry asked carefully. Well, yeah, those things are important too. Penny replied, not sure where Harry was going with this. Well, I'm just saying that don't restrict your options. Look at the whole package and then decide what is most important to you in a boyfriend and husband. Is kindness and generosity more important than being driven? Can you live with ambition but not affection? Harry asked. I see where you're getting at, Harry. You're pretty smart for an almost 11-year-old. Ravenclaw, for sure. Penelope said, then ruffled his hair and kissed him on the cheek. You sure you don't want to share, Luna? Penelope grinned. Positive. Luna replied, giggling at the older girl. Just checking. Penny winked. You know, I just recalled that there was a 7th-year Ravenclaw last year that mentioned she got into Hogwarts early. In fact, she didn't turn 11 until December of that year. I remember it had to do with her magical core being stable enough to handle using magic regularly. You should look into it, Luna. You only missed the cutoff by 2 months. If your core is mature enough, you might be able to go with Harry. Penny told the stunned-faced girl. Really? Luna asked. Who do I need to talk with to find out? Luna was vibrating with excitement. Well, Professor McGonagall is in charge of meeting all incoming first years, so I would start there. Penny stated. Luna launched herself at Penny, giving her a bone-crushing hug. Luna grabbed Celine's hand and began to drag her into the house. She wanted to send an owl to McGonagall without delay. Bye, Penny, Luna yelled out as she disappeared through the back door to the cottage. Penny laughed at the exuberance of the smaller girl. When Luna and Celine entered the house, Penny sat back down and looked at Harry. So tell me, Harry, why don't you like Percy? The question caught Harry off guard. Oh, well, I don't know what. Come on, Harry, Penny asked, cutting him off. I am a Ravenclaw. I can tell when somebody is trying to say something without trying to say something. So tell me, why is it you don't like Percy? Penny asked, staring down the boy. I didn't mean to upset you, Penny, Harry began. I'm not upset, Harry. I'm just curious. I've been around you and Luna enough to know that you both are very perceptive and can read people. Penny replied warmly. Harry looked at his friend carefully, weighing what he should or shouldn't say. Penny picked up on this and spoke before he did. Harry, I'm your friend, and whatever you tell me will not affect that friendship in the slightest. Penny told him, grabbing his hand in hers. Harry took a deep breath and decided to at least give her a partial truth. He did not want to let that he had vision get out. Well, I can read auras, Harry began. Penny's eyes widened at hearing that Harry had such a rare gift, but remained silent and encouraged him to continue. It's just, I can tell if a person is honest or deceptive, loving or callous. Harry paused. And what do you see in Percy, Harry? Penny asked gently. Look, it's not my place to influence your decision on whom you fancy. So maybe it would be best to not continue. Harry said almost desperately. I appreciate that, Harry, but I really would like to know. To be honest with you, Harry, I do fancy Percy, but I also fancy Cedric. It's just I thought that the safer route would be to fall for the one that could take care of me financially. And Percy seems driven to make his mark in the ministry. I'll admit that he is not the warmest person, and he has no idea how to romance a girl. Cedric, on the other hand, is sweet and attentive and so easy to talk to. We actually have a lot in common, but he doesn't know what he wants to do yet, and he is a year younger than me. So any kind of insight would be helpful, Harry, Penny asked sincerely. Harry was still reluctant, but saw the hopefulness in Penny's eyes and finally gave in to his friend. Penny, I see in Percy a very selfish person. He will only look out for his own best interest and will not hesitate to step on or hurt others in his effort to get what he wants. Harry sighed deeply, collapsing heavily into his chair. I'm afraid if you get involved with him, you may end up rather hurt. I hope that I'm wrong about him, Penny. I really am. But what I've seen of his aura, it is not hopeful. Harry finished. He wondered if he had just hurt his friend. He had so few, and he cared for Penny and didn't want to hurt or offend her. Penny did not say anything for a few minutes. She seemed to stare off into space, or maybe into the near future. Either way, when she looked back at Harry, it was with a watery smile. Thank you, Harry. I've noticed the same things about him, but I wanted to believe that it was just a temporary thing. But looking at it from another perspective, and I see that that's just who he is, and I don't think I would be happy in a relationship where I don't come first in my husband's life. Penny stated, sitting up straighter and taking a cleansing breath. Thank you, Harry. You've given me a lot to think about. She stood and kissed Harry on the cheek. Will you tell Luna and Celine that I left? Penny asked. Yeah, I will, Harry said softly. Penny, No, Harry, I'm okay, and I'm grateful for your insight. Really, I am. Penny smiled warmly. By the way, if this thing with Luna doesn't work out, look me up, yeah, Penny said with a playful smile, which alleviated Harry's anxiety and he smiled back at her. She ruffled his hair, and then he watched her leave. Minerva McGonagall was in her office going over the last-minute details of her visits to the new Muggleborns before the school year began in the fall. There were many promising young witches and wizards that would be attending this year, including a young witch by the name of Hermione Granger. Her magical core was quite impressive, one of the strongest and mature she had seen in a first year in quite some time. She would become a very powerful witch with a proper education. Minerva chuckled at the initial meeting with the Grangers. Hermione had been so excited about learning that she was a witch and could do magic that she was practically jumping up and down and ready to start school at that moment. Her parents had no choice but to accept that their daughter would not be happy anywhere else but the School of Magic. The Grangers were practical people, and it surprised Minerva how easily they accepted the existence of the magical world. However, being practical people, they reconciled that all the strange things happening around Hermione as must being magical in origin. It was, after all, the only logical thing to explain why Hermione as a child could float books off a bookshelf and into her hands when she desperately wanted something to read. Minerva rubbed her tired eyes and looked over at the old grandfather clock in her office. Startled to see that it was close to 5 in the evening, she pushed away from her desk and grabbed her traveling cloak and made sure she had the necessary tools that she needed. She had received a letter yesterday from Celine Lovegood, who was requesting that her daughter Luna be tested to see if her magical core was strong enough to start Hogwarts a year early. This was not an uncommon request, as every parent seemed to think that their child was exceptionally gifted at magic and deserved to start Hogwarts early. There were rare occasions that a 10-year-old did have a strong enough core to attend, but emotionally they were not quite ready to leave the nest, and usually did not finish a full term before they wanted to go back home and try again the next year. Minerva remembered Celine as a student, and that she was a very gifted student at that, and had been best friends with Lily Evans, who happened to be one of the most gifted and powerful Muggleborns she had ever seen. If she had not been taken from this life at such a tender age, there was no doubt that she would have shaken up the magical world. It would be interesting to see whether Celine's daughter inherited her intellect. Minerva stepped up to her fireplace in her office and threw a handful of flue powder into the orange flames, turning them instantly an emerald green. Celine Lovegood. Celine Lovegood. Minerva had called from the Lovegood hearth. Minerva, good to see you again. Celine greeted her former professor. May I come through, Celine? Minerva asked politely. Of course, you have been added to the wards. Please step through, Celine told the older witch. Minerva stepped through and, with a silent flick of her wand, there was no trace of ash or soot on her cloak. It's so good to see you again, Celine. Still working for the ministry? Minerva asked. I am. Fortunately, I can do much of my work here at home. It allows me more time with the children. Celine told the older woman, taking her cloak and placing it on the cloak rack. Children? I thought you just had the one girl before Zeno passed. Minerva asked hesitantly. Celine smiled enigmatically at Minerva. Children, our guest has arrived. Please come and say hello. Celine called to her children. I thought for sure Albus would have told you. Told me what, dear? Minerva asked as 2 children entered the room. The first was a very pretty blonde girl with expressive gray eyes, who by the look of her was about 12 years old. Next entered a young boy with messy black hair, aristocratic features, and shockingly green eyes of about the same age. Minerva stared slack-jawed at an almost carbon copy of James Potter. The doppelganger stared back at her, and she immediately recognized the green eyes of Lily Evans. Sweet Maeve? Harry Potter. Minerva gasped. So, this is where you have been? Minerva stated, looking at the boy. Hello, Professor. Both Luna and Harry spoke simultaneously, which caused Minerva to chuckle a bit. Harry and Luna looked at the deputy headmistress carefully, examining the colors of her aurora. They discovered that she was a strict but warm-hearted individual that cared deeply for others. Luna smiled at noticing that the old professor was a cat animagus, a Kneazle, if she wasn't mistaken. Well, I guess the mystery of where you have been has been solved. Minerva grinned and shifted her weight a little bit nervously, as the 2 children seemed to be staring at her rather oddly. So how did Harry end up here? Minerva asked Celine. Well, it's quite the story. Why don't I tell you over dinner? Celine offered. Minerva accepted the gracious invitation to dinner. Besides, she had a feeling she didn't want to miss this story. Over the next hour, Celine had explained to Minerva how Harry had come to be with them, how the Potter's wills were not followed, and the life he had here at the Rookery. Minerva had never experienced such a whirlwind of emotions, as she had just experienced listening to Harry's story and how his life had been, up until Luna had found him. She was ready to hang Dumbledore from his toes from the astronomy tower for all he had put the boy through and the attempts to remove him from Celine's care. "So, Harry," Minerva began, "are you looking forward to coming to Hogwarts this year?" She asked with a smile. "Only if Luna is coming with me. I won't go without her," Harry said firmly. "Well, that is why I've come." Celine asked if I could test Luna's core to see if she is developed enough to attend. "You see, Harry, a young witch's or wizard's magical core goes through a maturation process as you get older. A core that is not mature enough will have problems learning and casting the spells taught in first year. In fact, it could do damage to a core that is not ready. We have found that a child of at least 11 usually has a mature enough core to exercise their magic. There are, of course, exceptions, and some students have entered Hogwarts early and some even late." Minerva told the young man who was listening carefully. "I think you'll be surprised by Luna. She is very smart and knows she is as ready as I am to use magic," Harry stated with all seriousness. "Well, let's find out, shall we?" Minerva stated, motioning for Luna to stand and come stand by her. Luna got up from her seat and approached the older witch. Minerva pulled out what looked like a long silver rod that seemed to pulsate with energy. This is a core detector, for lack of a better word. What it does is measure if your core is strong enough to use magic. It does not tell me precisely how strong or mature your magic core is. What will happen is that I will wave this over you. If your core is too weak for magic, let's say if you were a squib, it would glow a pale yellow. What you want to see is anywhere from a weak orange to a brilliant red. Don't be worried if you don't see red, though. Rarely do I see any first-year student reach the red color. That would mean your core is exceptionally strong. Any questions?" Minerva asked. "No, I'm ready, Professor." Luna smiled. Minerva brought the instrument up and waved it in front of Luna's chest. Immediately, a dark orange glow covered the instrument. Luna beamed at the color. "I knew it!" Harry yelled in triumph and then grabbed Luna's hand to give it a squeeze. All of a sudden, the rod glowed with an intense bright red light that bathed the entire room in its intensity. Minerva quickly lowered the rod as it began to vibrate and looked at the pair in shock and wonder. "Well, welcome to Hogwarts, Ms. Lovegood," Minerva told the young girl who had thrown her arms around Harry. She was stunned at what she had witnessed and not sure how to process it. Needless to say, that the young Miss Lovegood was more than capable of using magic. Little did Minerva McGonagall realize that the young couple had almost decided to go to France and attend Bosbaden's Magical Academy. Thanks to Aoife, they had decided to stay in England earlier that day. "Very good, Harry," Aoife praised the young boy. He was finally able to find a center now without problem. He had also learned to distinguish his own emotions from Luna's and those of his mother's. There were still areas of his magical core that were locked. He could not touch or open them. These were areas that he and Aoife believed came from his mother and the ritual that had bound her essence and magic to him. Aoife believed that they would unlock for him when he was ready to handle them. He did learn that his mother indeed was a latent seer, but she did have minimal control over it. Aoife had said that this ability was passed through family bloodlines, and that his mother most likely came from magical ancestry that had perhaps lost the ability to use magic centuries before. With the resurgence of magic in her bloodline, the gifts that her lineage would have had would begin to reassert themselves within him and would grow stronger with each new generation in his line. Harry and Luna were both pleased with the progress that each were making with their respective magics. Luna was ever increasing her control over the environment around her. Fairies were considered earth elementals and could call upon nature to aid them. Animals, both magical and mundane, responded to her call. Aoife believed that within a few more years of training, Luna would have full control of all her abilities. She still marveled at Luna's transformation. She was becoming more fairy than human, something she had thought impossible coming from mixed parentage. The appearance of her wings was just the beginning of her transformation, incredible as it was. Although the ability to call them forth would take another year or two to learn, it was still remarkable. Luna's features were also becoming more elfin. Her ears had becoming a bit more elongated and pointed. Her skin was like porcelain and would sparkle in the right light. And her body had already begun to lose its baby fat, and she was becoming lean and fit, and now nearly as tall as Harry. Grandmother? Luna interrupted Aoife's thoughts. Yes, my child, Aoife asked warmly. As you know, Harry turns 11 soon, and will be getting his letter to attend Hogwarts. Luna began. Well, I don't want to go without Luna, and I don't think I want to go to Hogwarts. Harry stated. I can understand not wanting to go without Luna, but why wouldn't you want to go to Hogwarts? The ancient fair asked. I don't trust the headmaster. We've told you what he's tried to do. I just think it would be best to go somewhere else. Harry replied, Luna nodding her head in solidarity. I don't think you will need to worry much about the headmaster, children. You will have Harry to protect you and Lady Hogwarts herself. Aoife answered with a grin. Lady Hogwarts? Luna asked. Yes, Lady Hogwarts. Well, that is what she goes by now, but a millennia ago, she was known as Rowena Ravenclaw. Aoife stated. She was one of the founders of Hogwarts, right? Harry asked. No, my children is... A confused Harry and Luna looked at each other. Rowena is of the Fae, my dears. She is a forest high elf. Aoife explained. Wow. Harry and Luna gasped. She is still alive then? Luna asked. She is bound to Hogwarts as I am bound to this forest. Aoife began. I have told you the story of how I soul bonded with my late mortal husband. I had a choice to make when he died. I could allow the bond to take me and I would die soon after my husband, or I was given the opportunity to continue on, but I had to bind myself to this forest and this portal to the Fae realm. So now I exist as the guardian of one of the few remaining magical forests and one of the few remaining portals to the Fae realm. Aoife explained. So what happened to Rowena? Luna asked. She was the soul made of Godric Gryffindor, a mortal but powerful wizard. In those times our kind roamed the earth more freely, but it was still rare for our kind and the mortals to mate. But Rowena fell madly in love with Godric. He of course knew she was of elf kind, but it did not matter to him. Their love bloomed, and the two became soulbound. When the four founders built Hogwarts, they used elf and fair magic to create the wards that protected the school. Fae magic is throughout the castle, even in the very stone of the old school. It is also our magic that keeps it hidden from mundane eyes. Furthermore, in those days, there were many of the Fae who sent their offspring to Hogwarts, and they were taught side by side with the mortals. Our kind and the mortals lived harmoniously with each other for decades. But then jealousy of our abilities and immortality began to poison the mortal heart against us. Soon our kind was forced to flee from the halls of the great school. But Rowena had hoped that one day our kind would return and be welcomed back to the school she loved. When Godric died, Rowena was faced with a decision. She could follow her soul made in death, or remain and bind herself to the castle as its guardian and protector. Because of her love for learning and the students, she decided to remain. But more than that, Hogwarts needed the presence of one with Fae ability to keep the castle protections from failing. With our kind being forced to flee the school, it left Hogwarts vulnerable. Aoife explained. So she is the only person keeping the castle protected? Harry asked. For the most part, yes. There have been others of mixed blood like Luna who have entered throughout the centuries, and the castle has been able to draw a bit of power from them. But there has not been one with power like Luna to enter in quite some time. Aoife told the pair. So, you want us to go there to help Lady Ravenclaw? Luna asked. In part, but I also hope you decide to go there, because she will be able to continue your training, Luna, and you as well, Harry. How will we find her if we go? Harry asked. As soon as Luna passes over the ward line, Rowena will feel her presence and recognize her as Fae. She will then make herself known to you at some point, and I have ways of communicating with her as well. Aoife explained enigmatically. Going to Hogwarts and having Rowena teach and mentor you will help you tremendously as you discover more of your powers and abilities. And Harry, she will undoubtedly find you as fascinating as I have. The likes of your unwritten magical core has never been seen before, and I'm positive she can help you discover all your possibilities. Aoife grinned with a twinkle in her eye. You mentioned being bound to this place before. What does it mean for you to be bound to this place? Harry asked. Aoife for a brief moment looked regretful, but it only lasted for a split second before replacing it with a tender smile. When a fair binds him or herself to a certain place, whether to avoid death or simply because they feel a real need, his or her magic and essence is absorbed into the ambient magic of that location. You see me as a physical being before you, and while I am here on this island I am. However, if I try and leave this island, my magic goes back into the ether, and I cease to have form. If I am away for too long, I will cease to exist. Rowena has the same restrictions. Within Hogwarts, she can take corporeal form if she so desires, but beyond the grounds of Hogwarts she will become incorporeal. Too long beyond its protective wards, and she will cease to exist. It is the price we pay for remaining in the mortal realm in lieu of moving on. Aoife finished. Do you regret staying, grandmother? Luna asked. Not since meeting you, my child. Aoife told her warmly. You have rekindled my desire to stay and protect this lake and forest for yours and Harry's future children. Luna and Harry blushed at the remark. And I believe that Rowena has not regretted her decision either. I know she will love you too. Harry and Luna looked at each other and silently agreed that they would attend Hogwarts. Whether this year or next they would go, but they would not go without the other. Today they would find out for certain, and they prepared themselves for either outcome. /N. Okay, one, maybe two more chapters and it's off to Hogwarts. It should be an interesting first year. After reading your comments, I've decided not to split the story up into 2 or 3 books. I will keep it as one story. Hope you enjoyed the chapter. Please read and review. Chapter 15. Disclaimer. The world of Harry Potter belongs to J.K. Rowling. /N. Sorry for the wait. This chapter decided it wanted to be stubborn. Thanks for all the wonderful reviews. I will try to respond to them when I get a chance. I hope you all enjoy this next installment of Dancing with Trees. Chapter 15. Diagon Alley was alive with excited Hogwarts students and their parents, all getting their odds and ends for the upcoming school year. A group of young wizards had their faces pressed against the large window of quality Quidditch supplies admiring the new Nimbus 2000. Further down the alley, a noisy group of young witches could be heard chatting and giggling loudly at the various products at Madame Pimpernel's beautifying potions. Luna and Harry had twin grins on their faces as they took in all the sights and sounds of the ancient wizarding shopping district. Celine was a bundle of nerves, however, trying to keep track of the 2 excited children in her care. The first stop, of course, would be to Gringotts Wizarding Bank to withdraw enough money for the young couple's school supplies. This was Harry and Luna's first visit to the Goblin-run bank, and the pair were somewhat nervous about being here, especially after the warning that Aoife had given them. Flashback. Beware the Goblins, children, for there exists a great enmity between the Goblin clans and those of our kind. Aoife had told them. Why is that, grandmother? Luna asked. They were, centuries ago, members of the Fey realm and its councils. But they were exiled from our world for betraying our kind to the mortals. Tempted by their gold, they aided the mortals in locating our sacred ritual places and provided them with the locations of the doorways between our worlds. Much like Puck's betrayal, it led to the capture of many of our kind were there. Unspeakables conducted experiments and various rituals on our kind, trying to learn the secrets of our magic. For this betrayal, magic itself stripped them of their immortality and their magical connection to all elements but Earth, and as further punishment can no longer access the Fey realms of Magmel, Emain Adak, and the fairies' home of Tir na Nog. They are not to be trusted children. Even their alliances with the mortals are tenuous at best, and their greed is only matched by their cunning. There have been many wars between goblin and wizard kind. The goblin clans even asked for help from the Fey realm in defeating the mortals, but we remembered well their treachery against us, so we refused to aid them. Goblins also have long memories, and they will be less than friendly with you, Luna, if not completely hostile, if they discover your true nature. In flashback, Celine approached the next available teller, while Harry and Luna stood behind her trying to be inconspicuous, which was not too hard to do with the amount of people that were patronizing the bank this morning. Yes, the goblin at the counter asked tersely. I wish to visit the Lovegood Vault and the Potter Trust Vault. Celine stated, keeping eye contact with the goblin and placing the two vault keys on the counter. The goblin inspected the keys and nodded. "Grip hook," the goblin at the counter called out. A small goblin with large watery black eyes and large pointed ears quickly approached the group. "You called Senior Clerk Sawtooth?" Grip hook bowed to the higher-ranked goblin. "Escort Lord Potter and his guests to their vaults immediately," the older goblin commanded. Goblins always deferred to the highest in social rank, whether amongst themselves or when addressing witches and wizards. "Of course, sir." Griphook bowed and took the presented keys from his superior. "Follow me." Griphook sneered as they headed to the carts that would take them deep into the bowels of the earth below the bank's floors. The ride down to the vaults were exciting for the young witch and wizard, but not so much for Celine, who was trying valiantly not to empty the contents of her stomach in the fast-moving cart. The cart stopped at the Lovegood vault first, being a much younger family than the Potters, whose vaults were much deeper underground. The oldest vaults were more than a mile down. Free from the large number of people in the Gringotts lobby, Griphook stared at the young blonde girl, still sitting in the cart. Goblins, amongst their other abilities, could also detect the magic of others. And this young witch was giving off an odd magical signature that he could not feel before, with the dozens of other witches and wizards in the bank cluttering his senses. Luna felt the stare of the small goblin upon her and squeezed Harry's hands nervously. She could tell by looking into the small creature's inquisitive eyes that he was trying to piece something together. Griphook growled low in his throat, berating himself for his struggle in identifying the child's magic. Luna was nearing a state of panic, and Harry felt that he needed to do something to distract the nosy goblin. He knew any kind of magic used against the goblin was out. He felt getting on their bad side might not be good for his long-term health. But what would happen if he discovered Luna's heritage? Would they harm her or just throw her out of the bank? It was a risk that Harry did not want to take. A thought then came to Harry's mind. If the goblin could sense her magic, maybe he could flood the goblin's senses with his own magic to mask Luna's. Harry concentrated on his magical core. He had learned from Aoife that most magic was intent-based, and all he needed to do was focus hard on what he wanted to do, and magic would heed his call. With that thought in mind, he concentrated on expanding his aura around Luna. He hoped that by doing so, the goblin would not be able to get a clear read on Luna. Luna sensed what Harry was attempting and began to aid him by trying to suppress her own magical aura. Within moments, Harry knew it had worked when he noticed the small goblin's confused expression. What he had not thought of and therefore had not anticipated was that the focus was now on him. Luna's magical aura would have identified her as a fair, but Harry's aura was something completely unseen before, and this fact more than anything else had the goblin looking as confused as he was. Celine exited her vault and stopped suddenly as she saw the goblin staring in fascination at Harry. She cleared her throat, which jolted the goblin from his thoughts. Looking somewhat flustered, the goblin assisted Celine back in the cart, and then they were off to Harry's vault. The trip back to the lobby had been uneventful, except that as soon as the cart arrived, their goblin driver ran in the direction of a set of large, ornate oak doors, moving faster than Harry thought possible for such a small creature. Harry had been stunned by the amount of gold in his vault, and even more so when Celine had informed him that the vault was just his trust vault, and that the main Potter vault was much larger, but that he would not be able to access it until he reached his majority or when he took the mantle of the Potter head of house. The next stop for the trio was Ollivanders for wands for Luna and Harry. Harry and Luna were talking excitedly about all the interesting sights and sounds around them as they headed for the ancient wand shop, and were not paying attention to their surroundings when they collided with someone as they exited the shop. Harry, Luna, and an unknown young, which were a tangle of limbs on the ground just outside Ollivanders. "I'm so sorry," Harry stated with embarrassment as he untangled himself. He grabbed Luna's hand and pulled her to her feet, and then offered his hand to the very pretty young witch. She had long and straight jet black, almost blue in color hair that reached to the small of her back. She had aristocratic features and startling electric blue eyes. She was about Luna's height and slim of body. The girl grabbed Harry's hand and pulled herself up. Instantly, Harry was pulled into a terrible vision. A horrific battle was taking place. There were bodies of men, women, children, centaurs, trolls, and even a few giants that littered the ground. Smoke smothered the battlefield as fires raged all around the ancient stone castle of Hogwarts. He saw the pretty witch, but now much older. She had an ornate archer's bow and was notching an arrow. The arrow soared with incredible speed and embedded itself deeply within the eye of a troll that was racing toward her and a group of young students no older than 12. The beast bellowed in pain and fury. It had paused briefly from the sudden pain, but then resumed its charge at the defending witch. With incredible speed and dexterity, she quickly notched 2 more arrows which slammed into the center of the troll's chest, felling it. It slid to a halt just feet from the group of young students that she had been defending. A stifling hot wind blew the witch's hair back over her shoulder, revealing pointed ears. An elf, Harry realized in shock. You can let go of my hand now, Daphne Greengrass said, a little irritated at the dark-haired boy. Harry was shook from the vision and with a blush and let go of the girl's hand. What's wrong, Harry? Luna spoke through their bond. I had a vision. She's elf-kind, Luna. Harry responded. Look at her species, aura. Luna gasped as she concentrated on Daphne. Sorry about that. Harry apologized. I hope we didn't hurt you. We were kind of not paying attention to where we were going. Obviously, Daphne responded with a raised eyebrow, but with a gentler voice. However, I'm probably as much to blame. I wasn't mindful of my surroundings either. She offered. I'm Daphne Greengrass, by the way, the young witch stated. This is Luna Lovegood, and I'm Harry Potter. Harry introduced. Daphne's eyes widened in recognition, but quickly schooled her features. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Potter. Daphne stated with a curtsy. I was pleased to hear the rumors of your death to be unfounded. Thanks, Harry stated, looking somewhat confused by Daphne's greeting. Luna's eyes narrowed and gave Daphne a piercing look, not happy with the eye contact Daphne was making with her. Harry. Celine, it is wonderful to see you again. Lady Diana Greengrass stepped forward and embraced her old friend. Mrs. Lovegood. Lord Graham Greengrass nodded at the blonde witch. Lord Greengrass, it's a pleasure to see you again, Your Grace. Celine Lovegood curtsied. Lord Greengrass chuckled. I thought we had an understanding that it is Graham in unofficial settings, my dear. Lord Greengrass stated warmly. Only if you call me Celine. Celine responded. Graham Greengrass nodded warmly. Is this little Luna? Diana Greengrass gushed. I haven't seen you since you were about 6 years old. What a lovely young witch you've grown into. And who is this dapper young man? The Greengrass patriarch asked, looking down at Harry. This is my godson, Harry Potter. Harry, this is an old family friend, Lord Graham Greengrass, and his wife Diana. And this can't be little Daphne, Celine said. Daphne scowled at the little reference. Bless my soul, Lord Greengrass gasped. It is a distinct honor to meet you, young Lord Potter. Lord Greengrass bowed. I knew your father quite well. The noble houses met regularly, and we moved in the same social circles, as well as going to Lady Longbottom's etiquette classes for young lords and ladies prior to going to Hogwarts. Graham chuckled, remembering fondly the scamp that was James Potter. You knew my parents? Harry asked with hopeful eyes. Your father I knew quite well. Of course, I only met your mother just prior to your parents getting married. I knew of her reputation, though. Your mother, your godmother, and my wife Diana worked together in that unspeakable place. Graham whispered and then laughed at his own joke. And from what Diana has told me about her, she was uncannily brilliant and had a talent in the more arcane magics. Your mother was a very powerful witch, Lord Potter, but it was her warmth and love of life that I will always remember most about her. Diana said with a smile. Please call me Harry. Harry told the Greengrass adults. And we are of equal station, Harry, so please call us Graham and Diana. Graham smiled warmly. And this is the heiress of my house, our daughter Daphne, who it seems you've already met. And this is my other daughter, Astoria. Graham said, trying to pull the miniature version of Daphne from her hiding place directly behind her father. Say hello to Harry, dear? Diana coaxed her youngest. With a small but quick curtsy, Astoria blushed beet red and then quickly hid behind her father again. The Greengrass chuckled. She's a bit shy around new people. Diana chuckled. That's okay, Harry offered. I was the same way not too long ago. Harry winked at the younger girl, who blushed but smiled back at him. Well, we must be off, much to still by, Lord Greengrass stated. But we must have you over for dinner sometime. Perhaps over the Yule holidays. He looked to his wife, who gave him a nod. That is most kind of you, Graham. Diana, we would love to join you. Just owl me with the specifics. Celine warmly told the Greengrasses. Diana hugged her friend, and Graham kissed her hand as they departed. Astoria waved shyly at Harry, and Daphne curtsied. Well, I think that went very well. Celine told them. It's always important to make good impressions, children. And Lord Greengrass is very influential in the Wisengamot and is on the board of governors of Hogwarts. Aunt Celine? Yes, Harry. Did you know that Lady Greengrass and her daughters were elf-kind? Harry looked up inquiringly at his godmother. What? They're elf-kind, Mum. However, Daphne and her sister seemed to have a much stronger aura around them. Luna stated, looking at the family as they walked away. I had no idea, dear. Are you sure about that? Oh yes, their aura is quite clear. Luna de Blade. I also had a vision of Daphne. Harry whispered, so not to be overheard. Oh, and what was this vision about? Celine asked interestedly. Harry quickly explained what he saw, which had Celine extremely worried about the apocalyptic nature of the vision. I wonder how many others there are? Luna pondered out loud. How many of who, Luna? Celine asked. How many others who are part Fae? She replied, looking around at the passers-by. I don't know, dear, but I imagine there can't be too many if what you've told me about the Fae leaving this realm is true. Not all abandoned it, Mum. Luna began. There are many other species of Fae that still exist here. There are the Vila, leprechauns, and various nymphs, sprites, and goblins. I had thought that all the higher elves had left, but the Greengrasses proved that thinking wrong. I wonder if any dwarves remain behind. Luna scrunched up her face in deep reflection. Well, we can dwell on these things a bit later, shall we? Let's go get your wands. Celine stated excitedly as she pushed open the door and entered the ancient wand shop. A small bell at the top of the door chimed as the three of them entered. A strong swell of wood suddenly assaulted their noses. The strong smell was just like mother's milk to the woodland fairy within Luna. Her magic tingled within her as the magic within the various wands of wood seemed to reach out and caress her, sensing the kindred spirit within her. Luna closed her eyes, reveling in the song. Like echoes she was hearing from the magic-infused wood that the wands were crafted from. Well, I've never seen that kind of reaction to my store before. An old man with pale yellow eyes said, startling Luna out of her trance. Like state, and causing Harry and Celine to jump. Garrick Ollivander inwardly smirked to himself. It was one of his guilty pleasures. He just loved to spook his customers. Seeing them jump was one of the few means of entertainment he had in an otherwise boring day. Welcome to Ollivanders. Mr. Potter, I wondered when I'd be seeing you. The creepy old man spotted the lightning bolt scar over Harry's right eye. And Mrs. Lovegood, ash 11 inches with an unusual core combination of unicorn hair and primrose collected from a fairy mound. Ollivander stated, looking at Celine, who nodded in affirmation. I remember every wand I've ever sold, my dears, sort of a family curse really, but there you are. Well, let's get on with finding a wand. For these two, of course it is the wand that chooses the wizard, and not the wizard the wand. It is not known why exactly, but we do know that the magic within the wand must be in tune with the magic of the witch or wizard. Ollivander spoke in a rehearsed manner. Let us begin with Miss Lovegood, shall we? After all, ladies first, yes? He grinned in a creepy manner. Ollivander began an exhaustive search for a wand that would choose the young blonde, but wand after wand had a negative result. The old wand maker became more and more excited as one wand after another refused to work for the girl. I wonder, could she be another one? What are the chances that she could be the sixth one to be chosen by the Forgotten this week? The Greengrass girl had been chosen by a Forgotten wand just moments before the Lovegoods entered. What are the odds? Ollivander mused, his yellow eyes contemplating the young girl in front of him. He spun around and headed for the counter. Pardon me, Miss Lovegood, but I have a feeling that the wands I have in this part of the store will not match you. But not to worry, Ollivander hurriedly replied, seeing the look of apprehension in the young girl. I have a collection of other wands at the back of the store. I think that we shall find a wand for you from those. If you and your mother, and of course young Master Potter, are welcome to come back as well." With a look to her mother and receiving a nod, Luna, Harry, and Celine followed Ollivander to the back of the store after he flipped the "Be Right Back" sign on his door. The group came to a spot in the far left-hand corner of the store where a large shelf of dusty rectangular boxes stood. "These are what I call the Forgotten Wands. They were made by my forefathers for a specific type of magic user. You see, the combination of woods and magical cores within these wands do not work for the average witch or wizard. In fact, it has only been in the last 6 years that any of these forgotten wands have been sold. Before 6 years ago, it had been several centuries since one of these wands had been sold." Ollivander related, looking at the boxes with a sense of reverence. "What type of magic users were these wands made for?" Harry asked innocently. "A very special type, young master." "Do you know much about the fairy people or the fae?" Ollivander asked. Immediately, Luna and Harry stiffened, but Ollivander seemed not to notice, for he continued on. "Fairies, elves, sprites, and other magical species have their own unique brand of magic and do not require a wand to use their magic. It is an innate ability for them. But on occasion, there were those of the fae who had the added ability to use a wand and use the same magic as a normal witch and wizard. These were mostly half-breeds, or in other words, a child born of a fae parent and immortal. Not always the case, but more common than not." Ollivander continued. "So, these wands were made for them?" Luna asked cautiously. "Yes, but what is strange is that the fae left this realm centuries ago, so it is odd that in the last 6 years I've sold about 30 of these wands." Curious, very curious indeed. Ollivander became lost in thought and remained silent for almost 3 minutes until Celine cleared her throat. "Wow! I'm sorry, I was a little distracted for a moment. Let's see if we can find you a wand then, shall we?" he stated. "Come closer to the shelf, my dear, and let's see what we can find." Luna approached the dusty shelves and jumped when all the boxes began to vibrate, causing small particles of dust to be sent up in the air, causing a cloud of dust in the air. Boxes began to move and res-tack themselves as an opening formed between 2 large piles of the rectangular boxes. A warm golden glow seemed to be forming around one box. It slowly began to rise on its own accord, surrounded by the golden aura. It slowly moved forward until it came to float in front of Luna. The lid effortlessly opened, and an ornately decorated wand rose from the velvet-lined box and moved toward Luna's right hand. Luna opened her hand palm up as the wand came to rest on it. Luna closed her fingers around the wand, and instantly a warmth flowed through the young, which the wand humming with power within her closed hand. "Never in all my days have I seen such a reaction before," Ollivander said in obvious glee. "Incredible, simply incredible. Wow!" Luna whispered in awe, rolling her wrist back and forth looking at the beautiful wand. "That wand, my dear, is a combination of birch and willow, 2 trees closely associated with the Deo and Maida, or good people also known as fairies. Its core," Ollivander paused in disbelief, "is a strand of hair freely given and blessed by Queen Mab of the fairies herself. She is also known by the name of Titania." Ollivander stared openly at Luna, wondering, who is this child to be chosen by such a powerful wand? Again, Celine had to clear her throat to get the old wand maker's attention. "Oh, again my apologies, my lady." Ollivander startled out of his thoughts. According to family legend, Queen Mab blessed the wand that it would find the one who would unite her people and once again bring them out of obscurity. Ollivander spoke as if in a trance. "Well, this has been an exciting day so far. Why don't we go back to the front so we can find Master Potter's wand? I have a feeling I know just the wand for you," he said with a gleam in his eye. Dumbledore had told him that Harry would undoubtedly be chosen by the brother wand, he who must not be named, that it was the boy's destiny to wield it. The group turned to go back to the front when the shelf of forgotten wands began to shake violently. Boxes rattled and shifted, stacking and res-tacking. Faster and faster, the long rectangular boxes shuffled again, creating a gap amongst the many wands until one wand box was left remaining. The bedlam suddenly ceased, and just as Luna's wand had done, a golden aura surrounded the box it lifted from the shelf and floated effortlessly until it came to rest in front of Harry. The lid opened, and a rich dark wand rose from the box and moved toward Harry's right hand. Harry lifted his arm and extended his open hand as the wand came to rest on his palm. Harry felt a rush of warmth and power wash through his body as the wand chose its new master. "Oh my," Ollivander thought. "Why, your wand, Master Potter, is composed of the wood from two trees, oak and alder. These two trees are very powerful magically, a combination of strength and wisdom. The sea core is as unique as Miss Lovegood's. Blood is rarely, if ever, used in the creation of wands, Mr. Potter. It is highly temperamental and degrades quickly, so therefore does not make for a suitable core for a wand. However, blood was used for this wand. According to legend, my ancestor earned a boon from the king of the fairies, King Oberon. What he had done to earn this boon is lost to history. My ancestor was quite an extraordinary wand crafter, Mr. Potter. In honor of King Oberon, my ancestor asked if he could make a wand for his lordship. Although the king did not require a wand, he found the idea fascinating and allowed my ancestor to proceed. The wood was chosen by the king from trees he himself identified with. Many different magical items that were typically used for magical cores were brought before the king, but none resonated with him. On a whim, Oberon pricked his thumb with the thorn of a wild rose. A small amount of blood surfaced at the tip of his thumb. Oberon felt the magic within his own blood, and it sang to him, speaking of a boy in a future to come that would honor his name and champion his people. He let one single drop fall into the open shaft of the wand prepared by my ancestor. The wand sealed itself with a blinding flash. My ancestor then offered the wand to Oberon, but Oberon insisted that he keep the wand safe until the champion of his people should come. Ollivander paused, looking awestruck. His eyes moved back and forth between Luna and Harry. "If the legends are true, Mr. Potter, you and Ms. Lovegood are the foretold champions of the Fae. A/N. Thanks for reading this chapter. I hope that you will be so kind as to leave a review or comment. The next chapter will most likely see Harry and Luna arrive at Hogwarts. I will not be strictly following canon as to the events that occurred in the Sorcerer's Stone. As alluded to in this chapter, there will be other students of Fae heritage at Hogwarts. I'd like to hear some of your ideas on who you might want, canon characters or not. There will be a Fae heritage in which species, i.e. troll, elf, brownie, dryad, etc. The characters can be from any Hogwarts house. Again, thanks for taking the time to read my story. You all are great. Chapter 16. Disclaimer. I do not own Harry Potter. I just like to play in the sandbox that J.K. Rowling created. Chapter 16. Ollivander watched as the Lovegoods and Harry Potter walked out of his shop. His thoughts were somewhat troubled at what he had just witnessed and what he should do. Dumbledore was most insistent that he be informed once Harry Potter had come for a wand. The old headmaster was certain that the brother wand to you-know-who would choose the Potter boy. But that had not happened, but something else entirely extraordinary. Ollivander was sure he was seeing prophecy about to be fulfilled in the two that had just left. He had sold a total of 8 forgotten wands this year to first years heading to Hogwarts. And of those wands, 2 were the forgotten wands of prophecy. Something soon was about to change in the magical world once again, and it gave him shivers of excitement. The dilemma he faced now was whether or not to inform Dumbledore. Ollivander knew well of the animosity Dumbledore had for the other magical creatures. He was a jealous man and coveted all magical power. But the power of the Fae was always out of his reach. It was impossible for mortal magicals to acquire it. Although he had tried, having experimented on the odd fare he could buy on the magical black market or trap. He had even experimented on a few goblins that were unfortunate enough to wander too far from their own kind. No, he would not say anything about the wand that chose Harry. If Dumbledore suspected that Harry in any way was associated with the Fae, it could be disastrous. Not to mention if he discovered that the young Miss Lovegood was strong with Fae magic. He feared for her safety. In the end, it was not a difficult decision. He would merely tell Dumbledore that the brother wand did not choose Harry, but he was chosen by an ordinary wand. Besides, he was not about to betray his own kind to Dumbledore. After all, what else would a descendant of Herne do? if not protect his fellow Fae. Aoife was stunned, but immensely proud of the wands her children were now in possession of. She had returned immediately to the fairy court and told her lord and lady the news about their wands. The surprises kept coming for Aoife when Oberon and Titania requested to meet the two children. It had been at least 200 years since the fairy royalty had come to the mortal realm. Aoife had explained to Luna and Harry the great honor they were being given and were instructed how to behave before the summer court, who had all decided to meet the pair. The word had gone out to all the clan leaders of the Fae and its allies that the two children of prophecy had been found, and the full court should come and make themselves known unto them. Luna and Harry approached the island in the small boat they had always used and were wide-eyed at the sight of several Abraxans, large winged horses patrolling the air and the tree lines of the forest. When the small boat touched the shore of the island, 4 men and 4 women emerged from the early morning mist. They wore deep red cloaks and wearing ornately designed metal helms that appeared silver in color that covered their entire head and bridge of the nose. The ears, however, were exposed. Each had a sheathed sword at their side and a bow and quiver slung across their back. Upon closer inspection, they realized that these were high elves. They all came to a stiff attention as the pair stepped foot on the soil. Little Tara, who had been perched on Harry's shoulder, took flight and hovered in front of her charges. 6 elves took position on either side of Harry and Luna, 3 on each side. 1 took point, and the last covering their rear. Harry and Luna realized that this was an escort of some kind, and since Tara did not appear worried, Harry and Luna relaxed, if only a little. They were both a bundle of nerves at the thought of meeting the Fae. Summer Court. The group followed the familiar trail that led to the old ruins on the island. Their guard did not speak a word as they made their way. Harry noticed, however, that their eyes were continually scanning the area, looking for trouble, he assumed. Luna's hand was squeezing Harry's so tightly that it began to go numb. Luna blushed apologetically as he quietly brought it to her attention. She then eased up on her grip, but did not let go. Harry and Luna had never seen the island looking so beautiful. It seemed as if everything was in bloom. Although it was the beginning of fall, the trees were in full bloom. Flowers were reaching up toward the sun, their many scents flooding the island with an intoxicating aroma. Sprites were flitting quickly from here to there. Crumpled horned snorkacks were poking their heads out from their dens to see what all the excitement was about. A group of blossom fairies were riding on the backs of large lake frogs, seemingly playing a game of tag as they raced around the procession. 3 tree nymphs were waving at a young couple as they passed by, one blowing a kiss at Harry. Luna tightened her grip on her bonded, giving the nymph a threatening scowl. Harry seemed completely oblivious to the interplay. All in all, it was an amazing sight. Never had the pair seen so many species of Fae before or realized that so many existed. Luna jumped at the sight of a satyr, recalling her traumatic experience with Puck. Tara cooed soothing words into Luna's ear, which seemed to calm the young witch. Finally, they arrived at the ruins, which seemed to have been turned into an outdoor throne room of sorts and a large garden-like reception area. There were delegations of elves, vila, nymphs, dwarves, and fairies who were made up of many diverse substrata, such as pixies, brownies, leprechauns, sprites, and others. Harry and Luna spied Aoife, just left of 2 people sitting on 2 golden thrones. All eyes were upon them as they were led to the foot of the thrones. With a nod from the male who was sitting on the throne to Aoife, she approached her children. "My lords and ladies of the Fae Court, and your royal majesties, I present to you my great-granddaughter Luna Marie Lovegood and her bonded lord Harry James Potter," Aoife introduced, giving Harry and Luna a slight nod, which was their cue to genuflect. Harry bowed at the waist, his arms straight, hands open, palm up, showing his empty hands a sign that he had no ill will. Luna curtsied low, keeping her back straight, but eyes cast down until told to rise. "Lord Potter, of House Potter, arise. Luna Lovegood of the Fae, arise, and be recognized by this court," King Oberon stated with authority. Harry and Luna rose and lifted their eyes to look upon the king and queen of the fairy clans. Oberon was a large man, broad-shouldered, and wore a dark purple tunic with a golden laurel atop his head. He had electric blue eyes, long ebony hair that fell over his shoulders in waves, a strong Roman nose, and a pencil-thin beard with no mustache. Titania had an otherworldly beauty about her. She had long flowing hair of the loveliest corn silk gold. Her eyes were large and almond-shaped. They were silver with a hint of blue, much like Luna's eyes. Her face was elven in nature with sharp features, but her expressions were warm and inviting. Oberon and Titania arose from their seat and approached the two small children. The royal pair were silently appraising the two children. Titania was the first to speak as she smiled excitedly at Luna. "It's true," the Queen of the Fairies remarked, studying Luna's aura and feeling her magic. "She has the full measure of our gifts. Remarkable, and how wonderful. She is one of us." Excited whispers were heard through the members of the court. "Forgive me, Luna dear, it is quite a wonder for us. Never has a halfling been born with all the gifts of the Fae. You are truly unique, and that my wand has chosen you is even more remarkable." The beauty said, "Yes, I can see it. You will be the one to unite all the Fae once more, to bring back those who are lost to us." Titania smiled radiantly. Luna's cheeks pinked at the odd compliment. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Luna curtsied. "Grandmother has taught me so much about my heritage, and I am so very proud to be of the Fae." Titania was very pleased with Luna's comments. "Your education of our ways will continue for many more years to come. I myself plan to have a hand in your training as well." The Fairy Queen told Luna. "I would be most honored, Your Majesty." Luna smiled exuberantly. Oberon stood in amazement as he stared at Harry's aura and felt the power of his magical core. His stunned silence caught the attention of others as they too began to stare at Harry in awe. Whispers of changeling began to be murmured through the invited guests. Titania turned her head toward Harry, as was momentarily breathless as she saw what the others were looking at. See that her husband was still rendered speechless. Titania spoke. "My dear child, who are your parents?" the ethereal beauty asked. Harry turned toward her, with a confused look on his face. He was beginning to feel uncomfortable with all the staring faces. "And my father was James Potter, and my mother was Lily Potter née Evans," Harry answered after a second prompt from the woman. Titania smiled. "I mean, what were they, dear?" "What do you mean?" Harry asked, a bit confused. "What was their heritage, my dear child?" Titania clarified. "Oh, well, my father was a pure-blood wizard and my mum was a muggle-born, a first-generation witch. I see the aura of his father, and it is of a strong wizard connection, but I do not see the signs of mundane ancestry within him." Harry turned to see who had spoken and saw a tall, slender woman with long, almost white hair that cascaded to the small of her back walking toward him. "Forgive me, Lord Potter. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Galadriel, Lady of Lothlorien, matriarch to my people," she stated. "You're an elf," Harry stated. "A royal elf, Harry," Aoife corrected. "I apologize, Your Highness." Harry bowed. Galadriel smiled at Harry. "Such an honorable young man. But no need to apologize, young one." "So, were you saying that Harry's mother was not of mundane ancestry?" Luna asked. "Indeed," Galadriel replied. "And I think Lord Oberon and Lady Titania see the same thing I do. Do you not?" Galadriel turned to the fair rulers. "Why, yes, yes, indeed." Oberon spoke finally, pulling himself out of his shocked state. "I don't understand. If my mother was not a muggle-born, then what was she? What am I?" Harry asked, feeling a bit overwhelmed by this new revelation. "I wish I had a definite answer for you, Harry," Galadriel stated apologetically. "Your kind is exceedingly rare. Only one is born per generation, and the last one known to exist was over a millennia ago. We thought that they had finally just died out or just simply left these lands." She explained. "We don't even know what your species is called, Harry. They were very secretive. The only thing we do know through the ancient annals are that they possess the ability to assimilate any form of magic they were exposed to. The Fae called them changelings because of their ability to adapt to new magics, and they could take on the traits of any species of magical." Titania explained further. "So, my mother was a changeling and you are a changeling, Harry," Oberon declared. "But how my father was immortal, so how can I be?" Like us young Harry, the Vila gene runs true as long as one parent is of our blood. There is no half or quarter blood. If you are a Vila, you possess all of the Vila magic and abilities. The same is true of your species, or so the legends tell us. A Vila representative spoke. So, what does all this mean? Am I some all-powerful magical? And how do you know for sure? I mean, I'm just Harry, aren't I? Harry asked in frustration. Your kind is only known to our elders and leaders, Harry. Not even Ethan knew of what you truly were. Your aura is the greatest tell. It is a brilliant white, a clean slate, if you will. Whatever you touch, feel, experience, learn, it gets absorbed into the whiteness and becomes your own. The longer you are around the various types of magic, that ability will soon become a part of you. That does not mean you are all-powerful or that you will have the knowledge to use it. Like a child, you will need to be taught how to walk before you can run. Your other tell is your eyes. You will find no one else with the same intense emerald green of your eyes, Harry. All changelings in recorded history has had those same green eyes. Galadriel explained. So, what does all this mean for Harry? Luna asked, clinging tightly to her bondmate. It was Oberon who spoke next. What we can surmise from this is that you and Harry have a destiny in front of you. Several hundred years ago, I was given a vision that one day a male child would come and be the champion of the Fey races, and a female child would come to unite all the magical races anew. We believe that you too are those children. More so now that I have met you. Embrace what you are, Harry. Your people come from the same realm as we of the Fey and of those you see around us. You are one of us, Harry. You and Luna, I believe, can heal the old wounds that exist between man and the Fey, and bring about a peace and unity that hasn't been seen for 1,000 years. Oberon finished. For the next 2 hours, all the present delegations introduced themselves to the young pair. Each race gave them a magical token that would identify them to others of their race, that Harry and Luna were allies and had friend status to their race. The Vila representative, an Apollon Delacour, presented Luna with a gold-colored feather from the Vila matriarch of her people. Apollon braided the feather into Luna's hair, where it hung just in front of her left ear. Apollon then turned to Harry with a sultry glance. Lord Potter, Vila can detect our own be the pheromones that we secrete. When we marry, we in a sense we infect or mark our mate with these pheromones, and thus the entire Vila community will know that he is bonded to a specific Vila. But it is also done to those we find worthy of our trust and friendship. If your mate allows it. Apollon turned to Luna as if to ask permission. I wish to mark you as a friend of the Vila. In this manner, you will be identified by all Vila as a friend of our people. Luna looked to her grandmother for guidance. Aoife gave her a small smile and nodded that it was okay. What does it involve? Luna asked the gorgeous Vila. Just light physical contact, and then I will release the pheromones, which will be immediately absorbed into Harry's skin. Luna looked at Harry, who shrugged in response. Luna then nodded to the Vila. Apollon closed the distance between Harry and herself. She cupped his face with both of her hands and bent down and pressed her lips to his forehead. Harry felt a warmth spread across his body as the Vila pheromones permeated his skin. To the outside observer, Harry seemed to glow gold for a moment before returning to normal. Harry, who had closed his eyes at the unexpected feeling of bliss, opened them and immediately blushed a scarlet red from the sensations going through his body. Apollon stood and gave him a wink, and then a short bow to Luna, and then stepped away. The fear dirge magically tattooed the inner wrist of Harry's and Luna's left arms, with an ornately woven Celtic knot with a shamrock at its center. They explained how to use the enchantments and protections infused within the tattoos. Galadriel presented to Luna a phial filled with the light of the star, Erendel that was on a thin mithril chain necklace. Use it in a time of great cold and darkness, and it will protect you and lead you to safety. She counseled Luna. Luna nodded solemnly. She presented Harry with a double-edged dagger, with her family seal prominently displayed in the hilt. The blade seemed to almost hum as it was placed in his hand. Always keep this with you, Harry. If you need us, place the seal upon your forehead and call my name. I will hear you and answer your call. Galadriel smiled warmly at Harry, caressing his cheek. And so it went as each species presented the two children with tokens from their respective races. The races that weren't present were those who had broken away from the Fae or had been banished, such as the Goblins, the Centaurs, the Merepeople, and others. It was these groups that Fae hoped that one day would return and be reunited with their Fae brethren. And in Harry and Luna lay their hopes, not only for the Fae, but a reunification with the human magicals as well. September 1st, 1991 came early at the Lovegood home, too early for Celine. Both her babies would be heading off today for Hogwarts to start a new chapter in each of their lives. She would be alone for the first time since before she was married. She tried to keep a happy smile on her face as she saw the excitement and enthusiasm in her children's faces, but the ache in her chest would not be denied. She had entered their bedroom just to watch them sleep, wanting to spend every moment she could with them. It was Harry that had awoken and saw her sitting in the chair at the foot of their bed. He nudged Luna awake and nodded toward their mother. Reading each other's thoughts, the pair moved apart, creating a space between them. Celine smiled at the pair and climbed into the bed and settled in between her two children, who immediately cuddled up next to her. All too soon, trunks were packed and waiting by the floor. Luna and Harry had their cloaks on and waited patiently for Celine to pluck up the courage to face the inevitable and take them to the Hogwarts Express platform. With watery eyes, she steeled herself and let out a deep breath before standing and throwing the flue powder into the hearth. Platform 9 and 3/4 foot S was complete pandemonium as friends were reuniting with each other, chatting about their summer holidays. First years were clinging to their parents, crying that they didn't want to go to school, and the parents trying to reassure them. Cats were sprinting through the legs of the people, and the annoyed hoots of owls echoed over the chaos. Luna and Harry were grinning from ear to ear at the collage of sight and sound. They were greeted by the Diggories and Clearwaters, who were making their way through the crowds. Penelope gave both Luna and Harry a kiss in greeting. The pair of them noticed how easily Penelope slipped her hand into Cedric's, the older couple, looking very comfortable with each other. Cedric took both Harry and Luna's trunks and gave them to the porter to place in the baggage cart. Harry noticed the silver pea on Penelope's cloak and congratulated her on her becoming a prefect. After a few minutes of chatting, Cedric and Penelope went to find a compartment, telling Luna and Harry that they would catch up with them later. Luna and Harry turned towards Celine, who was on the verge of crying again. The pair of them threw their arms around her and promised they would write often. Celine pulled them to her as tight as she could. "Now you let me know immediately if Dumbledore causes you any problems. I still don't think he has given up on trying to take you from me. So be mindful and look out for each other. By the way, where is Tara?" Celine asked. The little pixie came out of Luna's long hair and made her presence known. "You keep them safe now. I'm entrusting my babies to you," Celine told the miniature bodyguard. Tara stood straight and sharply saluted Celine. Harry and Luna giggled at her actions, but Celine knew that the little pixie was extremely protective of the two children. "Now I expect at least a letter a week. And for the Yule holidays, we have been invited by Lord and Lady Greengrass to spend the Yule with them. So think of gifts you two can buy for Daphne and Astoria," Celine told them. "Yes, Mum," they chorused. "Well, you better get on board." She sighed, not really wanting to let them go just yet, and it was becoming harder and harder as the minutes passed. "Go on then," she said, giving each of them a hug and a kiss. Luna and Harry then boarded the Hogwarts Express for the very first time. Destinies and prophecies were pushed somewhere to the back of their minds as they found a compartment to sit in. A long whistle blew as they settled into their seats. A moment later, and the old steam engine began to roll toward a new adventure. /n. Finally, they are on their way to Hogwarts. But is Hogwarts ready for them? I received so many wonderful reviews, ideas, and suggestions from you. I know which first years I want to be of Fey heritage. The older years I'm hoping will come to me as I write. But that doesn't mean that all those of Fey heritage will all be good," laughing maniacally. "I thought of making Molly Weasley a banshee, and may still do so. What other Fey creature is more suited to the raging redhead than that? LOL. I will go into more detail about Harry's and Lily's heritage in a later. LL noticed I borrowed Galadriel from LOTR. The Fae in my story will be from Celtic, Greek, and Breton mythology. Please keep up the wonderful reviews and the critiques. They help immensely. Chapter 17. Disclaimer. I'm just playing in the sandbox that J.K. Rowling has built. The storyline is the only thing that is mine. Chapter 17. The iconic Hogwarts Express shuddered as the wheels spun, trying to grip the tracks below them. Soon the wheels had found traction and begun to move the train slowly forward. Harry sat closest to the window with Luna sitting right next to him, literally bouncing up and down with excitement. Harry smiled warmly at his bondmate and best friend, feeling her bursting excitement through their bond. Feeling a bit inspired, Harry removed a matchbook-sized sketchbook and pencil tin from his pocket and wandlessly enlarged the articles. "Harry, what did Mum say about performing wandless magic?" Luna whispered harshly. "Yeah, well, there's no one else here, just you and I." Harry responded with a shrug. "But anyone could have just walked through the door, and you shouldn't be able to do it, remember? Remember what Mum said about there being only a few witches and wizard who can perform it like you can. So you need to keep it a secret." Luna chastised him with a huff. "Phoenix, I'm sorry. I'll be more careful in the future." Harry half-heartedly scowled and then turned his attention to his sketch pad. He opened the large pad and took out some of the magic-imbued colored pencils that Severus had given him for his last birthday. A knock on the compartment door captured their attention as two young girls stepped in. The first girl was familiar to them with long, straight black hair and piercing electric blue eyes. The other girl had long auburn hair that fell just below her shoulder blades with olive green eyes. "Lord Potter." Daphne Greengrass spoke while she and her friend curtsied. "Eris Greengrass." Harry greeted as he stood up and kissed the young girl's hand in a proper pure-blood manner. "And please, it's just Harry." He spoke politely, but with firmness. "Thank you, Harry, and you may call me Daphne." Daphne then turned to the girl next to her. "And this is my best friend, Tracy Davis." Daphne stated with a smile. "A pleasure to meet you, Miss Davis." Harry stated, kissing her hand as well. "Aunt Celine would be so proud." Harry thought as he remembered the etiquette lesson she made him sit through. Tracy felt warmth begin to spread through her. It started at the place that Harry had kissed her hand and quickly spread through her body. It seemed to awaken something within her that had been held dormant, but she was not sure exactly how it was possible. Maybe Daphne was right all along. She mused. Thank you, Lord Potter. And if it is not too presumptuous a request, please just call me Tracy." Tracy replied with a radiant smile. Harry returned the smile to the young witch. "And it's Harry to you as well. And please no more curtsying. I'm just a normal bloke as far as I'm concerned." Tracy smiled at the apparent humble young lord. She, like many pure-blooded children, had been inculcated since birth to respect and show deference to the older houses, especially those of ancient and/or noble rank. "And this is my best friend Luna Lovegood." Harry added, looking back at Luna, who had stood and approached the group, taking Harry's hand. "A pleasure to meet you," Luna said genuinely as she shook the other girl's hand. "Please come in and sit down," Luna stated, motioning her hand toward the bench across from her and Harry. Tracy and Daphne sat down next to each other as Harry and Luna retook their own seats. "So how long have you and Daphne known each other?" Luna asked the redhead. "As long as I can remember, we have been best friends. My mother and hers have known each other for years, so we have kind of grown up together." Tracy replied, getting a smile from Daphne. "What about you two? How did you meet?" Tracy asked, falling into her element of small talk and gossip. "Well, Luna's mom is my godmother, and I came to live with them a few years ago when my other living arrangements no longer worked out." Harry was not comfortable revealing the whys of how he came to live with the Lovegoods, so he did not elaborate. "So are you together then?" Tracy asked, noticing their linked hands. The pair blushed at the innocently asked question. And after a quick mental conversation, they decided to tell the two girls that they were together, but decided to not mention their bond or betrothal until they knew and trusted the two girls better. "We are," Harry said, smiling warmly at Luna, squeezing her hand gently. "Aren't you a little young to be serious about someone? I mean, we're all only 11 after all." Daphne asked with a little confusion. Harry shrugged indifferently. "I think it depends on the maturity of the people involved. If you truly care for someone and they return those feelings and you are mature enough to handle those feelings, then why not?" Harry proposed. Daphne had an uncertain look on her face, but Tracy found it romantic and sighed at the thought of finding your true love at such a young age. "So, what house do you think you'll be in?" Daphne asked the young couple. "Well, I really don't have a preference one way or another. My dad was a Gryffindor, but my mum was a Ravenclaw, and I don't have anything against the other two houses either." Harry replied with a shrug. "My mum was in Ravenclaw with Harry's, and my dad was a Hufflepuff. But I think I'm not courageous or foolhardy enough to be a Gryffindor or cunning enough to be a Slytherin, so I'm hoping for either Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff." Luna answered pensively. "Both my parents were in Slytherin." Tracy began. "So I think I'd like to be there, seeing how it's kind of a family tradition. Well, as you know, my mother was in Ravenclaw with both yours and Harry's mum Luna, and my dad was in Slytherin, so either one of those would work for me," Daphne stated with certainty. Another knock on the door stopped the conversation as a mop of brown bushy hair made an appearance. "Sorry, but have any of you seen a toad? It's just that he's lost one," the brunette stated, pointed to the shy, pudgy boy behind her who was blushing at the sudden attention he was getting from everyone in the compartment. "Sorry, but we have it," Harry answered for the group. "Have you tried summoning it?" "Well, we're first years, aren't we? Wait, are we supposed to know that spell before we start?" The young girl responded in a panic. "I mean, I practiced a few spells, but I don't recall seeing that one in the standard book of spells. Year 1. Oh my goodness, what if I missed that one? Will they kick me out for not knowing? I mean, calm down, Harry stated with a light-hearted chuckle. "It isn't actually taught till second or third year officially, but I do know the spell if you'd like me to try," Harry said, looking at the miserable-looking boy. "Yes, please, and I'm in Neville, by the way, Neville L. Longbottom," Neville stated. "Oh, where are my manners? I'm Hermione Granger," Hermione replied in a rush. Harry smiled and introduced everyone in the compartment. Both Neville's and Hermione's eyes widened in surprise when Harry introduced himself. Much to Harry's grateful surprise, neither of the two new occupants gawked at his scar. "Okay then, let's see if we can find your toad, Neville. Does he have a name?" Harry asked. Neville nodded quickly. "Trevor, his name is Trevor, right? Accio, Trevor the Toad." With a slight flourish of his wand, Harry cast the spell. For a moment, it appeared the spell had not worked, and Hermione was about to comment on the lack of anything happening when a green blur zoomed into the cabin and gently impacted against Neville's chest. "Trevor!" Neville shouted excitedly as he looked at his toad affectionately. "Wow, that was impressive!" Hermione gushed. "Could you teach me that spell? It would be a very useful spell to know, I think." Hermione's eyes sparkled with educational excitement. "I suppose I could find some time to teach you." Harry chuckled at the huge grin on the bushy-haired girl's squeal of delight. "You're both welcome to join us if you'd like," Luna told Neville and Hermione. They happily agreed and took their seats. Hermione sat next to Tracy, who was sitting next to Daphne, who was sitting next to the window directly across from Harry. Neville sat, if not a bit nervously, next to Luna, who was next to Harry. For about an hour, the 6 first years chatted about a myriad of topics from Hogwarts to Muggle society. During a lull in the conversation, Harry took the opportunity to take out his sketch pad and pencils. With a pencil in each hand, he began to draw. Each hand seemed to work independently of the other and at an incredible pace that caught the attention of all the occupants of the compartment. Harry's eyes seemed to be unfocused as his hands continued their dance across the large sketch pad. Vertical swipes, horizontal flourishes, diagonal lances, and a cacophony of swoops, swirls, and waves slowly became a portrait of 15 young people of various ages, genders, and ethnicities. The detailed faces showed determination, strength, and showed a depth of maturity and sobriety beyond their years. In large, beautiful script above the 15 people was elegantly written 2 words, "The Forgotten." Harry shook his head as if waking up from a dream, only to open his eyes and to see his companions all staring at the sketch pad in his lap. Luna, however, was smiling almost conspiratorially at him as her eyes lead his to what he had drawn. "ISTH that me?" Neville Longbottom asked as he stared at a young man of at least 16 that had his eyes and hair color. He was holding a staff that seemed to be made of interwoven vines that weaved upward and ended with a large ruby-like stone at the top of it. He was tall, at least 6'5", broad-shouldered and tapered at the waist. His hair was long, wavy, and untamed. A tattoo of a sprig of mistletoe stretched from below his right ear down his neck and disappeared below the collar of a white druidic cloak. That can't be me, can it? This time it was Daphne looking at an older image of herself, wearing robes that were form-fitting around her torso with a provocative plunging neckline. At her hips the robes flared out as it went down to her feet, allowing her the freedom of easy movement. A long looped belt of interwoven green and gold stitching hung down from low on her hip to just above her ankles. Her hair was pulled forward in a long princess braid that hung down hovering just above her left hip. Her ears were uncovered, showing the heritage of the greengrass heiress. She wore leather archer's gauntlets that covered her hands and forearms. She was loosely holding onto an ornate archer's bow and had a quiver of arrows on her back. Another girl, who looked almost identical to her sister, Astoria, was dressed similarly with a bow in her hands as well, with her elven heritage clearly visible. Tracy Davis stared in awe at the drawn young woman in the portrait that had her hair, but much shorter, exposing her family secret as well. A bandolier of a dozen or more double-edged throwing knives was slung diagonally across her chest. A double-edged, glistening rapier with a beautiful swept hilt that ended with what looked like an emerald was in her right hand. She wore breeches with knee-high leather boots and a tight leather top that exposed her midriff, and a medallion with elven writing laid against her exposed skin below her neck. A black cloak hung loosely on her shoulders. The overall look was intimidating. "Wow," Tracy whispered. She looked at Daphne and gave her a meaningful look, as they both wondered if Harry knew their secret heritage and should they even chance asking him about his choice of depicting them. They knew that they had been directed to seek him out, but could they risk exposure if he decided to reveal them? Hermione was in the same state as Tracy, as she looked gobsmacked at the image that was unmistakably her. Her wild, curly brown hair, though tamed somewhat in the image, was undeniably hers. She was wearing a white tunic that covered her chest and shoulders and went down to just above her knees. It was white, similar to what the Knights Templar wore, except the image of an oak tree dominated the front instead of the red Templar cross. Under the tunic was what appeared to be a dark green leather blouse that appeared to be made from scales of some reptile she could not identify. The breeches she wore were of the same material. She wore the same white druidic cloak as Neville and the same tattoo. She wore a wand holster on each forearm, suggesting that she carried a wand for each hand. The Luna in the drawing seemed to glow, her long blonde hair floating like a halo around her head and neck, adding to her etherealness. Her arms and legs were bare. She wore a short gossamer dress of green and light browns. The most beautiful, yet diaphanous wings seamlessly rose from her back, leaving no doubt that here was a creature not of this realm. She carried no wand or staff. There was no weapon at all, but the image managed to show a very powerful being. There was also a young centaur in the group, strong and tall, with a crossbow slung across his back. His body was a chestnut brown. The torso was muscled and lean and deeply tanned. Curiously, he had surprisingly deep blue eyes that held a wealth of wisdom. There were others whom the group could not identify, and places in the portrait that were empty but where the outline of a shape was evident, suggesting that it could be filled in with someone at a later time. The most curious of the images was of Harry. He seemed to be a blur of light and color, undefined, yet his emerald eyes, the power within them, immediately drew your attention to them. They glowed with unrestrained power that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Hovering just above Harry's right shoulder was a pixie with shockingly long pink hair and a fierce look on her petite face. "Wow, Harry, you are incredibly talented. I've never seen such detail in a drawing before." Hermione complimented the green-eyed boy. "Have you always been interested in fantasy art?" "In what?" Daphne asked. "Fantasy art. You know, art depicting mythical or fantasy creatures like elves, pixies, and the like, things that only exist in books or legends," Hermione stated confidently. "But they are real. I mean, they've moved on." Tracy fumbled, mentally chastising herself for almost exposing her knowledge of the Fey realm. Hermione scoffed slightly. "They just come from stories and the minds of people." "Oh, really?" Daphne scowled at the muggle-born witch. "And just how long have you lived in the magical world, Harry could sense an argument coming and decided to try and cut it off before it damaged the budding friendships. Hermione, a year ago, did you believe that there were real witches and wizards who could perform real magic? Well, honestly, no. But I read the magical history of Great Britain, and it didn't mention the existence of any such creatures. At the word creature, Daphne, Tracy, and Luna stiffened with annoyance. One thing you should learn right away is that books only contain what the writer wants you to know, what his opinions are. It does not mean that what they have written is entirely true. Because of oversight or ambivalence or racism, many books are skewed to the author's personal agenda. Harry tried to educate the young Muggleborn. Hermione wanted to argue the point, but held her tongue. This was why she had no friends growing up. She forced her own beliefs on people and relied on written facts or opinions to make her point. All this did, however, was to drive people away. She had promised herself that with this new opportunity to attend a new school, she would not be so forceful or unwilling to listen to other people's opinion and give them serious thought. I understand what you're trying to say, Harry, but do you really believe there are such things as Tinkerbell? The purebloods in the compartment did not understand the reference, but Harry did. Tinkerbell? Neville asked in confusion. A pixie, Neville. It from a Muggle movie called Peter Pan. Luna de Blaive. Mum took me and Harry to see a play of it in Muggle London. Oh, okay. Neville shrugged. In fact, I do believe in pixies, Hermione. Harry looked at Luna. The mental conversation was quick, but they had agreed to let the others in on one of their secrets. They are very private beings, Hermione, and do not trust humans very much. HMPF, hardly at all, honestly. Harry stated. But if I have your word that you can keep a secret, all of you, that is, I think I can offer you proof. The three other purebloods quickly nodded their heads and had begun to take out their wands to give an oath. But Harry told them that it was not necessary. Hermione was reluctant at first. She did not like the idea of keeping secrets, especially from adults. But her curiosity got the better of her, and she made a promise not to tell anyone about what she was about to be shown. Harry looked at the aura of each person in the room and saw no deception in their promises. Feeling better about what he intended to do, he gave a nod to Luna. Tara, would you come out, please, and introduce yourself? Luna asked softly. The four other young people stared at Luna as her hair seemed to begin to move and part on its own. Soon there were gasps as a 6-inch winged pixie came out of Luna's hair and stood with her arms crossed standing on Luna's shoulder. The girls immediately squealed as they saw the pretty pixie with long pink hair and silvery eyes. It was obvious to all the girls that this was definitely a female and had the curves and assets of a gender. Neville blushed at seeing the nearly nude fairy, but refrained from making any comment. Tara began to vogue as the girls were telling her how beautiful she was. A sure way to ingratiate yourself to a pixie was to play upon their vanity. So, how is it that you have a pixie? Tracy asked. It's a long story, but the short of it is that she is our bodyguard, but beyond and more importantly is that we see her as family. Harry told his new friends, earning himself several kisses on his face from Tara, causing him to blush. Well, she seems very affectionate. Daphne giggled as she watched Tara, almost purring as she snuggled against Harry's cheek. Why would you need a bodyguard, Harry? Hermione asked in confusion. Another long story, for perhaps another time. Harry said apologetically. So why did you draw Daphne and Tracy as elves? Neville asked, looking at the drawing again. Daphne and Tracy immediately stiffened and glanced at Harry, who was staring back at them with a knowing look on his face. Harry turned toward Neville to answer his question. Not sure, Neville. I guess that's just how my subconscious saw them. Harry offered, giving Daphne a sly wink. Daphne was now sure that Harry knew hers and Tracy's heritage. It was an odd thing when she reflected upon recent events. Her mother had told her from an early age about their true heritage. She learned that her grandmother, who had always been a part of her life, was actually her great-great-great-grandmother and was also the great-great-great-grandmother of her best friend Tracy. But beyond that family knowledge of who or what her grandmother was, she had not felt the stirrings of elfish magic within her until the day she had met Harry and the Lovegoods. She had pinpointed that day when she first began to notice the changes within her magic and her physical features. She didn't know how then, but she was sure that it had something to do with Harry. That was partially the reason she had sought him out on the train and had brought Tracy along as well. Since they shared the same heritage, maybe what happened to her would happen to Tracy as well. Diana Greengrass had been overjoyed and at the same time terrified that her daughter was experiencing this change. Her great-great-great-grandmother, Alathian, had been stunned and immediately had gone to speak with the Lady Galadriel. After she had returned, she seemed bursting with pride for her granddaughter and told her to seek out Harry Potter, that her destiny and that of her cousin was intertwined with his and is bonded. Although Tracy had not shown the change, Daphne was sure that by introducing her to Harry, it might spark that something within her. After all, Astoria had gone through the change as well after meeting Harry. Now looking at the drawing, she was more convinced that somehow it was Harry that caused the change. Harry closed the sketch pad and pencil case and set them aside. He could tell that Daphne and Tracy were feeling uncomfortable and did not want to scare them off. A knock on the door again stopped any further discussion from continuing and gave a needed respite from the uncomfortableness he saw in the two cousins. Tara jumped off Harry's shoulder and disappeared within Luna's hair. "Something from the trolley, dears?" a plump, middle-aged woman asked when Hermione had opened the door. When enough treats for about a dozen people were bought and paid for, the conversation was again toward the upcoming school year and the classes they would have. The small group of first years found that they all got on quite well. Hermione in particular was enjoying herself immensely as the group seemed to accept her unconditionally despite her being a Muggle-born. Daphne shared her same love of learning, and the two found that they had other things in common as well. Neville, who had been a bit shy and very reluctant at first to participate in the conversation, found himself continually included by Luna asking him direct questions. The group was laughing and enjoying themselves when their door was pushed open again. A short, thin boy with white hair and a pointy chin stepped in bookend by two much larger boys who looked to have vacant expression. "So, I hear Harry Potter is in this compartment?" the boy slowly drawled. He looked around the compartment, sneering as he did so. "Get lost, Malfoy. You weren't invited in," Daphne said with an irritated voice. "Watch your tone, Greengrass. Need I remind you that my house is superior to yours?" Malfoy sneered. "I might have to tell my father to have your house voted out of the Wizengamot." "In your dreams. Only an ancient and noble house can call for an expulsion of a great house from the Wizengamot. And yours has neither status." Tracy mocked. "How dare you talk to me like that, you who?" However, Harry stood from his seat, interrupting the Malfoy heir in mid-sentence. "Do come from an ancient and noble house, and I do not take kindly to your attempts to intimidate my friends." "Malfoy, is it?" Harry stated, glaring at the young wizard, who involuntarily took a step back. Regaining some of his courage, Malfoy stepped closer to Harry. "You don't want to get on the wrong side of a Malfoy Potter. If I were you, I'd choose my friends a little more carefully. If I were you, Malfoy, I'd realize that threatening the heir of an ancient and noble house could see my own house stripped of its status and wealth. I'm sure Daddy wouldn't be very happy with you for doing so." Harry growled as he stepped toward the Malfoy heir, who tripped over his own feet, trying to back away, falling flat on his backside. Red-faced, the young wizard got to his feet and stormed out of the compartment. "Well, that was unpleasant," Hermione stated. "Well, it was to be expected. His head was swarming with nargles." Luna commented offhandedly, which elicited a chuckle from Harry and confused looks from the others. "Hogsmeade Station, 15 minutes. A voice announced throughout the train. "Okay, boys, out while we change into our robes." Daphne shoved Neville and Harry out of the compartment door. Harry pulled out what appeared to be a black handkerchief from his pocket, and with a prod from his wand restored his school robes to their normal size before he had shrunk them. "That was wicked, Harry. How did you learn all these spells? I mean, we haven't had any training yet," Neville asked. "Oh, well, Aunt Celine has a large number of spell books at the cottage, and I took advantage of them. I only learned a few useful spells, though. Aunt Celine refused to let me practice anything more, saying that my magic wasn't mature enough to handle the more advanced ones." Harry told his new friend. "My gran wouldn't let me practice any magic. I think she was afraid I would blow up the house or something. My relatives for the longest time didn't even think I was magical at all. So you would think she would have been excited that I did have magic and encouraged me to use it. But no." Neville shrugged. "That image you drew of me, Harry, Neville trailed off, not knowing how to ask the question he wanted to. It was very lifelike, though I think in my case, I think it is an unlikely image of me. Harry looked at the young boy standing next to him. He appeared so timid and lacking in self-esteem, but Harry could tell that there was strength in him. He could feel it. He allowed his eyes to shift and view Neville's aura. Harry's instincts were right. He saw a powerful aura surrounding him, and he also noticed that his magical aura was strongly attuned to the nature. He would undoubtedly have an affinity with some elemental magics. Readjusting his eyes, he turned toward Neville, who had been looking down at the floor with his shoulders slumped forward. He decided that here was a potential lifelong friend and decided that he would help the shy boy. Neville, I believe we can become anything we choose to be. We only have to make up our minds about it and then work hard to make it happen. I see in you two people, Neville, the person you are and the person that you can become. Believe it or not, I can tell that there is a powerful wizard, heck, maybe even a powerful mage within you. And when you decide to be that person, to be that mage within you, I guarantee you that you will achieve it. And if you want, I'll be there to help you. Harry turned fully to Neville and offered his hand. Neville looked at Harry with surprise and wonder that anyone, let alone Harry Potter, would want to be his friend, and more than that, tell him that he thought he was or would be a powerful wizard. Not knowing how his life would dramatically change, he smiled and shook the hand of the young man that would change his life forever. A click of the door signified that the girls had finished dressing in their school's robes. The two boys entered, and Harry suddenly found his arms full of which Luna hugged him tightly. That was a wonderful thing you did, Harry, Luna whispered in his ear. Harry just smiled and enjoyed the warm hug. The train began to slow and then gently came to a stop. Harry, Luna, and the others made their way off the train into the cool evening air of the Hogsmeade train station. A loud bellowing voice was heard over all the bustling noise of students chatting. Furs years over here," a large bearded man called out. "My name is Hagrid. I'm the keeper of keys and groundskeeper of Hogwarts. If you'll all follow me, I'll lead ye to the school." Harry and Luna looked at the man and tilted their heads to the side. "Half-giant," they said in unison, nodding at each other. They and the other first years made their way over to the large man, who began to lead them down to the lake shore toward a dock where several small boats were tied. "You'll be seeing your first look at Hogwarts air in a second," Hagrid said. The first years walked out onto the dock and saw the large ancient castle off in the distance. There were many oohs and ahs from the assembled children as they crawled into the miniature boats. "Just four to a boat, for to about you lot," Hagrid called out as he took a boat all to himself. Harry, Luna, Daphne, and Tracy got into one boat, while Hermione and Neville got into another with two twin Indian girls. The boats lurched forward as they traveled without help toward the historic school. Daphne and Tracy were whispering to each other and had come to some decision. Daphne decided to be the spokesperson and reached up and tapped Harry on the shoulder. "Harry," Daphne began, I'd like to talk to you about what you drew. I mean how you drew Tracy and me." Before she could continue, Harry and Luna turned to face the two cousins. "Daphne, yours and Tracy's secret is safe with us. We will not tell a soul," Harry said sincerely. "It's just that, how did you know?" Daphne whispered. "I knew from the first day I met you. The how is not important, but just know that I would never betray your secret. And Luna and I would very much like to count you and Tracy as friends." Harry whispered back and gave her and Tracy a sincere smile. "I think we'd like that, Harry," Tracy added. "Harry, there are other things I'd like to talk to you about, something my grandmother told me to do," Daphne stated. "Of course, let's try to get together soon, and we can chat," Harry replied. Daphne and Tracy both nodded and relaxed, believed that Harry would keep their secrets, and smiled at the beginning of a new friendship. The small boats soon came to rest at a small boat dock underneath the castle itself. All the new first years exited their boats and followed Hagrid up a set of stone steps that led upwards to the castle. As soon as Harry stepped on a firm ground, his knees buckled as he felt something powerful and ancient wash over him. Luna had also felt something as she touched ground as well, but it felt like a warm greeting. His head began to swim, and he couldn't seem to get his feet underneath him. Hermione and Neville caught up to their new friends and helped Luna, Daphne, and Tracy lift Harry up and support him up. Clumsy much Potter. Draco Malfoy and his bookends guffawed as they walked by. Shut it, Malfoy. Daphne bit back. Harry, are you okay? A nervous Hermione asked. Yeah, I think so. Harry replied as he began to come back to his senses and got his balance back. All right there, Harry? Rubeus Hagrid asked, making his way over to the group of friends. Just fine, thanks. I think the boat ride made me a little motion sick is all. Harry told the large man. Well, if you're sure. I am, thanks. Luna gave Harry her we'll be talking later look and grabbed his hand and continued to follow the group of first years following Hagrid. They soon came to a set of large English oak doors. The half-giant knocked 3 times on the huge doors with his meaty fist. The door actually seemed to shudder at the impact. The door soon began to open, and the group of first years was introduced for the first time to a very stern-looking witch in emerald green robes who was introduced as Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Harry and Luna, of course, knew the stern-looking witch, but were not intimidated in the least. Having met her once already, and knowing after seeing her aura that she was really a very kind and caring woman that loved children, they were not fooled by her strict demeanor. After a brief orientation about the sorting, the house system, and how points were earned or taken, Professor McGonagall led the group of first years into the Grey Hall of Hogwarts. The new first years huddled tightly together as curious eyes from all around the large hall were glued upon them. Hermione was telling Neville about the enchantments of the ceiling above them that appeared to be the night sky. The group was brought to a halt near the head table. McGonagall placed a 3-legged stool in front of the head table and placed an ancient-looking hat on top of it. The hat, to the surprise of the first years, began to sing. It sang of the founders and the houses that were named for them, how each house sought and admired different qualities and characteristics to be sorted into their respective houses. Harry was a little put off by this, thinking that how can you pigeonhole a child at such a tender age? Time and experiences were the crafters of a person's personality and traits, and frankly, children at this age were not set in stone. But he figured it was the tradition as dense as it was he would have to go along with it. Now as I call your name, you will come up and sit on the stool. I will then place the sorting hat on your head, and he will sort you into the house that will best suit you. Abbot Hannah? Harry's mind began to wander as another student was sorted into Hufflepuff and then another to Slytherin. Harry felt a sense of familiarity with the castle as the presence of his mother asserted her presence within his mind. Memories and feelings that weren't his began to flood his mind and stir his emotions. Mum, this is not the time, Harry stated mentally. Sorry, love, but there are so many memories here, both good and bad. She responded. Davis Tracy. Harry brought his full attention back to the sorting as one of his new friends approached the chair. The hat seemed to take a long time in deciding where to place her before finally deciding on Slytherin. Tracy stood and made her way to the Slytherin table, who were clapping politely. Harry noticed Daphne, giving her a warm smile. A few more students went through, then McGonagall called out, Granger, Hermione. Hermione took a deep breath and let it out slowly to calm her nerves. She sat down and waited for the hat to be placed on her head. Harry could see her lips moving quickly as the hat was placed on her head. He wondered what she had been saying to herself. He'd have to ask her later. The hat seemed to take just as much time with Hermione as with Tracy. Hermione seemed to be talking again, but Harry couldn't make out what she was saying. In the end, the hat declared her Gryffindor. A huge smile graced her face as she made her way to the Gryffindor table. Greengrass, Daphne. Daphne walked primly toward the stool and sat down on it, demurely crossing her legs and holding her head up straight. She was the perfect picture of a polished young woman. The hat was only on her head for about a minute before deciding to place her with her cousin in Slytherin. Several more students were sorted, and then Longbottom Neville. Neville strode forward with a confidence that Harry had yet seen in the shy boy and wondered what changed. He heard Malfoy whispering behind him, I bet the squib doesn't even get sorted. Probably chuck him out of wizarding society. He guffawed with a few others. Harry turned and stared down the pale boy, who flinched and stepped slowly behind another student out of Harry's gaze. Gryffindor, the hat yelled as Harry quickly turned back around to see a huge grin on his new friend's face. Next came LOVEGOOD Luna. Luna gave Harry's hand a quick squeeze and then skipped her way up to the hat. Harry noticed that Dumbledore had a small scowl on his face as he watched Luna sit on the chair and crush the hat down on her head. That was interesting, Harry thought. The hat had barely touched her head when it called out, "Ravenclaw!" Luna lifted the hat and thanked the hat for its time. The hat seemed to smile and watched the girls skip over to the Ravenclaw table. Harry noticed their friend Penelope get up and give Luna a big hug, which Luna enthusiastically returned. "Malfoy, Draco!" Malfoy strutted up to the chair and sat down. As in Luna's case, the hat had barely touched his head when it yelled out, "Slytherin." Malfoy got up with a pompous sneer on his face and again strutted as he made his way to the Slytherin table. Morag McDonald was also sorted into Ravenclaw, a pansy. Parkinson into Slytherin. Then one of the Indian girls that had been in the boat with Hermione and Neville was sorted into Ravenclaw, while her sister had been sorted into Gryffindor. Potter Harry. The whole all seemed to quiet as Harry made his way to the chair. It made him a bit uneasy at all the eyes that were on him. He looked up at the staff table and saw eager eyes as well. He noticed Severus, who gave him an almost imperceptible nod and a quick small smile. Dumbledore had been trying to make eye contact with Harry as he walked toward the small stool, but Severus had warned him not to make prolonged eye contact with the headmaster. Harry sat down and faced the house tables. It seemed everyone had simultaneously decided to hold their breaths as Professor McGonagall lowered the hat on to the raven-haired boy's head. Darkness covered Harry's eyes as the hat was lowered on his head. A voice that seemed to come from within his head spoke. "Now, this is very interesting. /n. I know that this was an evil place to end the chapter, but it just seemed right. As I've been writing this story and letting the chapters progress, it has taken a definite turn on how I originally had it thought out. But I like how it's coming along so far. I'm really just along for the ride, it seems, as the story has taken on a life of its own. I hope that you are all still enjoying the story and would be so kind as to leave your thoughts on how it's progressing. Thanks again for all the wonderful reviews. They definitely keep me motivated to write." Chapter 18. Disclaimer. Harry Potter belongs to J.K. Rowling. /n. So sorry for the long delay. My family has had a few crises this last month. We nearly lost one of our family members. He is currently on the heart transplant list, and we're hoping that a donor and a match will be found soon. With so much stress, my muse for writing has been somewhat stunted. I hope to start updating more often now that I have completed my other story and now that things are somewhat calmer. This next chapter is mostly filler, and although I am not completely happy with it, I wanted to get something to you. Thanks for your continuing support for this story, and I hope you enjoy this next chapter of Dancing with Trees. Chapter 18. Albus Dumbledore was not a happy old man as he sat from his lofty position at the head table within the Great Hall watching the sorting ceremony. He would have words with Minerva about the appearance of the young Lovegood girl. He knew she was not quite 11, and although it was not unheard of for a 10-year-old to be strong enough magically to attend Hogwarts. However, Minerva had failed to mention to him that she would be attending. His plan revolved around keeping the Potter boy isolated and having the Lovegood girl here disrupt his strategy. When he had first met Harry at the Lovegoods, he was bitterly shocked to see a confident and intelligent young boy. This would not do. Albus needed the boy weak and pliable and under his control. He needed the boy to accept him as his de facto mentor and guardian. The greater good depended on a self-sacrificing martyr, and he needed the Potter wealth to advance his agenda. Legally, he could do nothing to wrest the Potter boy from Celine Lovegood, but legal means were for people beneath the law. He, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, was above such menial regulations. One way or another, he would regain control of the Potter boy and his wealth. He had already made plans to isolate the boy at Hogwarts by putting him in a hostile environment. It might take a little time, but eventually the constant pressure, antagonism, and antipathy would break the boy. And when he did finally break, Albus would offer him the kindness of a loving grandfather and a benevolent mentor. Albus inwardly smirked at his own brilliance. With an army of house elves at his commands and his authority over all the portraits of Hogwarts as headmaster, he had a network of spies within the castle that rivaled any government's. Nothing went on in the ancient castle that he did not know about. True, there were certain areas that there were no portraits, but the ghosts that inhabited the edifice were usually helpful. When all else failed, he had made liberal use of tracking charms, and in the odd case, legilimency for those he did not trust or otherwise had been able to avoid his other methods. The younger students by far were the easiest to read. Their young minds were open and defenseless, and their true emotions so close to the surface that it took barely any effort to read their thoughts. Albus pulled himself from his thoughts, as the name of the object of his obsession was called. Potter Harry. He sat back waiting for the sorting of the boy. Not that there would be any surprises here. He had been most insistent to the sorting hat where the boy would be placed. Originally, he had thought to put him in Gryffindor. However, now he believed that another house would do a better job at breaking the boy. Excuse me, Harry asked the hat, which to his surprise was speaking to him. But what's interesting? I have been sorting students for close to 1,000 years, Mr. Potter. I have been placed upon the heads of the greatest wizards and witches in our history. Of course, they weren't great at the time, but I saw the seedlings of their greatness as I entered their minds and took stock of their hearts. Some were destined for good, others for evil. I have seen them all come and go. Even at this tender age, glimpses of what they would become could be seen. What I find interesting, Mr. Potter, is the destiny that lies before you. But that is neither here nor there. I am merely here to sort you into the house that will benefit you most. The hat spoke. Oh, you can't just leave me with that, Harry exclaimed. What do you know of my destiny? What am I meant to do? Harry asked, almost pleadingly. All will be revealed to you in time, Mr. Potter. If that locked door in your mind is open to you anytime, soon, I dare say, sooner than you would be ready for. The hat insinuated. Great a cryptic hat. Harry huffed. Now back to where to put you? The headmaster has demanded that I put you into Slytherin, but the headmaster is trying to exert power over me that he does not have. And although I think you would do well in Slytherin, let's just take a look inside you, shall we? And let what I find determine where to put you. The ratty old hat stated firmly. Why did Dumbledore want to put me into Slytherin? Harry asked curiously, interrupting the hat again. Sighing, the hat replied, I believe he wants you isolated from those who might support you. Your family fought against the darkness during their lives, and by doing so made many enemies amongst the darker families, many of which have children in the house of the Snakes. He intends to use them to, how do you say, bring you low, put you in your place, humble and humiliate you. I could go on. The hat replied in a bored tone. Well, that's just great. The old bastard. Harry grumbled. Such language from such a young boy. It is okay, Mr. Potter. Sorry. The student body was becoming restless as 5 minutes had elapsed since the Potter boy had sat on the stool to be sorted. It wasn't unheard of for the hat to take a while on occasion to sort someone, but this was becoming the longest in most of the students' and professors' memory. What is wrong with that blasted hat? Dumbledore mumbled to himself. I told him where to place the boy. What could possibly be holding him up? My Mr. Potter, you are indeed difficult. Plenty of courage, a heart of a lion beats within your chest, something that would serve you well in Gryffindor. But you have in great measures both a sense of justice and loyalty as well. Helga would be chomping at the bit to get you in Hufflepuff. A sharp mind and quick wit and a thirst for knowledge makes you the perfect Ravenclaw, and yet you are cunning and ambitious with a desire to change the world around you. Salazar would welcome you warmly into his house. So where do I put you? Being what you are, Slytherin would not be the best fit for you. What do you mean by what I am? Harry asked nervously. The hat chuckled. Mr. Potter, your secret is safe with me. I have never revealed your mother's true nature either. Neither have I revealed the true nature of any of your ancestors, though there was quite a gap between your mother and the last of your ancestors to come through Hogwarts. Nearly 300 years to be exact. Why, you know what I am? Harry stated worriedly. Oh yes, my dear boy, and I expect to see great things from you, Mr. Potter. Your kind has a knack for creating the most wonderful diversions. Your time here, I wager, will be quite exciting. The hat chuckled. Now, without any further distractions, let's sort you, my dear boy. Although you would do well in any house, I dare say your bond mate would be most displeased with me if I didn't put you in Ravenclaw. Harry jumped up from the small wooden stool and was greeted by a loudly cheering Ravenclaw house. Harry was nearly bowled over as Luna threw herself at him and nearly forced all the air from his lungs from the bear hug she had him in. Penelope also gave her dark-haired friend a warm hug. Harry received a lot of welcoming handshakes as he took his seat next to Luna. Harry had also noticed his good friend Cedric Diggory over at the Hufflepuff table, who gave him dual thumbs up. A glance over to the deputy headmistress saw a disappointed Minerva McGonagall, who had hoped that the son of James Potter would be in her house. James, for all his pranks and troublemaking, held a warm place in her heart, and she had opened to have his son under her care as well. In contrast, Phileas Flitwick was bouncing in his seat that the boy who lived would be in his house. Lily Evans had been one of his favorite students. She had been a prodigy in charms and runes, and when she graduated, he had given the head of the Department of Mysteries a personal glowing recommendation for the impressive young, which the first he had ever given. He expected the son of Lily Evans to be just as talented and looked forward to being his head of house. He glanced at the ancient-looking headmaster, who seemed to have issue with a twitching left eye and a tightening around his mouth. Harry supposed that Dumbledore was not too happy with the hat not putting him into Slytherin. Thinking of Slytherin, he knew his true mentor was the head of Slytherin House. Severus Snape had become the closest thing to a father figure that Harry had ever had, and he loved and admired the hooked-nosed professor and felt a slight pang of remorse that he was not in Sev's house. Severus had explained to Harry prior to the start of the school year that he could not openly show any kind of deference to him. In fact, he would need to be hard on him publicly to keep up appearances, not only in front of Dumbledore, but in front of the students in his house, whom many were the children of former Death Eaters. Severus knew, as Albus did, that the Dark Lord had not been completely destroyed that fateful All Hallows Eve night, and for this purpose had Albus kept Severus around to be used as a spy when the Dark Lord returned. Thus it would not look good if anyone knew of the true relationship between Harry and himself. Harry had been saddened by this, but knew that in order to keep his mentor safe, he would need to play his part as well. As a means of keeping in touch, though, Harry had given Severus one of the two-way communication mirrors Harry had found in his trust vault. He and Luna had figured out how they worked. By placing a drop of your blood in the center of the mirror would become attuned to you. Then all you need do is call the name of the person the other mirror was attuned to in Viola. Severus had been touched by the gesture and told Harry that he would keep the mirror with him, but to only use it to contact him if it were very important or an emergency, and preferably not during regular school hours. Slytherin, the hat called out, and an olive-skinned boy named Blaise Zabini walked over to the House of the Snakes. Dumbledore stood from his seat and addressed the students. Now that we have been sorted, let the feast begin. With a wave of his hands, the empty house tables were soon groaning under the immense weight of platters heaped with food of all varieties, carafes full of pumpkin juice, and large bowls filled with Luna's favorite dessert, pudding. I just knew you two would be in Ravenclaw. Penelope Clearwater gushed. Oh, you'll just love it in our house. We have our own private library in our commons room, and Professor Flitwick is the best head of house. The blonde prefect stated with unabashed pride. Not to mention we have group study sessions every night and tutors for every subject. We like to be ready for anything. Harry and Luna smiled laughingly at their friend. We're glad to be here as well, Luna stated. I like having friends around me. Penelope gave her a one-armed hug. You'll make a ton of friends here, Luna. You and Harry are too sweet and charming not to make a bunch. Penelope winked. Oh, well, we have already made 4 new friends, I think. 2 of them were sorted into Gryffindor, and the other 2 in Slytherin. Luna replied while trying to swallow a large spoon full of butterscotch pudding. Penelope raised an impressed eyebrow. Wow, if you can stay friends with students of other houses, especially Slytherin, you will have done something few have ever done. Penelope replied matter-of-factly. At the inquisitive looks she was getting from Luna and Harry, she continued. Well, most houses usually keep to themselves. There are exceptions, though, between our house, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor, but Slytherin has this unwritten rule that they do not associate with other houses. Penny stated apologetically. Well, that's just idiotic. I mean, why limit yourself to such a small group of people? Harry stated in an irritated voice. We're only here for 7 years. It seems it would be beneficial to have as many friends as you can once you're out in the world. I agree. Maybe you two can start a mini rebellion in the school and unite us all. Penny laughed in an it'll never happen sort of way. Well, maybe we will. Both Luna and Harry said at the same time. You know, that always creeps me out a bit when you two do that, talking at the same time thing. Penny shook her head and chuckled. Well, if you do make and keep friends with the Slytherins, I'll be one of your biggest supporters. Penny told the pair of them. Harry and Luna smiled at their friend in appreciation. Soon the feast was over, and Headmaster Dumbledore once again rose to his feet. Professor McGonagall tapped the side of her goblet to get the attention of the hall. All heads turned to the headmaster, who smiled back at them with a twinkle in his eye. Now that we have been fed and watered, I have a few term announcements to make. First, as a reminder to our older students and to inform the new, that there is no magic allowed outside of the classroom setting. Failure to abide by this rule will earn house point deductions and/or detentions. Habitual violation of this rule, and you could face expulsion. Dumbledore warned, but the impact was lost due to the unconcerned way he stated it. Also, our caretaker Mr. Filch has asked me to remind students of the banned objects not allowed in the school. A full listing of these items can be found on the bulletin board of your respective houses. Continuing on, the Forbidden Forest is, as it states, forbidden to all students. Here he looked at a pair of red-headed twins at the Gryffindor table who were sporting angelic faces of pure innocence. However, the mischievous looks in their eyes diminished dramatically the effect they were going for. And finally, for this term, the third floor on the East End is out of bounds to all students who do not wish a most horrible death. Immediately the murmurings began. How stupid can this guy be? Harry whispered to Luna. Telling a room full of kids not to do something is like dangling a carrot in front of a horse. And why have something dangerous enough to kill in a school for Maeve's sake? Luna Blaidagast. There are some serious nargles at work in that dusty head of his. She added, which caused Harry to chuckle. Now off to bed, children. Prefects, please lead your first years to your respective houses. With that, the Gryffindors sprang to their feet, heading for the doors, closely followed by the Hufflepuffs. Harry noticed that the Slytherins and the Ravenclaws did not move. Penny noticed the look on Harry's face and answered his unasked question. We don't like to get all bunched up when we leave, Harry. With the Gryffindors, it's always a competition to be the first ones out, and since the Hufflepuffs are the closest to the door, it's always a battle to get out between the two of them. Penny shook her head in disgust at the sight at the door. I see what you mean, Harry stated, watching as Gryffs and Puffs battled for position to be the next out. Once the battle had ended, the Ravenclaws all stood and walked calmly through the door and head for the staircase that would take them to Ravenclaw Tower. The Slytherins exited last, never liking anybody at their backs. Luna grabbed Harry's hand as they, along with the other first years, followed Penelope and the other fifth-year prefect to the West Tower that would lead them to their home away from home for the next 7 years. As they walked, Harry had the distinct impression that they were being watched, and as he took measure of his surroundings, he realized that they were. Hundreds of portraits lined the walls of the ancient castle, portraits of moving people who were whispering to their friends, and other portraits. Harry didn't know why, but this unsettled him a bit. He had, of course, seen other moving portraits during his time in the wizarding world, but those only seemed to have a preset playback of some kind and only lasted for a few seconds. These portraits, however, seemed almost sentient and were completely interactive as he witnessed several of the portraits of people talking and welcoming the new students and introducing themselves. The group suddenly came to a bare wall with only a stone statue of a raven at about 7 feet above the floor. There were gasps as the eyes in the raven turned a cobalt blue and turned its head back and forth as if looking at the assembled first years. Everyone, Penelope called out to the first-year Ravenclaws. This is Ramon, and he is the guardian to the entrance to Ravenclaw House, Penny informed. Hello, Ramon. And hello to you, and welcome back, Miss Clearwater. A low, silky voice with a Castilian accent spoke from the moving beak of the stone raven. First years, I see. Ramon Spuka. Welcome to Ravenclaw Nestlings. The large bird bowed his head. Now to enter the commons room, Penny began. You will come before Ramon, and he will ask you a riddle. To enter, you must answer correctly. What if you can't figure the riddle out? A boy named Michael Corner asked. Ramon will ask age-appropriate riddles. So, first years will get an easier riddle than, say, a fifth year. But if you don't get the first one, he will give you another until you do get it right. Penny told the group. That doesn't seem to make our commons room very secure. If another student from another house comes and answers the riddle, he will be able to get in. Harry told his friend. Well, that's not the case, Harry. You see, Ramon recognizes all Ravenclaws and will only permit a Ravenclaw in unless the other student has permission from our head of house and escorted in by him or a prefect. Penny explained kindly. Oh, Harry replied. Now, Ramon, would you please give us a first-year appropriate riddle for our newest members? Penny asked sweetly. Of course, my fledgling. I am light as a feather, but no one can hold me for very long. What am I? The raven asked. The students all seemed to ponder the riddle and repeat it over and over. Luna's eyes brightened as she stepped forward to give her reply to Ramon. What is breath? Luna responded. You are correct, hatchling. The stone bird cawed happily and flapped its stone wings. You may pass. Like the entrance into Diagon Alley from the leaky cauldron, the bricks shuffled around until a large enough opening for students to enter single file appeared. The 12 first years walked through the open passageway and got their first glimpse of the Ravenclaw Commons room. It was a wide, circular room with a midnight blue carpet, arched windows hung with soft blue and bronze silks, and a domed ceiling painted with stars. The room was furnished with tables, chairs, and bookcases, and by the door leading up to the dormitories stood a tall statue of Rowena Ravenclaw made of white marble. The first years oohed and awed in the beautifully decorated room. Harry and Luna gravitated toward the marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw and looked at the beautiful woman. Luna jumped and clutched Harry's hand as she swore she had just seen the statue wink at her. Now the dormitories are just up the stairs. The first set of rooms you come to are the first-year dorms, and as you go further up each flight is the next years up until you reach the top floor, which are the dorm rooms for the 7th years. Jacob Collins, the other fifth-year prefect, stated. The same is true for the girls' dorms. Penny added. Now you'll notice yours and your roommate's name on your room. Unlike the other houses who place all their same years in one room, we only have one roommate. This allows us to have more room for our own private desk and bookshelf. Now, if there aren't any other questions, you should head off to bed. Professor Flitwick will be here at 7 a.m. to have a house meeting prior to the start of classes, so if you have any questions, that will be the time to ask them. Penny looked around and saw no other questions coming. Okay, them off to bed. You will find that your things have already been placed in your rooms. Good night, Penny told them warmly. As the first years went to find their rooms, Luna was suddenly struck with the realization that she and Harry would not be in the same bed or the same room for that matter. Ever since Harry had come into her life, they had slept side by side. They never went beyond cuddling together, and at this age those kinds of desires were not yet part of their thought processes. Luna's eyes began to fill with tears as she realized she would be sleeping alone. Harry sensed his bondmate's sadness and fear and was quickly at her side. It will be okay, Lou, Harry said, trying to comfort the trembling girl. We're still close, and we can speak to each other in our thoughts. Harry tried. It's not the same, Harry. What about your nightmares? Who will be there to chase them away? Harry smiled warmly at Luna, who was trying to play the concerned one for his well-being. Well, I haven't had them in some time, Lou, but if I need you, I will find a way to let you know, okay? Harry tried to dissuade her fears. He knew it was actually her fears of being alone that was troubling her. But if you need me, let Penny know, and I'm sure she will be able to help. Suddenly, Tara flew out of Luna's hair and cuddled into Luna's cheek. She spoke to Luna and told her that she would watch over her too. Luna gave a watery nod to Tara, who made her way back into Luna's hair, just behind her right ear. Luna snuggled into Harry's chest, and with one final hug reluctantly let him go. If Harry was being honest with himself, he was also saddened and worried about not having Luna next to him. What if the nightmares did come back? How would he deal with them alone? Could he? Slowly and in deep thought, he made his way up the left staircase. He found his name along with the name of Michael Corner on a door just to the right of the first landing. He noticed two other doors on the landing as well. One was just left of the landing and the other directing in front of it. He slowly pushed open the door and saw that his roommate, a blonde-haired boy with brown eyes and a little on the chubby side, had just finished changing into his pajamas. When he turned and saw Harry, he approached him with his hand out. Hi, I'm Michael Corner. Harry, I know. I'm a half-blood, and I grew up hearing stories about you. Michael said with a smile. Don't believe everything you read about me, Michael. I'm just a normal wizard like you," Harry stated flatly. Michael, an intelligent boy, picked up on the subtle nuances in Harry's voice that said, "I don't like the notoriety thing," decided to not let the fact that he was rooming with the boy who lived be an uncomfortable issue. "Well, I'm glad to meet you, Harry," Michael said sincerely and without the air of being awestruck. Harry gave a genuine smile and took the offered hand and shook it warmly. The two boys then chatted for about a half hour and realized that they got along pretty well. Tired from the long day, the two boys climbed into their respective beds, and as if the room knew they were ready for sleep, the lanterns were automatically put out and the fire in the fireplace lowered itself to just give off a low, warm glow on the floor. Luna slowly dragged herself up the right staircase and soon found a door to the left of the first landing that had her name along with the name of a Morag McDougal. Luna walked into her dorm room and found her roommate sitting cross-legged on her bed, looking through one of her school books. Morag was a pretty girl with long, flowing black hair darker than Harry's even. She had dark eyes and had very pale skin, though it did not look sickly, but only seemed to enhance the beauty of the girl. "Hello, I'm Morag, and you must be Luna," the dark-haired witch stated happily. "I'm so excited to be here. How about you?" Morag stopped as she saw the red, puffy eyes of her new roommate. She immediately jumped from her bed and surprised Luna by giving her a warm hug. "Is it your first time away from home?" Morag asked in a strong Scots Gaelic accent. "Mine too," she replied. "I know it will be hard to adjust, but I'm sure we'll come to be great friends, and we can lean on each other if you like." Luna gave her a watery smile and gently hugged the girl back before releasing her. "Thank you," Luna whispered. "I'm just not used to sleeping alone. I mean, being alone." Luna sniffled. "'Tis all right, I get scarred and lonely too, but I have something that helps me to feel not so lonely." Morag ran to her bed and picked up a stuffed plush sea lion. "This is Roan. He keeps me company at night." Morag shrugged and blushed a bit. "You could borrow him sometimes if you need to." Luna was touched at the kind gesture and thought that yes, here was someone she could see herself becoming good friends with. Luna turned toward her large canopy bed and took out her flannel nightgown from her trunk. She crawled on her bed after wishing Morag a good night and closed her bed curtains. Tara flew out of her hair and sat down on one of the large down pillows at the head of the bed. Her soft musical voice was comforting to the blonde witch, but she still longed to be with Harry. She wondered if Harry was feeling the same way. Harry and Luna lay on their respective beds and wandered into that place within their minds where they could be with each other. Harry walked to the large shade tree that sat on the top of a large knoll that looked over a crystal blue lake. He saw that Luna was already there with her back resting against the tree. "How are you doing?" Harry asked gently as he sat down next to her. Luna's hand automatically found its way into Harry's as she leaned her head on his shoulder. "I don't know yet," was her reply, "but I guess I'll have to learn to manage." She sniffled. "Harry," Luna began, "what happened to you when we entered the Hogwarts grounds?" Harry knew what she was referring to. The moment he had crossed the wards of Hogwarts, he collapsed to his knees. "Not sure exactly, Lou, but I suddenly felt like a tidal wave of magic just washed right over me. It felt like every cell in my body was overloaded with this incredible sensation of power. It was just too much to handle all at once." Harry surmised. "Huh, but you're all right now, right?" she asked concernedly. "Yeah, mostly. I still feel a little tingly, but nothing like before," Harry said, calming Luna's worries. "I listened in on your conversation with the Sorting Hat." Luna told him. "What do you think about him knowing what you are?" "All he said to me was, 'Welcome, child of the Fae,' and then immediately put me in Ravenclaw." "Do you think he will keep his word and not tell Dumbledore what we are?" Luna asked worriedly. "I don't think he'll tell. I'm more concerned with why Dumbledore is so interested in me." Harry replied. "Do you think he already knows about us? Read our minds or something?" Luna asked. "I don't know how. Remember that according to Aoife, descendants of the Fae realm have a natural mental barrier that protects them from mortal mind magics." Harry reminded her. "The only other way for him to know is if he were an aura reader like we are." Harry added. "Do you think he is?" Luna asked. "Honestly, I don't know. He could be," he answered. "Well, I suppose we should call it a night. I'm sure tomorrow will be busy." "Night, Harry." "Good night, Luna. Tomorrow we start our new path." Author's note. To all my readers, I apologize for the lack of updates. As I had mentioned in my previous chapter that a family member was suffering from heart failure, and we were not sure if he would live without a heart transplant. Fortunately, a heart became available, and he had transplant surgery a little over 2 weeks ago. The surgery was a success, and there are no signs of rejection, and he is expected to come home tomorrow. As you can imagine, this has been a stressful time for me and my family, and have not had the time nor the drive to write. During this time, I have reread what I have written and must admit that the story needs to be fixed. There is too much going on, and I've made it needlessly complicated and heavy. I plan on rewriting the story and paring it down a bit. Harry, I feel I have given him too much in regards to his power and plan on minimizing some of his abilities and getting rid of others. Luna will stay pretty much the same, maybe a tweak her and there. The storyline of the Forgotten will remain, as I have several ideas on how I want this to go. Severus and Celine's characters will not change, neither will Aoife's, with minor tweaks. Again, I apologize to everyone who is reading this story, but I promise it will be back better than ever. Jerway 69, Chapter 20, A/N. First off, let me apologize for the lengthy absence. I'm sure most of you know why, and I am grateful for all the well wishes. I think my muse has finally decided to come back, at least I hope so. Secondly, thanks for all the reviews and comments, and I hope that I haven't lost too many of you. Many of you have asked that I not change some attributes in the story, specifically surrounding Harry's abilities. With much consideration, I have decided to continue in the direction I began with and not change that aspect of the story. I do still plan on going back and cleaning up some chapters that I felt didn't flow right, and make some necessary grammatical changes. I hope you all enjoy this next chapter of Dancing with Trees. Chapter 19. The quaintly decorated room with its gas wall lamps and rustic furniture had become a familiar sight to the boy who lived. For the last few years, it had been a place of safety and instruction, a place where Harry was treated to a vision of a life that he could have had if fate had not intervened. It was the mental representation of the home he had lived in when he was but a baby, the place he had spent the first year or so of his life. However, it was only a mental representation, and not even his own. It was the workings and construct of his mother, Lily Potter. On that infamous night of All Hallows Eve so long ago, his mother had performed an arcane ritual lost to time and magic that would protect him from an evil that was determined to end his young life. And as had been done by her kind for untold millennia, she transferred her very essence, and more to the mind and psyche of her young child, just prior to her death. The act itself ensured her untimely demise, but she did so willingly and without remorse. The process would imbue the small child with not only her memories and her knowledge, but something much more tangible, something only known to the species of magical known as changelings. The transfer of memories from one generation to the next was a unique gift of the changelings, a jealously guarded secret hidden from the rest of the magical world. Harry was wandering around in the mindscape he found himself in and stopped in front of a door that did not fit within the stylings of the quaint little cottage he saw about him. This door was large and seemed to be made of iron with large rivets along the edges. Harry had seen this door many times here, but he had never been able to open it. He had received cryptic replies to his questions about the door from his mother, which was becoming more and more frustrating to the young wizard. Harry placed his palm on the door and immediately was bombarded with what sounded like 1,000 voices whispering madly to him, each trying to call his attention, wanting to be heard. Harry's head began to swim, and he strained to make sense of what he was hearing, but the voices were too jumbled to just isolate one. Abruptly, the voices stopped as he felt a hand gently squeeze his right shoulder. He slowly turned from the door and stared up into the eyes that were identical to his own. The face was warm and inviting, and fiery red hair framed the porcelain skin of Lily Potter, who stood smiling at her son tenderly. "I see you have inherited your father's unceasing sense of curiosity." Lily chuckled. "How many times have you tried to open that door now?" She smiled at her son, her eyes twinkling. Harry blushed and averted his eyes from his mother, that made her chuckle even more. "I know you're curious about what's behind the door, Harry, but I'm not sure if you're quite ready to deal with what you will find. I know I felt overwhelmed when I opened my door," she stated with a slight shiver. Harry looked at her speculatively. "You had a door like this in your mind as well?" Harry asked. Lily nodded slowly to her son. "Oh yes. And like you, I wanted to know what lay behind it, but at the same time, it frightened me. I could hear them calling to me as well, begging me to let them out, just as I'm sure you have. But I was very afraid at what might happen. She told him. But you were able to open it? Harry asked. I was. I was a little older than you are now, Harry. It was the summer between my second and third year. It took me all summer just to wrap my mind around what I discovered, and it wasn't until almost my fifth year before I fully understood and could take advantage of the gift I was given. She replied, pulling him away from the door and sitting down on the comfortable sofa, taking him with her. Harry turned toward her, his face full of inquisitiveness. What is this gift, Mom? Why did it take so long for you to understand it? And what are? All will be explained, Harry. Lily chuckled musically. I can answer some of your questions, but one at a time, love. She smiled warmly. Harry's heart began to beat faster with excitement. His mother had always deflected his questions before, and now here she was willing to answer some of them. He calmed his mind and ordered his thoughts, searching for the question he most wanted to ask her. What are we, Mum? The Fae called me a changeling, Aoife called me undefined, and the Sorting Hat intimated that I was different as well. So I would like to know, what am I? Harry asked softly and carefully. What are we? Lily looked at her only child and took both of his hands in hers. It's a rather long story, sweetheart, but one we are willing to tell you if you choose to want to learn the history of our kind. But for now, I will give you just a brief history with a promise that one day you will have all the knowledge you desire. Lily took another deep, cleansing breath before starting to speak. We, Harry, are the guardians of magic. She paused. We have existed since time began, since the first cave dwellers first felt the spark of magic within them. The origins of our kind, however, has been lost to the ages. Our memories do not go back that far, unfortunately. Our memories, mine and soon to be yours, stretch back nearly 6,000 years. Oh, there have been others of our kind that have memories that go back much further. Our calling has been the same since our kind came to this realm. We watch and remember, and at times we are called upon to save magic so that it may be returned when it is near extinction. I don't understand, Mom. Harry looked at his mother in confusion. How can your memories go back 6,000 years? That, Harry, is part of the gift that we, our kind, pass on to one another. As each generation comes to the end of their existence, the gift is passed to the next generation. Everything that we, or the knowledge that we gain, is passed on to the next. Harry looked back to the locked door. The voices were faint now, just a whisper, but his mind suddenly connected the clues that his mother was giving. The voices are the memories of my ancestors, aren't they? Harry stated. Lily grinned widely at him. Very good, Harry. She chuckled lovingly. But you are only half right, she stated enigmatically. Harry looked at his mother again, his eyebrows knitted together in exasperation. This only caused Lily to chuckle more. Harry, love, she began again, taking both his hands in hers and giving them a gentle squeeze. What do you see when you look at me? What does your heart tell you that I am? Just a memory? Or am I something else altogether? Harry stared for what seemed to be hours at the bright, twinkling eyes of his mother. Was she just a memory, or was she something more, something that he could not understand? She felt so real to him. She was completely interactive. She was intelligent and responded emotionally to him. At the same time, he knew that the mind was a very powerful thing, but he absolutely refused to believe that he was seeing some sort of psychological delusion. She had told him stories of her life and of his father's, and was told things that he never had been privy to before. He had an absolute knowledge of Hogwarts, its classrooms, the library, greenhouses, and for some reason knowledge of where the roomiest broom closets were located. Emotions. He felt her emotions and knew they were not coming from him. He felt her pride in him and her sadness that her life with him had been cut so short. But the most intense emotion was the love she felt for him. It was, in a word, overwhelming. No, she was definitely much more than just some memory locked in his mind. She was something else entirely, but he still did not know exactly what she was. Harry mused. Lily was quiet while she watched the internal workings of her only son. He was a bright boy, and thanked the deities above, more like her than his father James. Oh, she loved James, but in their youth James had been a bit of a snob and entitled. At first she had been repulsed by the handsome boy's pranks and superior attitude and his constant pursuit of her. Eventually, James had realized that the object of his affection was not impressed by his childishness and came to a life-changing epiphany that it wasn't she that should measure up to him, but he that should measure up to her. James finally became the man that was worthy of the beautiful and intelligent witch. I think you are more than memories, much more, Harry told her firmly. But still, what are we? Am I a wizard or something else? Are you? Were you more than just a witch? Harry asked almost pleadingly. The short answer is yes, you are a wizard, but the way you channel and use your magic is quite different. She stifled a giggle when Harry just seemed more confused than ever. Let me explain, Lily stated. A normal witch or wizard calls upon their magic from what they call their magical core. Although an interesting way to phrase it, ultimately is not so. You see, every human born has a unique genetic code that determines a person's height, eye color, hair color, predisposition to certain ailments, etc. In the case of witches and wizards, they have an additional genetic marker that allows them to pull some of their life force from themselves and refocus it and expel it from their bodies. With me so far? She asked with a half grin at the glassy-eyed boy. I think so, please go on, Harry replied. Lily smiled and ruffled his hair. Now, as I was saying, witches and wizards have the ability to take some of their life force and expel it from the body. Some of the first magic performed by mortals was wandless magic, but it was not very powerful, and it was completely done by accident. Accidental magic, Harry stated with a nod. Lily smiled and nodded as well, and then continued. Mortal magic is intent-based, Harry, though most mortal magicals don't realize it. Many centuries passed before a clever Greek wizard discovered that by using a foci that had magical properties increased the potential and power of their magic. She stated. Wands, Harry replied knowingly. Actually, staffs were created first, but eventuality wands were invented for those who did not like to be encumbered with something as large as a long tree branch. Soon wands became the norm, and the staff faded into mortal history. So are staffs more powerful than wands? Harry asked. In the hands of a powerful wizard, or in other words, a magical, who can access more of his life force, yes. She told him. But because it is more draining to use a staff than a wand, it was more practical for the weaker sort to choose a wand. You'll learn that mortals will fatigue if they use their magic for extended periods. This is because the more magic they channel, the weaker their life force becomes. She explained. Is it possible to use all of your life force? Harry asked his mother curiously. It is. In my time, and during the last war, many witches and wizards on both sides used too much of their life force to cast overpowered spells, and as a result died from what the mortals call magical exhaustion. You keep using the word mortals when referring to the magical. Are we not ourselves mortal? Harry asked with a lump in his throat, thinking of his mother's sacrifice. Lily pulled him into a hug, pressing his head to her chest and kissing the top of his head before releasing him. We are mortal, Harry, and then again we are not. She stated cryptically. Huh? Our kind Harry does pass on. However, we also continue on. Lily told her son, and then nodded her head toward the locked door. The flesh may fall away, but our essence carries on within our offspring. But we are much longer lived than most mortal magicals. Our people can live an average of 300 years, Harry. However, we can be killed. We are not gods. She chuckled. Luna's face surfaced to the fore of his thoughts. She was immortal and could technically live forever bar any kind of accident. Harry sighed, heavily realizing that he would not be with her forever. Lily noticed Harry's change in demeanor and knew that his thoughts were on his bonded. Harry, Lily began again. Besides long life and the essences of our ancestors, our species have other abilities. She told him, grabbing his hands in hers again. Giving her a curious look, she continued. As I said before, we are the guardians of magic, its protectors, if you will. How do you think we guard and protect it, and then restore it should it be in danger of going extinct? She asked. I don't know. How? Harry asked. Do you remember what happened to you the moment you crossed the wards surrounding Hogwarts? Yeah, it felt like an immense weight had fallen on top of me, and I also felt like my body was being struck by lightning over and over again. Lily nodded in confirmation. Do you know what that was? She prompted him. I'm not quite sure. Harry replied. Think back, Harry, to your lesson with Aoife. She taught you and Luna how to identify auras and magic. She taught us how to feel when magic was present either in a person, animal, or place. Harry told her, his eyes wide. So, what you felt was? I felt the magic coming from Hogwarts itself. Harry replied. Lily smiled widely at her son. Not only did you feel it, Harry, but you absorbed it, or more precisely the knowledge of it, how it works, and the ability to use it. Harry, our species, absorbs ambient magic. What makes us different from the mortal magical is how we channel our magic. The mortals use their life force to produce magic, but we, Harry, we absorb the magic surrounding us and then use that energy to perform magic ourselves. We never tire, Harry, from using magic. We don't become exhausted because we are not pulling the magic from within us, but from without. So once we absorb the magic, it stays with us. And we can use it. Harry asked. Yes and no. Lily chuckled as Harry blew a frustrated sigh. The magic does speak to us and we gain an understanding of it, but understanding does not give ability, Harry. Only time and practice gives ability along with magical maturity. Do you understand? Lily asked, raising an inquisitive eyebrow. Yeah, it means I still have to study and practice. Harry grimaced, eliciting a mirthful chuckle from his mother. That and your body and your abilities have to mature as well. Some magics will be beyond your ability to use them. Now, this is how we guard magic, so that the knowledge is never lost. Harry nodded in understanding. You also mentioned that we can return magic to someone. How is that done? Not necessarily magic, Harry, but a restoration of a magical ability that has atrophied, or in other words, has become severely weakened. You have already unconsciously done this several times now. Lily stated to the shock of Harry. When? How? Harry asked. The first was Luna, my dear. Harry stared at his mother in confusion. It was becoming a common look for him during their conversation. Lily had to stifle another chuckle, but her eyes sparkled with obvious mirth. Luna, before you contacted her, was already able to use some latent abilities from her Fey heritage, but not the full measure of her ancestry. It was not till you two came together that her other abilities began to emerge. The longer you are in close proximity to each other, the more aggressive will her Fey heritage assert itself, until the more human side of her will be overcome by the Fey side. So, I'm responsible for her becoming a fairy? Harry asked. You merely recharged the batteries, as it were. The Fey heritage was already there, just dormant. I suspect the same thing has happened to the Greengrass sisters and their friend Tracy. You unknowingly caused their elf heritage to become active. Lily told her son, who was struggling to take all the information in. So the more time I spend with Daphne and Tracy, the more their elf heritage will come out. Is that right? Harry asked. That's exactly right, son. She smiled. Okay, I understand that, but I'm confused about something. Harry stated with a pensive look on his face. What are you confused about, love? Lily asked, leaning back into the couch she was sitting on. Well, Luna's mother shares the same ancestry as she does, and you were best friends with Celine, so why didn't she change? Harry asked. A fair question. Several generations back, one of our ancestors became disenchanted with the magical world and left it. We have a kind of symbiotic relationship with magic users, Harry. For our abilities to manifest themselves, we need the infusion of magic within us. In other words, we need a witch or wizard in our family tree with that extra genetic marker to trigger our own abilities. When our ancestor broke from the magical world, he married a muggle with no magic ability at all, and also the next 2 generations of our ancestors married muggles. Our ability was almost bred out us. I was born a squib, as it were, amongst our kind, not possessing the ability to activate my powers. However, I was born with an active magical genetic marker, and so was a witch. I did develop some latent abilities. I was able to absorb magical knowledge, and as such I became, according to my professors, a magical prodigy. Sadly, however, I never achieved the full abilities of our people. When you were born, you received from your father a long line of undiluted magical blood, and from me, all the abilities of the changelings. I had hoped that you would regain all of our people's abilities, but did not know for certain. Here Lily stared lovingly at her son. I'm proud to see that you have indeed reclaimed all our family's abilities." Lily nodded with tears in her eyes. Harry hugged his mother tightly again. "There is so much more to your heritage I want to share with you, Harry. But I have limited knowledge there. So unfortunately, I may have to allow another to come and instruct you on some aspects of our nature." Lily told him resignedly. "Another?" Harry asked. Lily nodded and stood from the couch and slowly approached the large iron door. Lily placed her hand on the door and then turned to Harry. "When the time comes for you to know more, I will show you how to open the door and how to invite another to come forward." At Harry's confused look, she explained, "Behind this door, Harry, is all of your ancestors, going back 6,000 years. Some are extremely knowledgeable and are more than excited to instruct you. There are those, however," Lily paused, and her face noticeably tightened, "that are not so nice. Some were quite dangerous and would try and persuade you to let them out. Unfortunately, we can't choose our ancestors, and some were quite violent and malicious, and they will try and steer you down darker paths. You must not give heed to those, Harry. Do not let them out. I will help you there," Lily said in a serious and at the same time concerned look. "Okay, Mom," Harry reassured her. "Good. Well, I think we have spoken enough tonight, but we will continue our conversation later," Lily informed him. With a gentle kiss, Lily and the room disappeared. Harry awoke from his visit with his mom and discovered that his eyes were covered by something. Indeed, most of his face was covered by waves and waves of blonde hair. As his level of consciousness surged, he also felt a warm body pressed against his left side. Using his right hand to uncover his eyes, he looked down and quietly chuckled as he looked at Luna. She was sound asleep with half her body on top of his, her left arm wrapped tightly around his waist, her left leg crossing over his. He hugged her to him and sighed happily. Looking over toward the window, he could tell it was still the middle of the night. He wiggled himself into a more comfortable position with Luna still clinging to him. He closed his eyes and soon found that Luna's rhythmic breathing was quickly guiding him to the land of Morpheus. Before oblivion finally took him, he wondered briefly just how Luna had got there, but in the end shrugged it off as inconsequential. A/2 Chapter Explanation. In regards to Harry's ancestors and their essence and memories being locked up in his mind, I took the idea from the Dune series, specifically the Bene Gesserit witches. Those of you familiar with the series will recognize where I am going with this. I hope you all enjoyed the chapter and would be so kind to leave me a review or a comment. Have a great weekend.